the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Divine Words and Thoughts, Part 2. You're unlucky for robbing me, but this game is quite user-friendly, saving us the trouble of destroying the bodies. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly as he watched the 4 bodies lying on the ground instantly dissolve into 4 beams of light and vanish, along with the 4 divine rings on his hands. If a player dies in the game, their data is immediately initialized, and their corpse and the divine rings are instantly teleported out of the game. This is probably why Greed Island has such a constant stream of players. Therefore, if you want to steal someone's cards in this game, besides using spell cards, you can only threaten them. If you encounter someone who refuses to obey, all is lost. No matter how amazing the cards in their card book are, they will be reset upon their death. Shen Fei didn't know what Jin and his accomplices' original intention was in creating this game, but judging by the current state of Greed Island and its various settings, it encourages robbery and trading. Many spell cards can steal your opponent's cards, including steal, pickpocket, snatch, and levies. Of course, there are also spell cards that protect cards, such as prison, gate, reflect, and wall. Perhaps Jin and the others intended to make the game more fun, but unfortunately, this is a real-life game where death is impossible. Naturally, not everyone follows the rules. Using spell cards to steal rather than using force or threats is easier. After all, cards require completing quests or spending in-game currency, making them expensive. Saving every penny is valuable. This is the primary reason for Greed Island's high player mortality rate. Only a tiny fraction of players die at the hands of monsters or hostile NPCs. While the game offers cards like Companion, Magnet, Drift, Leave, and Initial, not all players possess them. As mentioned before, these cards are expensive, otherwise so many players wouldn't be trapped in this real-life game, unable to leave. Players are trapped in Greed Island because they can't obtain exit cards. Saving up enough money to buy them is difficult, as players need to eat and drink, which all cost money, given that this is a game you can't log off from. Naturally, some people band together to rob the game. Of course, this isn't limited to these individuals. There are also those who seek to gain something for nothing. The designated 100 cards are extremely valuable within the game, especially those that are difficult to obtain and limited in number. Those who possess them are often paid exorbitant prices. Greed Island is a collecting game. After all, collecting all 100 cards, strictly speaking, 99 of them, is enough to monopolize a single, rare card. Even if the other party has the other 98, they'll still have to come after you. It's like a treasure map. You don't need to obtain the entire map, just a small piece will attract the majority, and then you can negotiate. It's safe to say that the vast majority of players aiming to clear the game first consider this approach, ensuring their opponents can't. For example, Jozjila has a unique card in the game, and the Bomb Demon Gang also has a unique card. Would you like to join us? We've already obtained over 90 cards, and we're about to get card number 17, Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. If you contribute to the team, you'll receive a bounty based on your contribution when you clear the game, in the bounty city of Andonival. Shen Fei had just won first place in the competition and obtained the Sword of Truth when he encountered a young man named Puhert who offered him a promotion. Shen Fei, initially reluctant to pay attention, heard the mention of Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, and, after some consideration, immediately agreed. Obtaining the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D card is a complex process, requiring a significant amount of manpower and time. To date, not even a single one has appeared. This time, Puhert's team planned to obtain the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D card, which only had 3 of them. Even without Bartra's 50 billion bounty, simply getting the contents of the game cards would definitely fetch a large sum of money. For example, the Witch's Rejuvenation Potion, which only contained 100 pills, could be sold individually. In any world, there's no shortage of people willing to trade money for life, and just as there are those willing to trade life for money. Take Shen Fei before his time travel, for example. If someone told him he could trade a year or several years of his life for billions of dollars, it would be hard for him to resist. For ordinary people, earning that much money in a lifetime is impossible, and longevity is just a concept. Just like the demons of hell like Mephisto who sign demonic pacts with humans, trading their souls for the pleasures of the real world, Many people can't resist. Even the wealthy, especially the elderly, are eager to trade wealth for life. What we need now is the spell card, the prison. Only then can we protect the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen Fei followed Puher to a secret valley outside the Bounty City. There were about 50 players gathered there, members of a group led by a man named Nickens, with several supporting members. Spell cards weren't readily available in the magical city of Macedora. Only ordinary cards were available there. For example, the prison had an S-level difficulty, meaning no specific cards were needed for low difficulty. More importantly, there were only 10 prisons. While prisons were so difficult to obtain, their ultimate benefit was their ability to permanently protect a card. Nickens's speech was incredibly inspiring. No wonder he managed to rally so many players to cooperate. As for whether he was truly committed to sharing the bounty or simply taking the card and leaving, no one knew. I heard the bomb demon has appeared again. Everyone who's out on a mission should be careful. After the rally, Shen Fei was about to leave when he saw a young man talking about a bomb demon with someone nearby. Puher then brought the man to Shen Fei and introduced them to each other. Sorry, I don't like people touching me. Just after the introduction, the young man named Ganshu wanted to pat Shen Fei on the shoulder, but Shen Fei immediately took a step back and avoided him. Oh, I'm being abrupt. Ganshu immediately apologized with a gentle smile. There's something wrong with this guy. Could he be the bomb demon? Although Ganshu's apology was sincere, Shen Fei still noticed something amiss in his eyes. However, Shen Fei didn't really have any impression of the name Ganshu. Thanks to someone who liked playing mahjong, Shen Fei only remembered the names of some of the main characters and the general plot of Hunter x Hunter. Shen Fei only remembered that Gon and Killua cleared Greed Island and then flew to Kate's place. He had almost completely forgotten how they did it. As for the bomber, a supporting character, if he hadn't kept hearing the name mentioned since entering the game, he wouldn't have had any recollection of it. Thanks to the name bomber, Shen Fei finally remembered who Gon and the others had been fighting on Greed Island, though he still had no idea what it was. If this guy is the bomber, that's interesting. After guessing that Ganshu might be the bomber, Shen Fei didn't warn Nickens and the others. Having the bomber and the others take action was a boon for Shen Fei. He was determined to obtain the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. The divine word is truly powerful, almost comparable to a rune. Deep beneath the Bounty City of Andonable, Shen Fei, sensing the energy of the telekinesis, discovered the large divine word, deep within the magma. He finally understood where the power of the Greed Island game came from. Using the divine characters to convert underground heat, also known as geothermal energy, is a technological level not even achieved in the Marvel Universe, but it's already being put to practical use on Greed Island. Someone's entered there. As Shen Fei entered the depths of the earth, a young man with blonde hair, playing a game with a controller in a massive castle within the game, immediately put down his controller and opened a packed notebook. A large screen immediately appeared in front of him, showing Shen Fei's underground scene. This young man was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D., one of the 11 people who created Greed Island. Something's happened here. He immediately contacted the others, and soon 3 virtual screens appeared beside him. One figure was a scruffy-looking middle-aged man, while the other 2 were identical young women, distinguished only by their hair. He seems to be studying those divine characters. Shen Fei certainly couldn't destroy this rare research site. Jin might not be able to defeat him, but Jin had the technology he needed. If he did, and Greed Island closed, he would be in tears. Even with the arc reactor, Shen Fei didn't need new energy technologies. On the contrary, more energy technology is never too much, especially when it comes to utilizing geothermal energy, which theoretically offers unlimited energy. While Shen Fei wasn't unable to research the divine words on his own, and the cost was minimal, it would require a significant amount of time. The divine words are said to be ancient scripts from the Hunter world, found only in certain ruins, where a single word might be found. This demonstrates the power of the divine words. Lazy HA has a subordinate who can even use them to enhance his own power. To thoroughly study this, it seems I'll need to spend quite a while here. After photographing all the divine words underground, Shen Fei began to study them. Such a significant location would undoubtedly be under surveillance by Jin and his companions, so he took photos to avoid being expelled. The divine words are actually various patterns. It's said that some divine words were, in ancient times, flags and symbols of nations or tribes. In reality, words are also a form of pattern. For the divine characters to function effectively, the image must be complete, just like an alchemy formation. If it's broken, it won't work. However, the divine characters have one advantage over alchemy formations: they're very durable. Generally speaking, they're difficult to break, especially when they're tightly combined. Just like the little iron box that Jin left for Gon. Kilo couldn't break it even with all his might. It seems he won't try to sabotage me. What should I do now? Should I just ignore him or expel him? As a game administrator, they have their own methods for dealing with players. The most common one is, of course, banning their accounts. As for complaints after a ban, you need to find a phone number to file a complaint. That's not good. Jin said this is a free game. Should we contact Jin and see what he says? Said a girl, who couldn't be identified as Elena or Ida. Okay, the other said after a moment's deliberation, then immediately agreed. Huh? You actually contacted me? What's wrong? Jin's voice, along with other inhuman shouts, echoed through the phone. Someone's discovered it. Lee Side immediately recounted Shen Fei's actions, revealing his identity. For these people, knowing his face and name made it easy to identify him. Of course, they had discovered the fake identity Shen Fei had brought to this world. New hunter, since he's not sabotaging the game, forget it. If he's disrupting the game, then expel him. By the way, I'm busy, so I'll hang up first. Before Jin could hang up, another loud roar echoed from the Den Den Mushi. Wait a minute, Jin, you? Lee Side was about to say something else, but Jin hung up without a second thought. This action immediately brought a hint of displeasure to the faces of the 4 people present. Jin's core team consisted of 11 people, but only 4 of them were guarding the game, while the others were far away. I also wanted to tell him about his son G. When Xiaoji appeared, even without specifying it, his unique god ring immediately revealed his identity. It would be great if I could get the entire technology. Building an island like this in the pirate world would be fantastic. Shen Fei was eager to establish a base with instant return travel. This divine word, combined with sea stone, could create very sturdy handcuffs, and even sturdy armor. The divine word's ability to convert geothermal energy was too complex, so Shen Fei had to slowly research it. However, he had completely mastered the iron box he had obtained from Xiaoji, and had developed numerous uses for it. Since it was so sturdy, it was perfect for making handcuffs and armor. For example, vibranium armor could be infused with these divine words. This would not only enhance its defenses, but also protect it from special abilities like the Operation Fruit. Nen, the power gained from life force, is similar to armament haki and has the same effect as armament haki, namely, it protects against attacks from nature-type devil fruits. Robin is very curious about ancient texts. It's time to find a time for Ada and Robin to visit this world. Chapter 252, Divine Words and Thoughts, Part 2. This sword is quite good, but unfortunately it's not suitable for me. Deep underground, Shen Fei, preparing to leave for a while, took out the Han's blade, examined it, then broke it in half and tossed it into the lava. The Han's blade was indeed a fine weapon, sharp enough, but its unique design made it difficult for Shen Fei to wield it. Secondly, it was tainted with resentment. If an ordinary person possessed the Han's blade, they would likely become a murderer in no time. Even a non-user, if their strength and character weren't strong enough, could be affected by it. Shen Fei even suspected that Kuroro's indifference to life was influenced by it. Although it didn't have much of an impact on Shen Fei, he didn't want to keep the weapon. That's like throwing away 10 billion Jinni. The old me would never have thought I'd do such a thing. The Han's blade's reputation had made it a highly sought-after collector's item. Fakes fetched over 1 billion yuan at auction, let alone the original. Of course, this was also because Shen Fei was now extremely wealthy. The money he received from Batra was more than enough for him to spend. As for the money he received from the Phantom Troop, he donated all of it, leaving half for Maki. Of course, this wasn't going to some charity. Shen Fei was well aware of the nature of charities. He had donated a significant amount of money to the Marvel Universe. While there were certainly some truly charitable organizations, there were also many who were exploiting the situation. In this situation, Shen Fei and Stark jointly established a foundation, managed by Pepper and Hand. This was a truly charitable organization. In the Hunter universe, Shen Fei lacked trustworthy personnel, but he had money, so he used it to find a mercenary organization, the Noel Foundation. This was a foundation established by mercenaries to protect their interests. Mercenaries have a high casualty rate, and the Noel Foundation provides for the families of those killed or injured. Normally, No one would choose to be a mercenary, but not everyone has this choice. Among the numerous mercenaries, the Noel Foundation's mercenaries were the most contract-abiding. Unlike other mercenaries, who frequently fled during battle or murdered their employers, these mercenaries would not. Any Noel Foundation mercenary who violated their contract would be hunted down by all the Foundation's mercenaries. This Foundation's mercenaries were numerous NEN users, with abilities specifically developed for warfare. Those with the ability to manifest and release the abilities were the most numerous among the mercenaries, possessing a wide variety of weapons, from automatic pistols to mortars, bazookas, tanks, and even Gundams. Through this foundation, Shen Fei first encountered cooperative NEN abilities. It was like the combined robot figures played by Frank and the others in one piece. I'll form the head, I'll form the right arm, and so on. Robin thought it looked too unsightly and didn't try it. But Luffy and the others were just playing around, but here, NEN was different. Through NEN, they could truly merge, gathering the NEN of everyone. Shen Fei hired the Foundation's mercenaries to help the innocent people previously persecuted by the Phantom Troop. This would ensure more of the money would reach practical use, compared to donating it to charities. If even 1/10 of the proceeds from the donations reached practical use, that would be considered a significant achievement. Shen Fei had heard of the story of the egg gem. The amount of money the Phantom Troop had amassed over the years of theft was undoubtedly staggering. The fact that Kuroro was able to persuade Illumi to assassinate the 10 elders spoke volumes about their wealth. Even if Shen Fei only took half, it would be enough to improve the lives of ordinary people. As for the wealthy individuals who had been robbed, that was out of the question. Call everyone, have you secured the prison? Shen Fei, reading the message, immediately guessed what was about to happen. Although he had joined the organization, he hadn't been fully focused on his missions. He was already strapped for time for research, let alone helping these unfortunate individuals. After obtaining the divine character, Shen Fei briefly studied it, but then gave up for now. This wasn't something he could master overnight, so he had to focus on other things, the cards in the game. These weren't the designated cards, which were 100 in total, but rather cards for movement, like the move card, magnet card, and transfer card. Zyanoji's ability to bring move cards into the real world suggested that these cards were actually a form of telekinesis. Therefore, Shen Fei had been staying in the magical city of Macedora. These spell cards were available for purchase, and while they were a bit pricey, they weren't a big deal for Shen Fei. After using these cards repeatedly, Shen Fei quickly understood how their telekinesis worked. However, it seemed completely useless to him, as he needed to identify a target and leave a mark before flying. For those who couldn't fly, this was a very powerful ability. Gun and Killua had originally used the companion card to fly across 2 continents to reach Kate. According to the Hunter world map of 6 continents, that's like flying from the westernmost island to the easternmost seashore. Both the distance and speed couldn't be matched by ordinary means of movement. Unfortunately, Shen Fei possessed the arcane gate and the ability to fly. He could have easily used it to reach Kate even faster, in a shorter time, without having to experience the sensation of zipping through the air. Movement spells like the companion card are very similar to the Koma's ability to send people flying. Thank you all for your contributions. We've finally obtained a prison. Now we can exchange it for the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, still in the valley. Leader Nikken stood on the platform, excitedly holding the newly acquired prison card and preparing to exchange it for the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Greed Island game, the existence of cards is undeniable. Anyone determined to complete the game will keep an eye out for those rare, designated cards. In this case, completing the mission, getting stuck at the last step, and not exchanging them is the best option. Nickens and the others were certainly notable for their intelligence, having figured out how to leverage their numbers to gain an advantage. Unfortunately, their strength was too weak. As the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D card was exchanged, everyone present cheered. After all, this was the first step. Even if they didn't make it through later, they could use this to negotiate. For these people, tens of millions per person was enough to get them off. Tens of millions is no small sum. Shen Fei, Gun, and Killua were exceptions. It seemed Liario was the real hunter. Especially since the others present were even less capable. Hello everyone, my name is Ganshu. I'm sure many of you know me, but you might not know my other identity, the Bomb Demon. It's me. When I touched your bodies earlier, I implanted something inside you. As Ganshu revealed his identity, everyone present was stunned for a moment, then panicked. A strange object with a counter appeared on their bodies. Some used telekinesis to remove it, but were unsuccessful. This is the bomb demon Ganshu's telekinesis, the life voice. It's quite impressive, but unfortunately, its use is quite demanding. One must touch the target and say bomb demon to activate it. To activate it, one must then communicate one's telekinesis to the target, and only after they hear it can it be activated. This means it's completely useless against the deaf. If someone is quick-witted and doesn't listen to the full explanation, even if the life voice has already been installed, it won't activate. As for deactivating it, it's relatively simple. Simply grab Ganshu's body and say I've caught a bomb demon. The life voice's countdown starts at 6,000, its pulse syncing with a person's heartbeat. As the life voice fully manifests, the numbers begin to count down. Some people's speed is average, while others are incredibly fast, likely due to fear and their rapidly accelerating heartbeats. You bastard! Upon hearing that the deactivation could be achieved by catching the bomb demon, Nickens and several others immediately attack Ganshu. But the next moment, with a violent explosion, everyone except Nickens collapsed in a bloody mess. With his death, the life voice within him instantly vanished, and without a heartbeat, he could no longer count. As for Nickens, he couldn't die at this point. If he died, all his cards would be reset, and Ganshu would be completely wiped out. It's a decent ability, but it only works against the weak. The bomb demon Ganshu possessed two Nen abilities, a pinch of gunpowder and the life voice. The pinch of gunpowder was used directly in combat. He had once used this ability to blast off Zyanoji's arm. While powerful, it only worked against those weaker than him. Ganshu himself had to defend against the explosion of the pinch of gunpowder, and the added Nen consumption meant double the Nen consumption. For example, if the explosion had a power of 30 Nen, he would need to use 30 Nen to defend himself, for a total of 60 Nen, while the opponent only needed 30 to defend. If a prolonged battle ensued, Ganshu would undoubtedly be defeated. Nen's energy is limited, similar to armament haki. Only the strong can afford to waste it. For the weak, combat requires calculating their Nen consumption. Advanced Nen techniques were developed for this very purpose. Even Krallo and Hisoka calculated their Nen consumption during battle. In the original novel, Hisoka's battle with Krallo at the Sky Arena was a tactical scheme. Hand over all your cards now, and I'll remove the life voice. Otherwise, everyone present will die. The bomb demon Ganshu grabbed Nickens' neck, a snarl on his face. His smile was completely gone. You must promise to remove the life voice for us. Nickens was no tough guy. With his life in his hands, he immediately surrendered. Cards and rewards are important, but lives are more important. As for whether Ganshu would comply, people rarely consider such matters when their lives are threatened. The saying those in the know are often confused is true. Don't worry, I'm only after the money. Killing you wouldn't benefit me in the slightest, would it? Ganshu said, looking at Nickens with a smile. And you, open all your books immediately and let me examine them. Once everything is over, I'll naturally remove the voice of life for you. Of course, if you think you're stronger than me, you can attack me. As Ganshu spoke, two people walked in from the cave entrance. They were undoubtedly Ganshu's group. In fact, the bombers were a group, possessing a collaborative Nen ability, with Ganshu as the main force and the two supporting them. I didn't expect you to have hidden some valuable cards. They were no fools. Despite Nickens's boasts, those who actually obtained the rare, designated cards wouldn't honestly hand them over. Finally got it. Due to the threat of the voice of life, everyone present was extremely cooperative, so the bomb demon Ganshu and his group quickly checked everyone's books and took all of Nickens' cards. In an instant, Ganshu and his group became the ones with the most designated cards in the game, only 4 away from completing the game. If 0 were eliminated, that left 3. One was the card exclusive to Zetsu's era, the one with a dense forest of 1 square meter. Another, while not difficult to obtain, was the card Gon and Killua had obtained. Many people had already completed the quest, but the final step required handing over all of their possessions, including the cards, to the NPCs. This step was something no player would agree to. After all, those were the cards they had worked so hard to collect. How could they just give them all to the NPCs? Only Gon and Killua, entering the game for the first time and simply having fun, didn't hesitate to hand over their possessions, thus obtaining the card. Another was the quest for the 14 Demons of Reza, a quest many knew about, but no one had yet triggered. I will remove the sound of life for you now. After getting all the cards, The three bomb demons Ganshu immediately stood together, then pointed their fingers and said to remove it. Boom. The next moment, the sound of life exploded immediately, and all the people present were killed, including the mind remover who had removed Kuroro's thoughts in the original book. This time, he had no time to remove his own thoughts, so it can be said that his death was extremely unfair. The reason for this is because of Shen Fei. Because Bartra lifted the bounty, Ganshu had no way to make a deal with Zhu Zijula. Shen Fei did not appear at the scene, but had been hiding aside. For this kind of organization, if someone does not come, there is no way to force them. After all, there is no coercive effect. It's my turn. Chapter 253 Examiner, Part 1. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Just as the bomb demon Ganshu pulled out his companion card and prepared to leave, the prepared Shen Fei immediately struck. The mind threads he had previously hidden around the three men instantly bound them. Maki's mind threads possessed more than just healing abilities. With sufficient mind energy, even a week's worth, their sharpness surpassed even steel wire. In terms of mind consumption, mind threads undoubtedly consumed more than chains. However, they offered an advantage that chains lacked. They made it difficult for the bound to struggle. With chains, even if restrained, without any special means, the enemy would inevitably struggle, trying to break free. However, mind threads were different. While the enemy would certainly struggle, they would not struggle for long before automatically ceasing. Because the mind threads were so thin, the more they struggled, the more they would dig into the flesh. In severe cases, severing limbs was a simple matter. Shen Fei could, with full utilization of his mind threads, instantly dismember a person. Mind threads were a highly effective assassination technique. As Shen Fei had anticipated, Ganshu and his companions immediately began to struggle after being restrained. However, they soon ceased their struggles as they felt the pain. Even so, blood stained their bodies, the result of the mind threads digging into their flesh. Although they were known for their resilience, the disparity in strength meant their resilience was of little use. Ganshu and his companions, having stopped struggling, immediately turned their gaze towards Shen Fei, who slowly emerged from the side. Ganshu's expression immediately changed upon seeing Shen Fei. He knew Shen Fei, of course, he was the only one who had refused his approach. It's you? Ganshu's voice was filled with anger, tinged with fear. The mind threads within him made it clear to him that he had no power to resist. That's right. I was wondering why no one had ever seen the bomber's true form. It turns out you've killed everyone who saw it. So, with your ability, once it's revealed, it really wouldn't be that dangerous. Once the bomber Ganshu's life sound ability is revealed, it's very easy to deal with. Just be careful not to let strangers get close to you and say 3 words bomber. Even if you're being primed with a life sound, it won't activate unless you listen to his full explanation. Because it counts based on heartbeats, it's useless against inanimate objects, meaning it can't be used as a time bomb. It's also useless against animals and wild beasts, as they wouldn't understand what he's saying. This means it's an ability that only targets humans. I don't need to explain what I want. Hand over all the cards, Shen Fei said, walking over to Ganshu and picking up the fallen companion card. It's almost a minute. One of the rules of Greed Island is that if a card is taken out of the book and not put back in for more than a minute, it automatically deactivates. Items become items, and spells disappear if no one activates them. In the original novel, when Zyanoji and Ganshu fought, their voices damaged, rendering them unable to utter a single sound. They used this method to materialize the stone. A 1-minute buffer was sufficient, even for a trade, since the deal was negotiated while the card was still in the book and then retrieved. Shen Fei had already analyzed the card making and the companion card. Even if Ganshu activated it, he could destroy it, rendering it ineffective. Even without this method, he could still capture Ganshu and the others on his own. The companion card was merely a thought, and in this case, it depended on the strength of both parties. However, Shen Fei didn't want to expose such a matter unless necessary. His research on the divine character could truly be considered a game rule, as there was no prohibition against entering the underground. It simply depended on one's ability. However, disrupting the game's balance would likely result in network disconnection and subsequent account suspension. The most intolerable aspect of a game, of course, is technology. In truth, Shen Fei was already regretting his impulsive research after seeing the divine character's ability to harness geothermal energy. The correct approach would have been to wait until he'd completed everything else in the game before researching this one. Even if he was forced offline or banned, he'd already gained a lot. He could forego the other items, but if he missed the opportunity to obtain the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, it would be extremely difficult to obtain next time. It was practically equivalent to the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, which had the power to resurrect the dead. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Ganshu and the other two exchanged glances. Ganshu immediately said, "We can work together. You'll get a share of the rewards for clearing the game. As for handing over the card, do you think I'm one of those fools?" It was obvious who Ganshu was referring to as the fools, the dead. If he didn't hand over the card, the enemy wouldn't necessarily kill him, fearing a fatal blow. But if he did, it would be up to the enemy to decide whether to kill him or not. Only a player can retrieve their cards. Upon death, all cards are reset. Other cards are easy, but once reset, something like the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D requires months of preparation. "You're not going to hand it over, are you?" Shen Fei said, flicking his left index finger. One of the three bombers had his right palm severed by the mind threads. After his hand was severed, the mind threads on his body began to shrink further. The shrinking mind threads, the severing of his palm, and the subsequent shrinking of his mind threads caused him to let out a shrill scream. Cooperation is impossible. Hand over all your cards, and I'll let you go. If you don't, it doesn't matter. At most, I'll kill you and reset the cards. Shen Fei looked at Ganshu with a blank expression. He was indeed wary of Ganshu's actions, but asking him to back down was impossible. If he did, it would prove he was truly wary. While Ganshu hesitated, Shen Fei repeated the same act, severing the other man's hand, his gaze still cold. "Next time, it won't be a palm strike. There are many items in this game that can heal their wounds, but once they're dead, there's nothing you can do about it." As he spoke, with a flick of his finger, the noetic threads bound around the other two's necks began to tighten. If the tension continued, it would undoubtedly sever their necks. "Wait, I promise." Seeing Shen Fei truly about to kill, Ganshu immediately relented. Cruelty to the enemy, yet deep affection for their companions, is a common trait among many organizations in the Hunter Association, including the Phantom Troop. The bond between the bomber trio is truly close. Otherwise, Shen Fei wouldn't have used the two of them to threaten Ganshu. The bond between some people in the Hunter world is palpable. Strictly speaking, the bond between the bomber trio is much deeper than that between the Phantom Troop. This is provable, as the three are collaborative Nen users. While other things can be deceptive, Nen never lies. Without a certain level of affection, it's impossible to develop collaborative Nen. "I'll give you all the cards, but I have one condition. I have a copy card, and I hope to use the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D to save them." After Shen Fei loosened the restraint on Ganshu's arm and summoned Ganshu, who had released the book, he presented his conditions. "Yes, but I must use it." Shen Fei immediately nodded in agreement. Others who received the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D would undoubtedly treasure it, protecting it with cards like prisons, but Shen Fei had received it with the intention of using it. "Okay," Ganshu didn't object, and then quickly took out all the cards. Ganshu was the leader of the Bomb Demon Trio, so he had all the cards. Copy. Shen Fei kept his promise. After receiving the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, he immediately used the copy, creating two copies. The Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D can only save one person at a time. As the card unfolded, an angel with long, golden hair, a pair of pristine white wings, and a compassionate expression slowly appeared before Shen Fei. A faint white sheen shone from its body. As its wings spread, a white light instantly enveloped the injured. After the light faded, no trace of its wound remained. "It's truly miraculous." Shen Fei couldn't help but marvel at the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D's telekinetic power as he analyzed it. It was a true nanny's magical skill. Next, before he could use Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D on the second person, Shen Fei flicked his right index finger, and a thread of telekinesis connected to the broken hand on the ground. With a flick, he flung the hand away. "What are you looking at?" It's said that the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D can completely heal a person. This injury is nothing. Seeing Ganshu's shocked look, Shen Fei immediately unfolded the second Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. No wonder someone with this ability wouldn't want to reveal themselves. If they did, they'd be utterly busy. Watching the broken hand heal, Shen Fei understood why this person wasn't well known in the real world. As the saying goes, possessing a treasure is a crime. If such a terrifying ability were to be leaked, you could imagine how many people would come after him. Not to mention ordinary people, the Hunter Association would surely be no different. Hunters are a high-risk profession, so countless people are unable to continue as hunters due to injuries. If they could recover, they would surely want to. Then there's Captain Kuroro, who can steal others' nen abilities. If they knew about this ability, they would definitely come after him. Shen Fei himself, for example, had never displayed the power of the Operation Fruit in the pirate world. If it were to be revealed, the secrets of the two Operation Fruits would cause him immense trouble. Even if Shen Fei wasn't afraid of such trouble, it didn't mean he wanted to. A thief can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't be a thief for 1,000 days. Open up all the cards you have. Even though he had already obtained all the cards from Ganshu, Shen Fei still allowed the two men to open the book. This time, they didn't waste any time and opened the book directly. After all, Ganshu had compromised, so they certainly wouldn't resist ungratefully. They also had some limited edition cards, but Shen Fei had them all. He took duplicate cards from their books. To analyze the Archangel Psi more quickly, the more uses the better. You've cooperated very well. Don't worry, I'm true to my word and will let you go. As Shen Fei spoke, the threads of thought surrounding the three men began to loosen. Just as they all took a deep breath and relaxed a little, the threads suddenly tightened again, instantly slicing the three men into several pieces. Don't blame me, you tricked them before too, because Shen Fei's attack was so swift, and the three men were so relaxed, they lost consciousness without even a scream. Shen Fei wasn't Xiao-Ji. No matter how deep the bond between the bomber trio, it couldn't move him. Their fate was already predetermined before he even took action, just like his attack on the Phantom Troop. That's a bit strange. The Archangel Psi can completely heal players in the game, but why doesn't the witch's rejuvenation potion work on them? Is it a deliberate restriction? After obtaining the bomber trio's cards, Shen Fei immediately became one of the top players closest to completing the game. Currently, the only players who could compete with him were the bounty hunters of Josie and Jula. Both teams possessed exclusive cards, each numbering over 95. Leave. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Fei opened the leave card. A glow of mind immediately enveloped him, and he flew towards the prairie, the game's starting point. The house looks identical, but the person isn't the same person who came in. Shen Fei certainly didn't have Xiao-Ji's talent for recognizing people, who could even tell the difference between Warcraft. When it comes to twins, especially the very similar pair of Elena and Ida, Shen Fei's method of distinguishing them is simple. Their hairstyles differ. One has a ponytail, the other has her hair down. Does registering when leaving disconnect us from the game system? So, what happens if I skip this and leave directly through the secret portal? We can experiment with this later when the time is right. Book. Back in his house, Shen Fei tentatively used the game command, but naturally, nothing happened. Does registering to leave disconnect us? So, leaving directly won't disconnect us. But without the game server's support, even if we won't be able to call out from outside. The game requires server support, and the device worn by both Elena and Ida must have a special purpose. Forget it, I'll try to negotiate with Jin later. Right now, I want to focus on my training. Given the right conditions, Jin would surely be generous. Thinking this, Shen Fei picked up a stone from the ground and activated his ability to manifest the cards he had analyzed in the game. This was the ability he had analyzed the most, and he could already accomplish it in the game. He left the game to see if he could do it in the real world. It worked, but it requires my own mind to maintain it. The larger the stored items, the greater the mind consumption. This will save a lot of trouble in the future. For now, until I can complete the Archangel Psi, everything else will have to be postponed. Chapter 254 Examiner, Part 2. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Inside the castle atop a hill near Miru on Greed Island, Elena, the game's creator, and 4 others were conversing online. On a large screen in front of them, an image showed Shen Fei beating a unicorn half to death, severing its limbs, and then using the Archangel Psi to heal it. Normally, Elena and the others wouldn't pay much attention to game players, not even Jin's son, Xiao-Ji. But Shen Fei was different. Not only had he discovered the word God Underground, but he had also been frequently logging in and out of Greed Island. Normally, there would be plenty of players leaving the game, and Elena and the others wouldn't mind. After all, Greed Island was always full of players. But Shen Fei was special. He was out and about every few days, and coupled with his previous behavior, it was hard not to attract attention. Shen Fei hadn't intended to make such a splashy move, but after all, Greed Island had a game system. He wasn't there to enjoy the games, but to learn Nen abilities, which could be used outside, even in other worlds, not just within Greed Island. Understanding the differences between the outside world and the game world would help him master these Nen abilities more quickly. To this end, Shen Fei even purchased a large number of replica cards, analyzing them by using them in the game. Since it was difficult to find people to test them, he could only test them on monsters in the wild. The saying "practice makes perfect" was truly true. By sparing no expense on replica cards, Shen Fei finally mastered the essence of Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. This was a combined emission and transformation type ability similar to Biscuit's magical beautician cookie. The Archangel's form was an emission type shaping technique, while its healing effect was a transformation of Nen abilities. Risk dice. Anyone with this Nen ability must be a gambler. Wish cushion. It's probably a control type, much more complex than the knight's control type. Yellow Oreo candy. It's somewhat similar to those magical candies in Harry Potter, the artifact voice actors most desire. After mastering the essence of the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D., Shen Fei immediately set his sights on the other designated cards. It's undeniable that these 100 cards that can be brought into the real world are truly amazing. There are even cards that allow you to choose a profession. Those are the top-tier professional eggs. An ordinary person would be ecstatic to obtain one of these eggs, but their abilities are truly remarkable. For example, there's a top-tier writer egg. Hatching it will transform you into a top-tier writer. I'm sure countless people desire it. I personally want it very much. Besides these, there are also various creatures, such as the Girl series, which are creatures similar to magical girl cookies, though strictly speaking, they are various Nen beasts. The girls in the Maiden series each possess unique abilities. For example, there's the Sleeping Maiden, who can sleep for her master, a power even the hardcore gamers dream of. Then there's the Maid Panda, a beloved mind beast by every Chinese. If Shen Fei hadn't planned his mind beast ahead of time, he might have been tempted to choose one during the game's completion. The Witch's Rejuvenation Potion is S-rank difficult to obtain, so it's best not to waste it. Start with the other remedies in the Witch series. After acquiring the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. ability, Shen Fei immediately set his sights on the Rejuvenation Potion. The Witch series consists of 3 main remedies: the Rejuvenation Potion, the Slimming Potion, and the Witch's Aphrodisiac. Technically, all 3 are incredibly powerful. The Rejuvenation Potion goes without saying, and the Slimming Potion is also incredibly effective, with 1 pill instantly reducing 1 kilogram without any side effects. It's a favorite of countless women, and even men are buying it. As for the Witch's Aphrodisiac, it's actually a manipulation-type drug, very similar to the Love Slave with 180 points. 1 pill can captivate a person for a week. Shen Fei immediately materialized the Slimming pill in Aphrodisiac, then used the Operation Fruit to begin researching. So it's formed by mind. I thought it was made with drugs. That's right, if it were truly made with drugs, they'd probably already be on the market. Aphrodisiacs can't be made openly, but Slimming pills certainly can be. A materialization type ability, it's formed by mind, and it's a physical object. Only the materialization type can do that. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to do anything with a physical object like this. To replicate a physical object formed by mind, even if someone possessed similar abilities to Shen Fei, they would need to see the user use their mind. But Shen Fei's case was different because he had the Operation Fruit. Since it was a physical object, the Operation Fruit worked. Adding analysis to the two, even if it was a physical object powered by mind, he could create it with the effort of research. It seems my special ability might really be due to the Operation Fruit. Even with a life-extending artifact like the Philosopher's Stone, the Rejuvenation Elixir was of considerable value to Shen Fei. Although a person could only take 100 pills, it was more than enough. It represented 100 years. Each pill reduced 1 year, but only the physical part, their wisdom, knowledge, and memory remained unaffected. What's this? It's the Hunter Association exam again. Does that mean I've already been in this world for a year? Netero, you're inviting me to be the examiner. Shen Fei, who continued to play Greed Island from time to time, saw an email on his phone after leaving the game. Judging by the signature, it was sent directly from Netero. The Hunter Association exam. Looking at the email, Shen Fei lay on the sofa, pondering. If I want to join the Hunter Association, this seems like an opportunity. The Hunter Association and licensed professional hunters didn't have a mandatory hierarchical relationship. The Hunter Association could only truly command the professional hunters within the association. Hunters like on, Killua, Hisoka, Illumi, and others who hold hunter licenses cannot be compelled to follow orders. Not only can they not follow orders, but they can also be hostile. For example, in the original story, when Gon was seriously injured, Hisoka and Illumi killed many members of the Hunter Association, but nothing came of it. In the Hunter world, Nen users hold a higher status than ordinary people, as evidenced by the numerous rights afforded by their licenses, yet the absence of any obligations. Professional hunters' obligations are entirely based on personal interests. If you truly possess a hunter license and simply enjoy it, no one will say anything. Licenses will not be reissued. Nor will they be revoked under normal circumstances. These are free hunters, driven solely by missions, that is, profit. Beyond the free hunters are the association hunters, but even these are divided into two factions. One, led by Netero, is similar to the free hunters, but focuses on protection and adventure. The other is the association, led by the Hunter Association's vice president, Pariston. Shen Fei had no interest in the struggles within the Hunter Association, but because the association provided what he needed, he felt compelled to join. In the Hunter world, the only place with the most comprehensive information, besides V5, is the Hunter Association. Leaving aside information on Nen abilities, Shen Fei couldn't pass up the information on the Divine Word. The best way to obtain this information was, of course, to join the association. Becoming one of the 12 earthly branches granted him greater authority. While hunters in the Hunter Association didn't enjoy the same freedom as free hunters, they did receive other benefits. I remember Netero seemed to have deliberately kept Pariston. What a willful old man. Although Shen Fei didn't want to get involved in the conflict between Netero and Pariston, he had to go to the Hunter Association for the sake of the Divine Word. And so, he had to accept the examiner's assignment. The Shimura Wetlands again. The first round of the Hunter exam took place in Sabbath City as usual, with a fierce fox leading the way. The locations of the first and second rounds remained unchanged. Since Killua wasn't there to disrupt the exam, it didn't end immediately. The Hunter exam changes each year, which is true, but that doesn't mean the location also changes. Even with the Hunter Association's deep pockets, there's no need to repurchase a city every year. That would be prohibitively expensive. Generally, the venue changes only every 3 years or so. Because the content of the exam changes each year, even past candidates don't have much of an advantage. He wiped out nearly 2/3 of the field. This guy is truly impressive. Without Killua's dominance, the first round of the Hall Brawl would have yielded fewer than 200 victories. Because the exam location was the same, hundreds more people were able to attend this year than last year, when Shen Fei and Gon competed. There were approximately 700, compared to just over 400 in Gon's class. The Hunter Association's exam levels are determined by the number of remaining participants. For example, Killua dominated, crushing everyone and instantly passing. I've placed 50 coins in the forest. If you find at least one and return here before dark, you'll pass this level. Glancing at the familiar voices arriving at the second level, Shen Fei slowly recited the test questions. Dongba, one of the group, immediately retreated into the crowd upon catching Shen Fei's gaze. Bakuer, Pengzi, Shen Fei paid no attention to Dongba. While the rookie killer Dongba wasn't a good person, he hadn't actually committed any particularly wicked acts. At least, he hadn't killed anyone so far. In a sense, he was the lifesaver of the rookies. If they couldn't even pass Dongba's level, they'd likely lose their lives, let alone the rest. A natural-born Nen user like Nyan, Shen Fei, observing the long green hair and yellow round hat on Shen Fei's head, sensing the creature within, couldn't help but glance at her. Although Pengzi appears weak now, he can already control bees. This suggests his Nen ability is a manipulation-based one. Whether it's limited to bees or can also control other insects depends entirely on Pengzi. Some people are favored by the heavens and earth, such as Nyan, Pengzi, and Xiaomei, who later transformed the king. If they awaken their Nen abilities, it's likely to be a game of military chess, where they're forced to play. Given Xiaomei's skill, whoever plays must die. The 6 major categories of Nen abilities, strictly speaking, have many subcategories. For example, manipulation-based, human controlling, puppet controlling, insect controlling, animal controlling, bird controlling, and so on, can all be considered a type of Nen ability. These two are actually quite good, but their fates in the original story weren't very good. Both Bakuer and Pengzi died when they were not yet powerful, encountering chimera ants. If they can make it through, I might apply to teach them Nen. Without mastering advanced Nen techniques, they're not allowed to go out and play. Teaching these two and learning about their Nen abilities is a win-win situation for Shen Fei. A total of 38 people passed. Shen Fei glanced at Zhongba, who had also passed, and immediately reported the number. The first 2 rounds of the Hunter exam were primarily to weed out those who were just filling in the gaps. Only those with true talent could advance to the later stages. Zhongba's best score was the 3rd round. He'd never even made it to the 4th, and even then, he'd forfeit. If Shen Fei hadn't personally tested him, he might have thought he was a hidden master. In reality, he simply had a mental problem and took pleasure in bullying the weak. Oh, no problem. I'll let you know once they pass. After Shen Fei spoke to Netero on the phone and explained his request, Netero immediately agreed. Perhaps because of Biscuit, Netero had been taking extra care of him. 3 days have passed. Time to go back. Seeing that only 3 days had passed, Shen Fei immediately decided to enter the Greed Island game. Greed Island has a rule: if you leave the game for 10 days, all your game data will be reset, and you'll have to start over again. This is to prevent those who occupy the cards and stay away from the game for a long time. After all, there is a limit on the number of cards in the game. Once someone monopolizes one card and does not go online for a long time, then you will not be able to complete the game. There are many people like this. If I don't have a good time, you can't have an easy time either. Shen Fei, who entered the game again, began to study the witch's rejuvenation potion. While studying, he contacted Biscuit, Gon and Killer to see how far they had gone in the quest. It's almost time to complete the game. The rest can be studied slowly. Anyway, as long as the game is not closed, you can still come in. After discovering that Gon, Killua, and Zetsu are speeding up to complete the game, Shen Fei also prepared to complete the quest to get the cards he was missing. For the card that Zetsu has exclusively, let's try to see if we can exchange it. He is a bounty hunter, so it should be possible. Shen Fei has already made a strategy for the remaining 3 cards. You want to exchange it for 1 square meter of dense forest. Yes, let's exchange it for Archangel Sai. Even though Shen Fei has been using Archangel Sai, this card has always been his exclusive. Okay, after thinking for a while, Julai immediately agreed. Both parties have exclusive cards, and they are all S-level difficulty cards. The exchange is beneficial to both parties. After that, Shen Fei waited for Julai and the other 2 to fly over. The 2 sides exchanged cards smoothly without any shady tricks. The only thing missing is the one in Zioji's hand and the pirate mission. Chapter 255, 100 Styles of Guanyin, Part 1. That's against the rules. I've already paid. On the outskirts of the Bounty City, in a usually deserted grove, Shen Fei smiled as he looked across at the blue-clad young man, Alvis, who stood about 10 meters away. Though his expression was smiling, anyone familiar with him would have known from his eyes that he was furious. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to trade, triple the price. This amount is nothing to you. Alvis, holding his partner card, looked at Shen Fei with a smug look. I understand. I'll pay you right away, Shen Fei said, his smile widening. At that moment, Shen Fei's left index finger suddenly twitched, and a scream emanated from Alvis across from him. Greed is fine, but you shouldn't be greedy over me, Shen Fei said, slowly approaching Alvis, who was bound tightly by the thread of thought. His right palm had been severed at the root, and the partner card in his palm fell to the ground. Spare me. I won't dare. I don't want the money. I'll give you the card right away. Alvis, bound by the threads of mind, dared not even scream. The threads were so tight against his skin that even a cry would have cut into his flesh. This trick is really good for capturing people, hiding the threads or chains, then suddenly materializing upon approaching the enemy, is a savior against those far less powerful. It's especially effective in sneak attacks, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Even the captain, with his strength, was succumbed to Kurapika's sneak attack. Hand over the card, and I'll spare your life. Don't even think about escaping. Even if you could pull out your companion, the magnetic card, you won't be able to escape. Bound by the threads of mind, his body would be shredded to pieces if a flying card was activated. You can't kill me. The card will disappear if you do. Let me go first. I don't want the money. I'll give you the card. Previously, Alvis had pleaded for mercy in a desperate moment. Now, having calmed down, he prepared to negotiate terms with Shen Fei. It doesn't matter. The card is gone. At worst, I can find someone else to do the mission. It won't waste much time anyway, Shen Fei said as the thread of thought in his hand tightened, causing Alvis's face to contort. However, because of the thread, he dared not even utter a sound of pain. Hearing Shen Fei's words, Alvis's eyes flashed with resentment. Despite the resentment, he was forced to take the card from the book. Card number 75, the Alexandrite of Good Luck. This card was one of the cards Shen Fei was missing. It was not difficult to obtain, only A-level difficulty. There were 20 cards in total, but so far, only one existed, owned by Gon and Killua. The reason this card is so difficult to obtain is, firstly, because the quests are so complex. It's difficult to complete them unless you're enjoying the game. That wouldn't be the difficulty itself, the difficulty lies in the fact that they're triggered by yourself, and only those who genuinely want to play the game have a high chance of triggering them. However, with so many players, Gon and Killua aren't the only ones experiencing the game, others do, too, and of course, they trigger the quests. So why haven't other players obtained it, while only Gon and Killua have? It's because the quests are triggered by yourself, and then you have to pay all your assets, not just the game coins, but also the cards. Simply put, everything in the book is reset to 0. It's this quest that's driving everyone away. The game coins are minor issue, the key is the specific card, the unknown reward, and the entirety of your wealth. No one would be willing to pay for it. If this were a real game, there would certainly be people doing this, but this is a game based in reality, and even if you wanted to exploit this quest, you wouldn't be able to. For example, giving all your cards to someone else in advance wouldn't work, as the quest required specific cards. Simply put, it was a test of your courage. Most people didn't, and it wasn't until Gon and Killua showed up that the quest was finally completed. If Shen Fei hadn't learned the quest walkthrough from Gon and Killua, it would have been difficult to trigger. The prerequisite for this quest was the Fugitive Bandit quest, and for most people, simply completing that was the easiest. Even if someone occasionally tried to find another quest, the bandits' deception was inherent, and few would continue to help them, even knowing they were being deceived, or even willingly give up their entire fortune to help a few bandit NPCs. In short, the quest was full of traps. Of course, Shen Fei couldn't possibly undertake the quest himself. If all his in-game assets were lost, he would be devastated. So, he hired someone to complete the quest, using a real-world monk. As the saying goes, a big reward always brings a brave man. Alvis was the one Shen Fei chose for the quest. However, after receiving this rare card and learning that Shen Fei was about to complete the game, he immediately opened his mouth to ask for more. If it were Jizigula or Zyog, they might have just accepted the offer, accepting it as long as they could get the card. But unfortunately, Shen Fei wasn't like that. Goodbye. After receiving card number 70, Shen Fei didn't even give Alvis a chance to speak before dispatching him. The only thing left is a square meter of coastline. Shen Fei used the companion card to travel to the coastal city of S.H.I.E.L.D, where there was a dojo and where Lazy H.A. and the others lived. 15 people, 14 are necessary. Thankfully, this game has no shortage of players, especially those who aren't doing so well. This time, Shen Fei hired 14 people not with money, but with cards that allowed them to leave the game. These people, who initially had lofty ambitions, imagined completing the game, becoming the most powerful, and living a life that others envied. Unfortunately, reality quickly sobered them up. It can be said that these people constantly yearned to leave the game. In the outside world, no matter how poor their lives were, they were still non-users, and no matter how bad they were still much better off than ordinary people. It was like the poor people in TV dramas. No matter how poor, they all had houses, cars, and all the necessary utilities. This made Shen Fei very curious. Had those directors ever seen real poor people? It's rare to have someone here. The group of 15 allowed Shen Fei to quickly obtain a mission from the female NPC to complete the basic Lazy HA and 14 demon missions. What? Shen Fei, who had been confident of passing this time, immediately fell in anger after hearing Lazy HA's story. He had originally planned to complete the game alone. Lazy HA, despite his formidable strength, was of little concern to Shen Fei. Unfortunately, the mission structure simply didn't allow him to do that. There were 8 levels in total, and except for the final dodgeball level, which required players to play together, the other 7 were one-on-one, and duplicate players were not allowed. Furthermore, players had to win all 8 matches, while S.H.I.E.L.D and the others only had to win one. This rule made Shen Fei furious and cursed Jin. Looks like it has to be a team fight. Jin's too team-oriented. What are the rules in anime? Although he had no way of clearing the level, Shen Fei still participated in the first stage, the boxing match. Interesting. Unleashing a powerful punch, combined with teleportation using the divine character, with Shen Fei's strength, he could easily have finished his opponent in the ring. However, in order to engage his opponent's mind and study the divine character on the ring, Shen Fei dragged his feet, fighting for a long time until his opponent's mind ran out and collapsed from exhaustion. S.H.I.E.L.D narrowed his eyes at Shen Fei for a long moment as the fight ended. Nen ability is quite good, possessing rare special properties. It's a shame his own strength is too weak. Through combat contacts and analysis, Shen Fei had already determined the man's ability. He didn't have the ability to teleport, but his fists did. With enough strength, this ability would have been a powerful one. Unfortunately, his opponent was too weak, relying on the divine character on the ring to enhance his own mind and release it. Without the divine character's amplification, Shen Fei determined that it couldn't reach more than half a meter away. The divine character possessed the effect of enhancing Nen. Of course, this amplification only affected himself. If it also enhanced the enemy in the ring, it would be completely useless. 100-step divine fist. Although his plan to obtain a square meter of coastline had failed, obtaining a divine character and a decent Nen ability was a significant gain for Shen Fei. Come to think of it, Liario's Nen seems to have the same effect. However, upon recalling Liario's Nen ability, Shen Fei's excitement quickly faded. Given his relationship with Liario, learning Liario's abilities would be easy, so in the end, he had only gained an amplified divine character. For the previous 7 matches, only Gon, Killua, and Biscuit were not enough. Shen Fei immediately gave 14 exit cards to those 14, excluding the dojo of Ryuza and the others. Although they were completely useless, having already agreed, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't go back on his word. If Alvis hadn't been so greedy, Shen Fei wouldn't have regretted his previous offer. There are 3 ping of coastline. If we want to win, we need to find a strong team. That way, each of the 3 teams gets one. After a moment's deliberation, Shen Fei decided to ask Zyuoji and his team, along with Jizila's group. As long as they could win the first 7 levels, he could single-handedly defeat S.H.I.E.L.D in the final. Besides Zyuoji, Killua, and Biscuit, only Jizila had ever dealt with him in the game. 1 ping of coastline, 1 per team. No problem, Jizila immediately agreed upon hearing Shen Fei's offer. Although obtaining the ping of coastline would give Shen Fei 99 cards, he didn't know how the final card would appear, and Shen Fei hadn't fully revealed how he obtained the ping of coastline. Jizila naturally agreed. As for Zyuoji, Killua, and Biscuit, things were much simpler. He just mentioned it. And the 3 of them agreed to participate. Originally acting alone, Biscuit had teamed up when dealing with a bomb demon. So this quest requires 15 people to trigger. Juicy Jula lamented after learning from Shen Fei that 15 people were needed to trigger the quest for S.H.I.E.L.D and the 14 demons. This quest, including his own, had stumped every player in the game. That still doesn't seem like enough people. What do we do now? Killua asked, looking at Shen Fei. We can just hire a few of the remaining people. I've done this quest before, Shen Fei explained the 8 levels required. No wonder you came to us. It was Killua who spoke, but Shen Fei didn't care. Right now, Killua and Gon were the most important, the others were secondary. There were 10 people on the scene. After hiring 5 of them and promising them they wouldn't have to take action but just wait, the 15-person team immediately set out to trigger the quest. Here we go again. Seeing Shen Fei again, S.H.I.E.L.D's face lit up with a hint of a smile, though Shen Fei knew it wasn't for him, but for Zyuoji. Then let's begin. No problem, the level remained the same, and neither did the person taking the stage. Despite their preparation, even with the opponent's incredible Nen abilities and the divine amplification, they were ultimately defeated. The person taking the stage was a companion of Zetsuzera, a reinforcement type, who withstood the opponent's punches and knocked him unconscious. The subsequent levels were also easily passed, especially against Zyuoji, Killua, Biscuit, and Zetsuzera. They were almost instantly defeated, and after their defeat, the unwilling opponents were also killed by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D's subordinates were all criminals, serious criminals, mostly on death row. These people should have been imprisoned, but Jin had brought them into the game as NPCs as a form of atonement. Lazy HA was their guardian. In fact, Greed Island used these same criminals during its closed beta test. After all, Greed Island is a real game, and teleportation needs to be guaranteed safe before the game can be released. The idea that criminals have their own rights, as in the Marvel Universe, has no place in the Hunter world. Of course, such things must not be exposed. Good, let's begin the final match. After clearing 7 levels in a row, Lazy HA took the dodgeball court himself, unleashing 14 clones, startling Gon and Killua. Come to think of it, Hisoka's Nen ability is quite useful in this situation. Giving it up before was a bit of a waste. As Shen Fei stepped onto the field, he couldn't help but think of Hisoka. The unique nature of his Nen ability stemmed from his resentment of childhood poverty. Unable to afford chewing gum, he developed a retractable sticky note, the illusion of lightness inspired by a sticker. Let's begin then, Lazy HA said as he raised the dodgeball in his hand, and a powerful thought emerged in his palm. Chapter 256, 100 Styles of Guanyin, Part 2. In terms of pure total psychic power, Lazy HA was the most powerful person Shen Fei had ever encountered besides Netero. Even Biscuit couldn't match him. A dodgeball, condensed with his powerful psychic energy, rushed directly towards Shen Fei with a mighty whistling sound. Looking for me? Perfect. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile when Lazy HA's first target was him. He had previously decided that no matter who Lazy HA was targeting, he would intercept the ball and then finish the opponent with his next strike, ending the match. Facing the swiftly approaching dodgeball, Shen Fei extended his right hand and caught it head-on. The rapidly spinning ball, and the powerful psychic energy within it, though immensely powerful, didn't faze Shen Fei at all. Lazy HA's face darkened upon seeing this. Juzi and Jala on Shen Fei's side also stared at him in surprise. They had witnessed the previous dodgeball's movement. If it were them, they would probably not have been able to catch it. Perhaps because of Shen Fei's presence, Lazy HA hadn't tried to hide his attack from the beginning. In the original novel, Lazy HA only used his true power at the very end. My turn. Shen Fei smiled at Lazy HA, and without a second thought, he threw the dodgeball. The lightning-fast dodgeball traced a thin trail through the air before hurtling directly towards Lazy HA. Defense, Lazy HA muttered, bending slightly, his arms clasped across his chest as he watched the incoming dodgeball. As he spoke, one of his 14 emission-type clones instantly appeared in front of the dodgeball, blocking it with his own body. Being able to summon 14 clones, Lazy HA possessed a remarkable mastery of telekinesis. These clones could not only fight autonomously but also, at crucial moments, shield the main body from damage. Do these clones have teleportation capabilities? They're somewhat similar to Galinu's abilities. Galinu, now one of Shen Fei's teammates, also possessed an emission-type telekinesis. The clones he summoned were 2 gorillas, one black and one white. More accurately, they weren't clones, but telekinetic beasts, as were Lazy HA's 14 demons. Galinu could control himself and his telepathic beast to switch places. Think you can block it like that? You underestimate me. Lazy HA's clone didn't even have a moment to block the dodgeball before it pierced through it and dissipated into thin air. This didn't seem to surprise Lazy HA. The next moment, he commanded 3 clones to appear in the dodgeball's path. With these clones, he managed to temporarily stop a dodgeball. It seems these clones have the ability to be instantly summoned by the original. As Shen Fei watched all the remaining clones being summoned by Lazy HA, he roughly deduced the nature of Lazy HA's telepathic ability. It's a very good ability, but it's a shame. Even so, this fight is a sure loss. To decide the outcome, Shen Fei didn't go all out this time, but he also didn't hold back. With the Archangel Sai, even if Lazy HA was seriously injured, as long as he wasn't killed on the spot, he could be saved. The dodgeball, having defeated 14 clones in a row, finally collided head-on with Lazy HA. The whirling dodgeball whistled in Lazy HA's palms, its powerful force sending Lazy HA's body reeling back across the floor. Despite Lazy HA's best efforts to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground using telekinesis, he only managed to leave 2 marks. His hands, protected by a flood of telekinesis, visibly swelled from the constant friction. You're still losing a lot of power, Shen Fei said, feeling a little disappointed that he was merely being carried back by the dodgeball's force, rather than being sent flying. If the opponent had more clones, perhaps even forcing him to retreat wouldn't be possible. You win. As the dodgeball's power ran out, Lazy H.A. glanced at the line in front of him and knew he had lost. Since they had won, the cards were immediately theirs. Lazy H.A. left for a moment to bandage his hands. They were severely red and swollen, but the injuries only appeared serious. With Lazy H.A.'s strength, he should be mostly healed within 2 days, and fully recovered within a week. Using the Archangel Psi or telekinesis would only accelerate recovery. You're Zyog. Jin said you'd come here, but I didn't expect you to actually come. After handing out the rewards, Lazy H.A. immediately approached Zyog. Zyog was initially puzzled by Lazy H.A.'s interest, but upon hearing about Jin, he excitedly asked about Jin's situation, where he was, and how to find him. Let's talk about that later. Lazy H.A. didn't immediately mention Jin. After Shen Fei had obtained a ping of Coastline and entered the card book, the system's voice was heard by all players in the game. Regarding the final card, Card 0, the Ruler's Blessing, all players quickly participated in the quiz. The highest scorer would receive the Ruler's Blessing. After hearing the system's voice, Killua, Zetsuzera, and the others immediately looked at Shen Fei. In their initial expectations, even if Shen Fei got 99 cards, it would not be so easy to get the last one. It would definitely take a lot of time. In this short period of time, it was their chance to catch up. Who would have thought that the mechanics of the game would be like this? Although Killua and Shen Fei had good lighting, they were in a competitive relationship in this game. Of course, their competition was not like that of the Bomb Demon group, but a healthy competition. Uncle, Killua smiled and was about to say something, but the system was already ready to ask questions, so Killua didn't finish his words. The system would not wait for Killua to finish speaking before starting to ask questions. Looks like we can't let you get the last card, Uncle. Killua said this and immediately prepared to answer the quiz. Card 0, the Ruler's Blessing, only exists in one copy. As long as Shen Fei doesn't get it, the others have a chance to clear the level. So, Killua, Biscuit, Gun, and the others, all geared up to grab it. Your luck will tell if you want to compete with me for this card. Shen Fei had already prepared for this quiz. Knowing the question in advance without preparing is foolish. Furthermore, from his previous conversations with Gon and Killua, he knew their experiences, so he was confident. Let's count the results now. The quiz, a total of 100, concluded quickly. Within a minute, all the player scores were announced. Shen Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had the highest score. Despite his preparation, he hadn't been sure he could get first place in this quiz. If anyone else got card 0, especially Killua, it would be a real problem for him. It's just the cards. I remember Zyog got an invitation to meet the game's planner. Sure enough, being a son is treated differently. After placing the Ruler's Blessing into the card book, Shen Fei received a notification, becoming the first person to clear the game. All he had to do was complete the formalities upon leaving to take 3 cards from the game. Keep it up, everyone. Greed Island was a game, after all. It wouldn't shut down just because one person cleared the game. The next mission wouldn't be long. Even if the next mission didn't offer the reward of bringing out 3 cards, Jin would definitely take care of Zyog, just like Shen Fei didn't receive that invitation. Hunters have to fight for what they want. Shen Fei had originally offered Biscuit one of the 3 cards for clearing the game, asking her to choose the blue planet she wanted, but Biscuit flatly refused, citing her lack of participation in the team mission. Since Biscuit was adamant about not wanting it, Shen Fei gave up. However, this immediately caused Shen Fei to hesitate, unsure which card to choose. He had chosen the other 2 cards, which is Rejuvenation Elixir and Archangel Psi. While this was a disadvantage, the other cards were somewhat useless to Shen Fei. In comparison, Archangel Psi could at least save a life. But now that Biscuit hadn't chosen, Shen Fei hesitated for a moment about the 3rd card. His change of heart also made him hesitant about Archangel Psi. After a long period of hesitation, Shen Fei made his decision, using a process of elimination. First, the medicine series was out of the question, then the occupation series, and then the gem series. Items and creatures were also discarded. Shen Fei had long had ideas for his own mind beasts, but had simply not yet developed them. Under these circumstances, choosing these creatures was out of the question. After a series of choices, the Archangel Psi finally gave up. The 3 cards he chose were the Rejuvenation Elixir, the Harvest Tree, and the Beauty Spa. The harvest tree is a unique tree that can bear various kinds of fruits, allowing you to enjoy fresh fruits frequently. The beauty spot is even simpler. As the name suggests, it is a hot spring with very good effects on the skin, and you can soak in it with others. After making the decision, Shen Fei immediately left the game and cashed in the 3 cards. The game cards that originally could not be taken out can be taken out immediately after Hydra manipulated them on the computer. At the same time, further explanations about the cards also appeared. The rejuvenation elixir can be materialized by itself, that is, a bottle of 100 pills, which does not require any follow-up, but the harvest tree and the beauty spa do have follow-up, that is, you need to provide energy yourself, that is, chant. Fruit can't just appear out of thin air. It can in the game because the divine word converts geothermal energy. Similarly, Shen Fei can use his other abilities to convert the divine word into mind. This is good news for Shen Fei. He has no shortage of energy. With the arc reactor, even the unmanned stone, one of the 5 great hopes of the hunter world, holds little appeal. It tastes good, fruity. Shen Fei opened the rejuvenation potion and took one, feeling the changes in his body. It doesn't look like a big change, right? Just a year of physical regression is nothing to me. I'll give a few to Ada and Robin when I get back. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei put the rejuvenation potion away. As for the harvest tree and the skin beautying hot spring, they didn't need to be opened yet. It was best to keep them in the card. It seems that mind in this world has a function similar to the Philosopher's Stone. Time to go to the Hunters Guild. After packing up a Greed Island game console and several game cards, Shen Fei boarded the airship and headed for the Hunters Guild. Whether it's information about the Dark Continent or knowledge of the divine, the Hunter Association is the first choice for obtaining more. President Netero, in the Hunter Association's first-floor lobby, Shen Fei encountered this energetic old man, now dressed in casual attire. Upon seeing Shen Fei, he immediately approached with a smile. "Hello, President." Biscuit rarely compliments anyone like that. "Let's go," Netero said, leading Shen Fei towards an elevator in the middle of the lobby. Pariston, unsure of what Netero was up to, Shen Fei followed him. He immediately felt a strange gaze fixed on him. He turned to see a young man in a yellow suit and short yellow hair smiling at him from the front desk. Catching his gaze, he waved back. Is this a deliberate greeting? Someone of Shen Fei's strength could sense someone deliberately staring at him. Even ordinary people could be susceptible to such gazes. Of course, this meant a malicious gaze. A normal gaze was a different matter. At least dozens of eyes were focused on Shen Fei, but Shen Fei also spotted Pariston. Netero, as the Hunter Association's president, commanded considerable attention within the organization. Following behind him, Shen Fei inevitably caught their attention. I didn't expect there was such a large underground space beneath the Hunter Association, Shen Fei said, emerging from the elevator and taking in the side outside, his eyes filled with surprise. The signs hanging above some of the rooms in particular led Shen Fei to surmise that this was likely the Hunter Association's research center. There were many different types of professional hunters, such as virus hunter, poison hunter, and so on. With the power of the surgery fruit, if Shen Fei pursued these 2 areas, he would undoubtedly achieve considerable success. While becoming a 3-star hunter wouldn't be possible, becoming a 1-star hunter was a sure thing. 1-star hunters were the most numerous in the Hunter Association, while 2-star hunters were extremely rare, and 3-star hunters were even rarer. In fact, many 1-star hunters had enough merit to qualify for 2-star status. The reason they weren't promoted to that level was because they were missing a final requirement. That's to train a 1-star hunter. This is a mandatory requirement for becoming a 2-star hunter, and it's a mandated rule for the survival of the Hunter Association. Most hunters believe in freedom and adventure, and few dedicate themselves to cultivating talent. Without this mandatory rule, the Hunter Association would likely face a generational gap in a few decades, and there wouldn't be the current prosperity. P.S. Sorry, I've been stuck chatting in the group about things at Gideon today, which has delayed me quite a bit. Gideon has been in turmoil, and many of us who haven't made it to the game yet are feeling a bit flustered. Ha 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 ha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, 100 Styles of Guanyin, and bang! Bang, bang. In a hall roughly the size of a football field, two figures engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in the Hunter Association's underground chamber. Their every move radiated immense power, and the air around them trembled with the intensity of the battle. As expected of Netero, Shen Fei, struck by Netero's right shoulder, retreated several meters, his eyes fixed on Netero. A glimmer of excitement lingered in Netero's eyes, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Netero had brought Shen Fei to the Hunter Association's underground chamber with one purpose: to fight him, or more accurately, to teach him. This had been Netero's initial intention. After all, Biscuit had suggested that Shen Fei was a descendant of the Heart Source School. Furthermore, Biscuit held Shen Fei in high regard. As the Hunter Association's president, known for his support of younger generations, Netero naturally harbored a glimmer of hope for Shen Fei. Nitro is a martial arts nymph who has been pursuing a higher realm all his life. Unfortunately, the human power is exhausted, so the appearance of the Ant King later made him so excited. Even if he felt the powerful thought of the Ant King, he stubbornly fought against the Ant King alone. The reason why he brought the poor roses was to pay for his willfulness. The Ant King poses too great a threat to humans. It is not one or two people, one or two countries. It threatens the survival of the entire human race. Therefore, Nitro has the poor roses. If the Ant King was a human, Nitro would never take the rose there. You can lose and die, but humans cannot lose. Nitro likes to support his younger generations, just want to find an opponent who can fight. Unfortunately, this condition has not been met. Even Nitro is not easy to challenge the other four people of the five great lyricists, because if they fight with all their strength, the result will easily become, even if they are divided into high and low, life and death. So far, everyone who fights Nitro with all their strength has died, except for the old guy in the Duck family. Netero's claim to being the ultimate in then wasn't just boasting, it was proven through real experience. Back then, Netero practically challenged the entire Hunter world, searching for a rival worthy of his time. Jin's strength was certainly sufficient, but for no apparent reason, Jin naturally didn't want to face Netero in a life-or-death duel. Netero had originally hoped to challenge Shen Fei in a dozen or 20 years, even though Netero was already over 100 years old. In the pirate world, even Garp, Sengoku, and the like would likely be too old to fight. But for Netero, his powerful Nen abilities would be comparable to his current abilities even after a few decades. However, after a real fight, Netero realized his mistake. Shen Fei was now worthy of his serious attention. At the same level of strength, I'm no match for him. The battle experience is vastly different, Shen Fei sighed, rubbing his right shoulder, where Netero had struck him. In terms of absolute strength, Shen Fei was undoubtedly superior to Netero. This wasn't because Netero wasn't strong enough, but rather because the Hunter world limited him. The same was true for Demon Slayer's Yoriichi Tsujikuni. However, if the power was equal, even with Shen Fei's honed taijutsu skills like the 6 styles, he was still at a disadvantage. You haven't even activated 100 styles of cannon yet. Looks like I need to bring out even more power. Shen Fei actually didn't want to fight Netero, if not for the 100 styles of cannon. After all, he wasn't a martial arts fanatic. However, to witness the 100 styles of cannon, he had no choice but to fight Netero. President, you're truly powerful. But I'm going to unleash my full strength from now on. Be careful, President, please, Netero said, clasping his hands together. Then be careful. Shen Fei stepped forward with his left foot, leaving a deep mark on the incredibly hard floor. He then vanished. When he reappeared, he was to Netero's right, striking him with a punch. When Netero saw the mark left by Shen Fei's footsteps, his eyes flickered. This was no ordinary place, it was a competition venue built specifically for battles within the Hunter Association. The floor and surrounding walls were specially reinforced with a divine character. Under normal circumstances, even Netero wouldn't cause any damage in a fight. The destructive power of battles between Nen users was immense. If only ordinary floors were considered, wouldn't they need to be rebuilt after every fight? Financially, the Hunter Association wouldn't mind, but it would be too much of a hassle. Since the divine character existed and the hunters were wealthy, they had built several such venues specifically for use by Hunter Association hunters in battles. Facing Shen Fei's display of superior strength, Netero's smile widened, the unexpected surprise filling him with excitement. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the hall, and Netero retreated for the first time. Shen Fei, holding the upper hand, immediately pressed forward, launching a series of attacks, appearing left and right beside Netero. For a moment, Netero was utterly distraught. Despite his beating, Netero's eyes grew brighter. Boom! A massive golden palm suddenly appeared from nowhere. Even though Shen Fei had spotted it, the palm's sheer size meant he could only strike it with a single punch. The powerful collision shook the entire hall. Finally, Shen Fei retreated, taking advantage of the momentum. He gazed at the massive golden figure, over 10 meters tall, appearing behind Netero. It had many golden arms, its face benevolent, like the Guanyin statue. 20 arms, despite being called the 100-style Guanyin, it didn't currently possess 100 arms. Of course, it was possible Netero simply didn't see the need to condense them. What a powerful Nen! It's completely different from Hisoka and Kuroro, be careful, Netero said, and immediately attacked. One of the golden figure's arms, a palm like a knife, slashed down at Shen Fei from above. So fast. No wonder the giants have such a huge advantage over ordinary people. The 100-style Guanyin's attacks were incredibly fast, likely due to Netero's thank you punch. Facing such a rapid attack, anyone else would have been forced to take it head-on, but Shen Fei dodged to the side the moment the strike landed. Boom! The massive golden palm slammed directly into the hard floorboards of the god word, leaving a massive crater on the floorboards like tofu. Boom, boom, boom. Before Shen Fei could counterattack, the other arms of the 100-style Guanyin launched their attacks. Facing the attacks of 20 massive arms, even Shen Fei couldn't completely evade them. He could only dodge and take the blows head-on. I can't get close. The 100-style Guanyin had so many long arms that even Shen Fei couldn't charge Netero head-on. Who is that guy? He actually made the president use that move. As the battle continued, a door suddenly opened, revealing 5 or 6 figures. Upon seeing the battle unfold, their expressions froze. They had heard the commotion and wanted to see what was happening. A competition venue like this, with its divine design, was designed to provide strong soundproofing. Normally, no sound could be heard from outside, but the fight between Shen Fei and Netero was clearly no ordinary battle. More arms. Are you treating me like the Ant King? As the battle continued, Netero, perhaps realizing that the 100-style Guanyin couldn't do anything to Shen Fei, immediately increased the number of its arms. Although Shen Fei took numerous hits after the release of the 100-style cannon, he remained unscathed. Even without employing his armament haki, Netero's advanced Nen skills alone were powerless to break through his defenses. He merely looked a bit disheveled, but his opponent had too many arms. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't defeat 4, especially now, he already had over 40. Is anyone coming? Upon noticing the intruder, Shen Fei immediately disengaged from the battlefield, leaping towards the gate. Seeing this, Netero could no longer continue his attack and reluctantly stopped. President Netero, do you want to kill me? Shen Fei looked utterly disheveled, his face pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Defeating Netero wasn't a problem for Shen Fei, but the aftermath was more complex. If it weren't for his Nen abilities, Shen Fei wouldn't have agreed to fight him. While Shen Fei's background was cleverly crafted, it was based on his relative obscurity. If he had become famous, anyone with a keen eye would have surely uncovered the truth. Sorry, I got a little excited for a moment. Netero gave Shen Fei a deep look, then turned his gaze to the others. Let's clean up here. I was so excited that I didn't hold back. With that, Netero walked out the door. It looked like he had no intention of introducing these people to Shen Fei. After he left the door, he turned around and motioned for Shen Fei to follow him. Moleo Wu, Kiddo, Pariston, they're all celebrities. Shen Fei nodded to the people who came in and immediately followed Netero out. Next time, let's go to another place and have an all-out fight. In Netero's office, Netero, who had already showered and changed his clothes, stood by the window, looking at Shen Fei with a smile. Judging from his expression, he was very happy. Yes, but I have a condition. I don't know if Biscuit has told you about my Nen ability. I mentioned it briefly. You wanted my 100-style cannon. Netero was a man of character. While his strength was far inferior to Shen Fei's, that was a matter of worldly importance. In terms of knowledge and experience, Shen Fei simply couldn't match him. Especially in combat, he had witnessed Shen Fei's performance in the previous battle. Not bad, Shen Fei agreed without denying it. Only Nen abilities developed by oneself are the best, but if you want, no problem, Of course I know I've developed them better, but it's a waste of time. For Shen Fei, developing the 100 style cannon wasn't that difficult, it was just a form of Nen shaping. However, developing it from scratch would be a waste of time. For Shen Fei, the surgery fruit and dimensional magic were his foundations, and he didn't want to waste so much time developing his abilities. By studying the 100 style cannon, Shen Fei could easily develop the 1000-armed cannon, the crown Buddha, and so on. Would you like to join the association? After a few small talk about Biscuit, Gun, and Killua, Netero invited Shen Fei to join the Hunter Association. What position? How about one of the 12 earthly branches? I don't think there's a vacancy right now. If you want, there's one. I remember someone trying to break free from their status as one of the 12 earthly branches. Being one of the 12 earthly branches was both a symbol and a constraint. For some hunters, becoming one might be their lifelong wish, while for others, it was simply a necessity. We'll talk about that later. By the way, I'd like to see the information on the God character in the Hunter Association. What are the requirements? Join the Hunter Association. Okay, I'll join. Joining and leaving the Hunter Association was a simple matter. While there were sometimes missions, hunters could refuse them. Besides, even if you wanted to do a mission, you weren't guaranteed to get one. The Hunter Association's assistants practically monopolized the vast majority of the missions. After talking with Netero and reviewing the Hunter Association's internal documents, Shen Fei realized that his previous understanding of the Hunter Association was one-sided and incomplete. The real Hunter Association has a high degree of freedom, just like the 12 earthly branches, each of whom essentially has a second identity. For example, Kido is a doctor. Others, like prosecutors, lawyers for private security companies, musicians, and so on, feel that the 12 earthly branches are more like side jobs, though you could also say that the other identity is a side job. Research really goes much faster when there's someone working together. With Netero's full cooperation, Shen Fei made rapid progress in his research on the 100 style cannon, quickly completing its form. Next, he focused on combat techniques. While Netero had projected the 100 style cannon onto his back, Shen Fei went a step further. He used his telekinesis to surround himself, forming the 100 style cannon around him. This way, he could achieve both offense and defense. As for the 100 style cannon's size, that was simplest. It all depended on the amount of telekinesis you injected into it. The more telekinesis, the larger and more powerful it became. Perhaps in order to have an all-out fight with Shen Fei, Netero accepted all requests from Shen Fei. Not only did he let Shen Fei study the 100 style Guanyin, he also taught Shen Fei how to fight. You two should come to the Hunter Association now to take the last part of the Hunter exam, because he needed to study and research with Netero, as well as study the divine word. Shen Fei directly called Bakuer and Penzi to come to him. He did not forget to teach these two people the ability to read. Haven't we already passed the test? We have already obtained the Hunter license. Bakuer's tone was full of doubts. Having only a Hunter license does not make you a real hunter. You will know the specific situation when you come over. Contact me after you come. Chapter 258 Merum, Part 1. This is Nen, Bakuer and Penzi, who had rushed to the Hunter Association, were stunned upon hearing the power Shen Fei had demonstrated to them. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. While the Hunter world was a modern society with a fairly advanced internet, information about Nen was practically impossible for the average person to access. Even with live broadcasts of battles like the Sky Arena, they could always find excuses. For example, during the battle between Hisoka and Kuroro at the Sky Arena, the explosion of Nen was mistaken for a bomb. As for the direct destructive power, overturning the ground, shattering the floor with a single punch, that was even simpler. That was martial arts. If ordinary people wanted to cultivate it, they could practice. If they couldn't reach that level, it meant they hadn't mastered it. Even if they were lucky enough to later encounter Nen, they would already be its beneficiaries and wouldn't know how to cultivate it. For example, Shen Fei's previous life on Earth had martial arts, but he didn't know whether it involved internal energy or the extraordinary power of Nen. However, he had witnessed martial arts where one person could defeat 10. Even so, 9 out of 10 people online still believe martial arts don't exist and are just fantasies. They even dismiss Chinese medicine's meridians as a lie, with no scientific basis. Chinese medicine cures illnesses purely based on luck, not medicine. Shen Fei once doubted the existence of meridians, but now he can confirm their existence. This is the final stage of the hunter exam. If you can't master Nen, you're not a qualified hunter. Without Nen, going to dangerous places would be courting death. Nen is extremely dangerous, and it must be taught after an assessment to prevent it from being used for evil. You two have passed the exam, and now I will teach you how to practice Nen. After joining the Hunter Association, Shen Fei realized that Yungu's words Tigan and Kilo were true. After issuing hunter licenses to those who passed the exam, the Hunter Association would indeed decide whether to teach Nen based on their character. For someone like the rookie killer Dongba, even if they did pass the hunter exam, they would only receive a hunter license. Strong, resilient, connected, this divine word really has some of the properties of runes. While teaching Bakuer and Pengzi's Nen abilities, Shen Fei was also developing his own 100-style Guanyin and learning divine words. The Hunter Association protected a number of divine words, and since he could trade with other hunters, Shen Fei quickly acquired a significant number. In particular, his training with Mao Pian, a member of the 12 earthly branches, had allowed him to acquire a number of rare divine words. Pian was a Hunter Association ancient text hunter, translator, and linguist, with extensive knowledge of divine words. To obtain these divine words, Shen Fei had spent billions of genie to successfully trade for them. After acquiring the divine words, Shen Fei began searching for information on the Dark Continent. Even the official Hunter website had no information on the Dark Continent, but by having Red Queen sort through all the online information, Shen Fei was able to find some. Surprisingly, he found it on a fiction forum. The novel, titled New World Chronicles, is a fantasy novel. It's said to have a circulation of only 100 copies and was quickly removed from shelves. Much like Jin's Greed Island game. Despite its official removal, some people still bought it. Due to its remarkable worldview and the rumored authenticity of its contents, it became a viral sensation. While few copies have been circulated, in this internet age, the exchange of ideas has led to a forum dedicated to the novel. Intrigued by the Dark Continent reference, Shen Fei entered the forum. Initially, he had low hopes, but the results were a pleasant surprise. While the content was absurd, combined with his own intelligence, Shen Fei suspected the book contained the true story of the Dark Continent. Shen Fei's suspicions proved correct. While many on the forum disbelieved the book's contents, many others did. There were many reasons for this, the most significant being that such a valuable book had never been officially sold. There was no mention of it anywhere else. Even if someone on the forum spread the news, it was quickly deleted. Of course, not everyone believed this, but after several conversations with the forum moderators, Shen Fei was certain the book was genuine. He immediately spent a considerable amount of money to purchase a copy from the forum. The New World Across the Sea seems to be a travelogue. Is this person named Dong really that powerful? After reading the New World Chronicle, Shen Fei was astonished by the detailed description. The book's descriptions clearly indicated the dangers of the land, yet, under such circumstances, this person managed to record everything. A lesser person would have been unable to achieve this. So, Netero isn't even the peak human of this world. I really underestimated it before. Netero was extremely secretive about the Dark Continent, suggesting he was inferior to this person named Dong. Shen Fei didn't know Dong's full name, otherwise it wouldn't be surprising. Dong refers to Dong Fulishi, the ancestor of Jin and Xiaoji. The Dark Continent truly has quite a few valuable items, although the book describes the Dark Continent as extremely dangerous, a forbidden zone for humans. It also holds numerous treasures. The book alone mentions 5 truly miraculous items, known as the 5 Great Hopes. After reading about these 5 items, even Shen Fei was deeply intrigued. The 5 Great Hopes are the Unmanned Stone, 3-element water, a healing herb, the ultimate longevity item, Nutalomi, and the alchemical plant, Metallion. While the Unmanned Stone was of little use to Shen Fei, the other 4 items were incredibly valuable, especially the ultimate longevity item, Nutalomi. It's a thing that practically every human being would want to obtain. Even with dimensional magic, the Philosopher's Stone, and even the yet-to-be-discovered pure gold in the One Piece world, it didn't stop him from wanting to obtain it. These are only the 5 items described in the book. Judging by the descriptions in the book, it's certain that even greater items might be hidden within the Dark Continent. This is because the book only describes the outer reaches of the Dark Continent, extending less than 500 kilometers into the continent. As for how vast the Dark Continent is, no one knows. The New World Chronicle describes the Dark Continent as vast and boundless, as if humans had journeyed into an ancient world, teeming with behemoths of all kinds. The book's descriptions suggest many extinct creatures, such as dinosaurs. Land-based sea kings. The sheer size of the beasts described in the book reminded Shen Fei of the Sea Kings from the One Piece world. Just imagine, replacing these sea kings with land-based creatures. The thought is terrifying. Even if humans possessed weapons like the Rose, they would be of little use. Furthermore, the dangers of the Dark Continent extend beyond these behemoths. Even more terrifying are the 5 great disasters, each imbued with uncanny powers. Just like a Luca from the Zelda clan, whose wish-granting power is completely unreasonable. That's not so bad, after all, wishing comes at a price. The terrifying thing is that Killua can command a Luca without paying, and a Luca's alter ego, Nanagal, hails from the Dark Continent. Gatekeeper, leading people to the Dark Continent, there's no way to get there without passing through them. This is truly amazing, Shen Fei pondered after carefully perusing the book. Shen Fei's curiosity about the Dark Continent stemmed from a certain Mahjong master, but after truly understanding the situation there, he hadn't decided whether to visit. However, after learning about the 5 great wishes, Shen Fei had already made up his mind. For him, a single visit would make it easier to pass through the secret gate the next time. However, Shen Fei was a bit confused about how to reach the Dark Continent. Flying there directly wasn't impossible, but it might be dangerous. While the New World Chronicle didn't specifically describe the strength of the creatures on the Dark Continent, describing them only as dangerous and bizarre, the strength of the Chimera Ant King, Meruem, offered a rough estimate of the Dark Continent's strength. Chimera ants were only rated B level in the Hunter Association's danger rating, with A-level creatures above that. Shen Fei had never seen an A-level creature, and the Hunter Association didn't have any information on them, but with a little thought, he could gauge their strength. It's a shame I can't contact Jin, otherwise I might get more information. As one of the 5 great Nen abilities, Jin would undoubtedly possess more information about the Dark Continent. Unfortunately, he was elusive, and even the official Hunter website offered no information about him. His information was completely blocked. If one wanted to learn more about Jin, there was only one way, to increase their Hunter Star rank. The title of Star Hunter wasn't just a nice title, it came with far more privileges than a professional hunter. As I suspected, they're both manipulation and release. However, their futures lag far behind Gon and Killua. As time passed, Baku and Penzi completed their training in the 4 elements. Through Mizumi's observations, their respective Nen abilities became apparent. In terms of talent, Baku and Penzi weren't too far behind. Penzi discovered the ability to control bees at a very young age, which was already Nen, though she didn't know it at the time. Now, with Shen Fei's meticulous guidance, they've made rapid progress. Unfortunately, their total Nen energy is only average, making it difficult for them to become top-tier experts. Shen Fei focused his instruction on condensation, leaving the other advanced Nen techniques to be practiced later. In a valley in the mountains outside the Hunter Association, Shen Fei clasped his hands together, and a solemn, golden figure, approximately 6 meters tall, appeared around it, with 50 arms positioned on either side. Boom boom boom. Meters-long golden arms launched a fierce attack. In a moment, the entire valley was reduced to shambles, the ground pockmarked with potholes. Go! Shen Fei snorted coldly, and the golden figures surrounding them immediately soared into the air, flying towards the approximately 100-meter-tall peak on the left. 50 arms continuously smashed into the peak, and in a moment, the entire peak's height was reduced by nearly 30 meters. Offense and defense in one, and the ability to launch long-range attacks. Finally, a powerful ability. A moment later, the golden figures returned to Shen Fei's body, instantly expanding to approximately 15 meters in height, and their arms doubled in size. The 1,000-armed Guanyin has finally succeeded, but we can't just blindly imitate Netero. We need to forge our own path. While the 1,000-armed Guanyin has been successfully condensed, it doesn't mean the end is here. It must continue to practice until it can be mastered. Netero has dedicated his entire life to the study of the 100-armed Guanyin, making it so powerful. Netero's experience can be used as a reference, especially the daily 10,000 punch thank you punch. This isn't just random punching. If it were, 10,000 punches would be easily accomplished. Each of these 10,000 punches embodies Netero's essence and spirit. Calculating the time, the Chimera ants should appear by now. Shen Fei had always been aware of the Chimera ants' troubles, but firstly, He didn't know the exact time and location of the Chimera Ant Queen's appearance, and secondly, the source of the information was a problem, so he hadn't told Nitaro about it. It's truly the worst possible combination. Looking at the information about the NGL autonomous region in his hand, Shen Fei sighed helplessly. The hunter world is a modern society. Computers, the internet, and mobile phones, while not yet fully intelligent, have reached a semi-intelligent level. In such a world, can you imagine a nation where men farm and women weave, forbidding any modern technology, even metalwork? The NGL autonomous region is just such a nation, claiming to embrace the latest in green living, rejecting all technological gadgets. This is the NGL. Because of its philosophy, it enjoys a high reputation worldwide, especially among environmental organizations, who consider it a sacred place. Because it is isolated from the outside world, whatever happens within it remains unknown. The presence of the Chimera Ant Queen there is a powerful addition. If Kate hadn't been constantly pursuing the Chimera Ants, once they fully matured, they would have been a disaster for humanity. The Chimera Ants' method of reproduction makes them natural enemies of all living things, and coexistence is impossible. If he didn't have the strength, Shen Fei definitely wouldn't have joined in on this fun. But since he has the strength, if he could eliminate the Chimera Ants beforehand, it wouldn't be a bad thing. The accomplished seek to benefit the world, and while Shen Fei hasn't reached that level of thought, he doesn't mind taking action when it's within his power and doesn't endanger himself. P.S. I believe many people are aware of the recent Kidian, or Yuan, incident. Although it's inappropriate for someone like me to say this, and it's just unnecessary worry, but hey. Chapter 259 Merum, Part 2. I have to say, this is truly a great place for a vacation. Standing on the edge of a steep cliff in the NGL autonomous region, Shen Fei, looking down at the breathtaking natural scenery below, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, feeling his heart suddenly open up. If all else is considered, the NGL autonomous region is a wonderful place. Although the people living here live a very hard life, since they've chosen to do so, there's nothing anyone else can say. Shen Fei certainly agrees with environmental protection, but if it means abandoning all modern technology, it seems a bit excessive, just like the environmentalist Shen Fei occasionally saw online before his time travel. Forget about other things for now, let's just talk about medical care. Ancient medical care is completely incomparable to modern medical care. In the NGL autonomous region, even hospitals have been abolished, and treatment relies entirely on local medicinal herbs. Rich people enjoy living in places like this. Those without money can't even think of enjoying it. Arriving at a small village nestled in the forest, Shen Fei sighed softly as he watched the people hard at work. Brother, there are mushrooms here, got it. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. Inside the forest, a boy and a girl, probably under 10, strolled with smiles on their faces. Each held a small basket filled with several kinds of wild vegetables. Shen Fei smiled faintly at the sight of this affectionate sibling. The sight alone was enough to convince him to come here and kill the Chimera Ants. Strange. I don't sense any powerful creatures nearby. After leaving the village, Shen Fei, using his observation haki to sense his surroundings, paused in thought. While there were many creatures around, they were all ordinary beasts, not even magical beasts. Could it be too early? The Chimera Ant Queen hasn't arrived yet. The NGL autonomous region wasn't large. After flying around and using his observation haki to sense the surroundings, he found no powerful creatures, prompting Shen Fei to ponder this question. He had no idea when the Chimera Ants appeared, he could only guess roughly. However, this was the real hunter world, so the accuracy of that time was unpredictable. Could it be that they didn't make it and drowned in the sea? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei decided to stay in the NGL autonomous region for a while, planning to observe and train while doing so. The NGL autonomous region was vast and sparsely populated, with a small population. Since it had no contact with the outside world, its population was uncounted. No doctors, no teachers. Such a country, in modern society, is truly unbelievable. Thus, Shen Fei remained in the NGL autonomous region, training while observing the lives of the civilians. Another Kurazumi Orochi-like figure, seeking revenge not just on his own country but on the entire world. Besides the civilians, Shen Fei naturally observed the lives of the upper classes in the NGL autonomous region. Compared to the hardscrabble civilians at the bottom, the upper classes of the NGL autonomous region live in luxury. While their residences, carved into a mountainside, might not appear extravagant on the surface, the interiors are truly lavish. Luxury goods from around the world are readily available. While some have noticed the NGL autonomous region's duplicity, those who discovered it were unfortunately silenced. In a country where being eaten by wild animals is considered a natural cycle, no one investigates the sudden disappearances, and in fact, tracking them is impossible. Through continuous observation, Shen Fei finally understood the NGL autonomous region. Decades ago, the NGL autonomous region was a normal country. While deeply corrupt, it embraced electronics and even boasted numerous skyscrapers. It wasn't until the current king ascended to power and overthrew the corrupt previous king that the NGL New Green Life Organization was established. The country has since transformed itself into a dedicated environmental protection organization, earning strong support from green environmental organizations in other countries. However, in reality, this was merely an excuse the current king used to prevent people from entering the country. The current king of the NGL autonomous region had brought his subordinates to openly manufacture drugs here. The world-famous D-drug was produced there. D-drug, a white drug, is easy to use, has minimal side effects, and is highly effective. It's a favorite among drug addicts worldwide. Many of the organizations affiliated with the 10 old men are distributors for this drug. While the origins of D-drug are mysterious, a simple analysis reveals its composition, much like a terminally ill chemistry teacher. Analysis reveals that the main ingredient in D-drug comes from a tree called the bara tree. 80% of the world's bara trees grow in the NGL autonomous region, making the drug's origin clear. Unfortunately, for various reasons, even the V5 is unable to enforce the NGL autonomous region's laws. A reporter discovered this and infiltrated the area, attempting to gather intelligence. He was caught and sentenced to death. The perpetrator of all this was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D, the king of the NGL autonomous region. His actions were driven by revenge, driven by his own miserable childhood, where his father treated him as a non-human. As an adult, he vanished from the NGL autonomous region. Upon his return, a changed man, he led a revolutionary army to overthrow the previous king. His ability to accomplish this was simple: he possessed a rudimentary grasp of Nen. While technically not even mastering the 4 elements, he was still considered a superhuman when facing ordinary people. Through assassinations and rebellions, he easily seized power. After all, the NGL autonomous region was small, its soldiers were few, and most importantly, there were no Nen masters. S.H.I.E.L.D was the strongest. After assuming power, he began his campaign of global vengeance, using drugs. The profits were so great that even the 10 elders were forced to cooperate. While the 10 elders' yin beasts could theoretically easily annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D and his men, they didn't dare. V5 normally wouldn't intervene in civil unrest, but the Mafia dared to target the state. They truly believed V5's members were paper thin. While the NGL autonomous region was a good place, not everyone wanted to live in such an environment. It was simply that the civilians were powerless to resist. Judging by the results, the emergence of the Chimera ants was actually a good thing for the future of the NGL autonomous region. While many civilians were killed or injured, the Chimera ants also eliminated the nation's elite and destroyed drug factories. The D-drug, far more effective than other drugs on the market, coupled with its competitive price, immediately impacted other drug businesses. For S.H.I.E.L.D, whether the D-drug made money or not was irrelevant. He planned to use it to exact revenge on the world, and the cheaper the better. Really good drugs. No wonder I'm so rich. Looking at the white pill with the letter D printed on it in his hand, Shen Fei, after analyzing its components and the power of the Operation Fruit unfolded, had to admit that it was the best drug he had ever handled. Because of the power of the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei had also studied drugs for a while. Of course, this wasn't for the purpose of producing them, but rather to practice them. There was a lot of drugs in the Marvel Universe, the Oasis world, and even the One Piece world. There's no need to elaborate on Marvel, everyone knows the chaos within. The situation in Oasis is similar, as there's no future to be seen. The number of people addicted to games and drugs is even more terrifying than in the Marvel Universe. This is probably humanity's inherent fear of the apocalypse. As one of the Shichibukai, Shen Fei was naturally exposed to the dark side of the pirate world. Regardless of era, pornography, gambling, and drugs are age-old, lucrative industries. Even advanced systems can't completely eradicate them, at best. They can only be relegated to a corner. Shen Fei simply doesn't know how to deal in drugs. Otherwise, with this G-Virus alone, his assets could easily double in a short period of time. This is the terrifying nature of the drug trade, it's so lucrative. That's strange. Could it be that it's not showing up anymore, or that it's somewhere else? Flipping through the news on his phone, Shen Fei found no new information. He quickly pulled out a map of the NGL Autonomous Region and frowned slightly as he looked at it. The NGL Autonomous Region is part of a large island in the Balsa Archipelago, which consists of hundreds of islands, large and small, with quite a few large ones. Northeast of the Balsa Islands lies Greed Island, though it's unmarked on maps. Only an end-user can find it. It seemed the only option was to call them. Thinking of this, Shen Fei dialed Killua's phone number, hoping to find out where they were. No connection. Strange. Have they not yet emerged from Greed Island? Phones were useless on Greed Island due to its unique gameplay system. After hanging up, Shen Fei called God's number, but again, the call went unanswered. Ding-ling-ling. Shortly after Shen Fei hung up, preparing to return to training, his phone rang. He pulled it out, saw it was Killua, and answered immediately. Hello, uncle? Sorry, it was turned off, Killua's voice echoed from the other end. Shen Fei sensed a distinct sense of exhaustion. You don't sound well. What's wrong? Something's wrong, Killua immediately explained. Kamar-Taj, East Gold Republic. After hearing Killua's words, Shen Fei realized that the Kamar-Taj weren't missing, but weren't already in East Gold Republic. Killua's phone had been turned off because he was scouting East Gold Republic. The kind of situation where someone is clearly tracking someone, only to be exposed by the ringing of a phone, only happens in movies or by amateurs. For Killua, it was impossible to make such a mistake. Do you need help? Shen Fei asked immediately. Uncle, it would be even better if you could come. There are experts here, I'll be there soon and contact you then. Looks like I got the wrong place. A butterfly effect? East Gold Republic. Then now's a good time to act. After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei's eyes flickered. Instead of heading to East Gold Republic immediately, he prepared to act. Since the Kamar-Taj hadn't arrived, the fate of the NGL Autonomous Region was undoubtedly unchangeable. So, it was up to him to change it. It's been a while since I've crafted a Philosopher's Stone. This time, I'll test you. Shen Fei showed no mercy to the NGL high-ranking officials, led by S.H.I.E.L.D. If they wanted revenge on society, they could just go after V5 and fight them. Why exploit ordinary civilians? Let's begin. Shen Fei, having arrived directly at S.H.I.E.L.D's base, which also served as a drug manufacturing plant, spotted dozens of hypnotic gas grenades inside. Ahem, what's going on? Are we attacking? The sudden noise sent the soldiers guarding the base into panic, and soon all of them collapsed in the gas fumes. Gas masks. You're quite well prepared. Soldiers from inside the base quickly arrived to support them. Compared to the soldiers guarding the outside, these soldiers were well equipped, walkie-talkies, submachine guns, and gas masks. There are no cameras here, so let's have some fun, Shen Fei said, forming hand seals. Dozens of arms suddenly emerged from behind him, like the thousand-armed Guanyin. Then, 15 figures identical to Shen Fei leaped out from behind him. The Akin form possessed the magic of physical clones, each capable of using Shen Fei's full abilities. If it weren't for the distance between them, these clones could effectively function as shadow clones. The appearance of these 15 clones immediately stunned the soldiers on the opposing side, who were about to fire. They had never expected such a scene. While the soldiers were stunned, Shen Fei's clones didn't. All 15 attacked simultaneously, sending dozens of chains flying through the air, instantly binding the soldiers. Having decided to refine the Philosopher's Stone, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't kill without reason. That would be a waste. Shoot. Deeper into the base, the soldiers inside, though surprised by the appearance of so many identical figures, didn't falter, but immediately opened fire. King, the enemy is too strong. Should we escape? As Shen Fei walked deeper into the base, several of S.H.I.E.L.D's loyal subordinates were trying to persuade S.H.I.E.L.D. to flee. I won't run away. This is my country. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately refused. Hunters Association, Shen Fei and S.H.I.E.L.D. met deep in the base. You didn't run away. It seems you knew this day would come. Goodbye then. Shen Fei had nothing to say to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although his childhood was miserable, it was not a reason to harm others. If we really wanted to compare miseries, there were too many miserable people in this world. The next step is exposure. It depends on V5's inaction. Without public exposure, V5 could turn a blind eye. However, once it was exposed, if it was not dealt with, it would affect V5's credibility. Chapter 260 Merum, Part 2. Goodbye, Shen Fei said softly, clasping his hands together before snapping his right fingers. Suddenly, countless corpses were engulfed in flames. Flame alchemy. Walking from the base to the outside, Shen Fei set fires along the way. By the time he reached the outside, the entire base was engulfed in flames, the bodies inside, along with a large amount of drugs and drug-making equipment, reduced to ash. Boom. After watching the fire burn for a while, Shen Fei immediately used earth alchemy to sink the entire base deep underground. This way, even if someone later fished everything out, no trace of the alchemical array would be visible. Time to go back. After doing all this, Shen Fei opened the mystical portal and left the NGL autonomous region. His involvement in the rest of the matter would be unnecessary. Not appearing in the NGL autonomous region, but directly in the East Gold Republic. This Chimera Ant Queen is truly lucky. After having Red Queen send all the videos to major news media outlets according to his schedule, Shen Fei boarded an airship bound for the neighboring country of the East Gold Republic. If the NGL autonomous region and the Chimera Ants are a perfect match, then the East Gold Republic is the second country capable of concealing the Chimera Ants' early development. While the East Gold Republic is not opposed to modern technology, it is an extremely closed-off nation, with all external communication channels and media controlled by the nation's elite. Externally, the East Gold Republic portrays itself as a poor nation, receiving substantial funding from foreign countries and various organizations. While Shen Fei finds this funding strange, it's a national issue after all, and it's understandable that he wouldn't understand it without a position of power. However, what's more surprising is the East Gold Republic's internal propaganda, which portrays itself as the best of all nations. The citizens of those other nations are starving, poorly clothed, and even starving to death. As for the subsidies, they were all embezzled by the nation's elite for their own enjoyment. As for the actual living standards of the East Gold Republic citizens, it can be said that in some ways, their lives are worse than those of ordinary people in the NGL autonomous region. At least civilians in the NGL autonomous region didn't have to pay taxes, while citizens of the East Gold Republic were heavily taxed. While some patriots within the region rebelled and formed a revolutionary army, the disparity in strength and the lack of public support stemmed from years of brainwashing. Coupled with the East Gold Republic's internal system of whistleblowing and collective punishment for espionage, the Revolutionary Army's development was severely slowed, until the Chimera Ant Queen appeared and used the region as a breeding ground. This time, Kate, Gon, and Kilo tracked the Chimera Ant Queen down and arrived just in time. Unfortunately, just like the NGL autonomous region in the original story, time was wasted on immigration inspections, giving the Chimera Ant Queen time to develop. The East Gold Republic wasn't an NGL autonomous region. Not only was its population sparse, but it was also scattered across the land. Just like the village of the siblings in the original story, it remained undiscovered by the Chimera Ants. However, the East Gold Republic boasted a high population density, allowing the Chimera Ant Queen to initially enjoy a plentiful supply of food and end users. This caused the East Gold Republic's high-ranking officials to panic, and they stopped trying to stop the Hunter Association's hunters from entering. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Chimera Ants now possessed far more soldiers than in the original story, from division commanders down to the Chimera Ant soldiers. After all, the population disparity was significant. Even Kate, despite her formidable strength, was forced to retreat with Gon and Kilo in the face of numerous Chimera Ant Nen users, then request reinforcements. So, that means the proof of God's absence is gone. Kilo had provided this information, and Shen Fei immediately recalled the Nen ability he had previously considered. Shen Fei speculated that the proof of God's absence might be a higher-level application of hidden, theoretically accessible to anyone, though that was only theoretical. "Uncle, you're here." At the edge of a forest in the East Gold Republic, Shen Fei met Gon and Kilo, along with several Hunter Association hunters and medical personnel. "I'm glad you're okay." Gon and Kilo appeared unharmed. "We're fine, but Kate." Kilo and Gon fell silent at the mention of Kate. That disciple of Jin, what happened to him? Shen Fei was deeply surprised. Had the Chimera Ants moved to another location, And he still couldn't escape their tragic fate? It's not clear yet, Killua explained. Kate had been attacked and severely injured by a Chimera anti-vision commander while trying to protect them. If Netero and the others hadn't suddenly appeared, not only Kate but Gon and Killua would have been in danger as well. Even after being rescued, Kate was still unconscious from her injuries. The medical staff present were helpless, but the Hunter Association had already requested Kiddo, one of the 12 earthly branches. Kiddo, one of the 12 earthly branches, was a difficult-to-treat hunter and one of the few 3-star hunters in the world. Barring special circumstances like the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, Kiddo was arguably the world's most formidable doctor. If Bartra had been able to find Kiddo, his girlfriend wouldn't have been in a coma for so long. President Netero is here. Where is he? President Netero is dealing with those ants. Kate's call for help didn't require leaving the border like she had in the NGL Autonomous Region, so she quickly received support from the Hunter Association. However, due to their underestimation of the Chimera ant strength, the Hunter Association suffered heavy losses. Even those who passed the Hunter exam in the same year as Shen Fei, Killua, and Gon died in this mission. The disparity in skill between professional hunters is enormous, and this is also true among star-level hunters. The difference in strength between Kate and Zetsuzera, both 1-star hunters, is like heaven and earth. Zetsuzera couldn't even defeat the bomber, but Gon could defeat it with all his might. Netero, who arrived after receiving the intelligence and learning the casualties, immediately decided not to involve other hunters in the battle. He led Mo Liaowu and Nob into the forest. Over there? I'll go check it out. Shen Fei glanced at the smoke rising from the distant forest and immediately ran in that direction. Who? As Shen Fei approached, Mo Liaowu immediately waved his large pipe and turned to stare at the direction behind him. Nob squatted down and pressed his right hand to the ground. Where his right hand touched, a black ripple appeared and a black circle opened. We were discovered? Was it because of this smoke? With this thought, Shen Fei stepped out and said, "It's me. I'm here, both of you." Shen Fei knew Mo Liaowu and Nob. He had met them at the Hunter Association. They were both die-hard Netero supporters and both were 1-star hunters. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Seeing it was Shen Fei, Mo Liaowu immediately put away his pipe, and Nob stood up. "It seems you don't need my help," Shen Fei said softly, looking at the white smoke that covered the forest for several kilometers ahead. None doesn't necessarily rely on circles to detect enemies. Morgo's smoke can also detect enemies, and its detection range is much greater than circles. This smoke is generated by his Nen. Smoker really should come learn how to use his devil fruit from Morgo. Morgo's abilities are very similar to Smoker's, except he can't transform into elements. In terms of smoke manipulation, Smoker is completely outmatched. Morgo can use his smoke for many purposes: smoke bombs, puppet soldiers, cages, and clones, while Smoker simply sprays smoke from behind him. Even in the world of pirates with observation haki, vision is crucial. "The president will take care of all the enemies alone," Nob said confidently, touching his glasses. Using Morgo's abilities to distract the enemy and block their vision, Nob's Nen is then used to suck the enemy into Nob's 4-dimensional apartment, and then Netero can defeat them one-on-one. This is undoubtedly a perfect combination of Nen. "Let me in to see the president," Shen Fei said to Nob after sensing the contract signing process within the white smoke. "Okay." Nob glanced at Mo Liaowu, then immediately squatted on the ground and opened the door to the 4-dimensional apartment. The 4-dimensional apartment wasn't a vast space, but rather a building divided into numerous rooms. This allowed for the carrying of numerous items, even allowing for individual rooms. In terms of logistical capabilities, the 4-dimensional apartment rivaled the incredibly convenient Big Ramp. It even boasted the ability to teleport anywhere Nob could reach. While the distance was limited, making it impossible to teleport from this world to the Dark Continent, it was still impressive. It was a truly remarkable escape technique. Even if the enemy blocked the door, he could escape at any time. Another one. As Shen Fei passed through the door and landed inside the 4-dimensional apartment, he immediately heard President Netero's voice. "It's the president." Seeing that it was Shen Fei, Netero, who had been about to stand up, sat down again. "That's a lot of ants." Shen Fei's nose twitched as he gazed at the dismembered bodies that practically covered the entire space. The stench of blood and stench from the sheer volume of corpses was palpable, thanks to Netero's unconcern. "Now that you're here, I'll leave this place to you for now. I'm going to go get some rest," Netero said, standing up, pushing open the door behind him. and heading to the other rooms. What a remarkable race. They can so easily refine their genes, stabilizing the optimized ones. The Chimera ants are truly a remarkable species. Netero left, leaving Shen Fei to take over. He also took the opportunity to use the power of the surgery fruit to learn more about the Chimera ants. Thankfully, only the queen of this race can achieve this, otherwise it wouldn't be a Class B dangerous creature. The bodies of these already formed Chimera ants weren't particularly valuable for research. The real research was in the queen. The four-dimensional apartment is truly complex. It seems I won't have the chance to master it. Shen Fei quickly gave up on studying the Chimera ants and turned his attention to their own place, the four-dimensional apartment. It was undoubtedly a truly remarkable Nen ability, but unless he controlled Nob and forced him to learn, it would be difficult to master. Nob's Nen ability revealed a profoundly insecure individual. This was his safe haven, and how could he possibly hand it over to someone else? What if someone mastered it and could invade his four-dimensional apartment from the outside? Even if the chance was slim, Nob wouldn't take the risk. The details of Nen abilities were a closely guarded secret. So, even though Shen Fei coveted this ability, he had to give it up for now and wait to see if there were other options. Capturing Nob and forcing him to confess was certainly not something Shen Fei would undertake. In reality, invading the four-dimensional apartment was a simple matter for Shen Fei. He simply left a mark inside, and then he could enter through the secret portal. Human, are you responsible for that smoke? Just as Shen Fei was pondering, a Chimera ant suddenly descended from above. Upon landing, the Chimera ant's gaze immediately caught sight of Shen Fei, but the next moment, its face paled as it spotted the bodies of its companions. Goodbye. Shen Fei materialized a dagger and hurled it at the Chimera ant's forehead, piercing it directly through the forehead. Speaking of which, awakening the operation fruit is truly difficult. Ming-Ge string fruit should have awakened by now. Of the three types of devil fruits, the animal type is easiest to awaken, while the parahuman and nature types are unknown. Strange. Why do the three guards still look like them? Logically, they should have transformed like the division commanders. Could it be, after dispatching dozens of Chimera ant soldiers, the captain, and two division commanders, Netero rested and took over? Shen Fei left the four-dimensional apartment and gazed at the Chimera ant nest in the distance. Three incredibly powerful energies enveloped the area, completely oblivious to the Chimera ant slaughter. Before Shen Fei arrived, Netero had already clashed with the three guards. 1 against 3, he didn't win, but he didn't lose either, leading to a stalemate. Netero was formidable, but it was impossible for him to single-handedly defeat the three guards. Each of them possessed a greater ki than Zoldyck's Xeno. In a one-on-one fight, Netero would undoubtedly prevail, but unfortunately, the three guards refused to be fooled and refused to leave the Chimera ant nest. Netero, a human, was incredibly powerful to the three guards. Although they wanted to attack him, they were forced to remain at the nest to protect the birth of the Ant King. The previous encounter had taught them that a single opponent alone was no match for Netero. If they separated, they would be defeated piecemeal. The three humanoid guards possessed human intelligence. When will the Ant King be born? Shen Fei asked casually, sensing the three thoughts. According to the experts, it should be about a month away. That's plenty of time, Nob said softly. Chapter 261 Merum, and the Chimera ants haven't just appeared in the Dark Continent recently. If they had, neither the Hunter Association nor V5 would have had any information on them, let alone experts to study them. The Chimera ant incident was actually an accident. Chimera ants are typically about the size of ordinary ants, and their destructive power comes entirely from swarming, just like the ants Kate killed by blasting the ground with her gun when Gon and Kilo first met them. But don't assume these ants are weak just because they're small. Kilo was injured by an ant back then, and even with his Nen ability, he couldn't stop a tiny ant's claws. So, if their bodies were enlarged to human size, even an Nen user wouldn't be a match for them, naturally. The Hunter Association has dedicated personnel to hunting down dangerous creatures like Chimera ants, preventing them from becoming even larger. In fact, this is the job of most of the Hunter Association's professional hunters. There are countless dangerous creatures in this world, and while some may appear small, the danger they pose to humans is significant. Even ant-sized Chimera ants are no match for ordinary hunters. Furthermore, they reproduce rapidly, and if they were to spread to human society, the devastation they would cause would be immense. Even a Chimera ant-sized ant could easily kill a human, not to mention the threat it poses to buildings. Imagine the danger of a multi-story building being torn apart by chimera ants. Mo Liaowu is a marine hunter, responsible for clearing dangerous creatures from coastal areas. Compared to land-based creatures, the oceans are far more dangerous. These marine inhabitants are the primary reason humanity hasn't discovered the Dark Continent. If it weren't for them, humanity's inquisitive nature would have long since discovered something was amiss. The real mystery of this chimera ant incident is how a chimera ant queen, roughly the size of a human, suddenly emerged from a population of ant-sized chimera ants. Shen Fei, of course, didn't know any of this. He wasn't an expert on chimera ants. But this expert's conclusion doesn't seem entirely reliable. Although Shen Fei didn't know about these matters, he still expressed reservations about their assessments. He wondered how many of the numerous incidents in the Marvel Universe were caused by these experts' judgments. Like the previous biohazard incidents, or the dangerous animals escaping from the lab, these people seemed completely clueless about taking precautions. Perhaps it was capitalism, they didn't want to spend a penny more. For example, regarding the reinforced glass used for the bio-zombies, the experts said 1 inch was sufficient. The reinforced glass installed later was definitely 1 inch thick. If it were Shen Fei, he would have gone 5 inches. As Shen Fei had predicted, things turned out just as he had anticipated. On the third day, just as Netero was about to continue clearing out the chimera ant soldiers as planned, an unusually powerful yet sinister energy erupted from the chimera ant base across the way, capable of awakening the innermost thoughts of a person. Sensing this energy, Nob's body trembled violently, and he immediately opened the door to the 4-dimensional apartment and slipped inside. Not long after, Netero emerged from the 4-dimensional apartment. Sensing the energy across from him, Netero's face took on a rare solemnity. Previously, even when sensing the 3 guards, Netero had always been smiling. It seems the Ant King was born prematurely. This is trouble. What's going on? Why was the Ant King born so early? Mo Liaowu shouted. It seems something has happened there. We may find out soon, Netero said softly after a moment's silence. Shortly after Netero finished speaking, the energy of the 3 guards, which had been lingering outside the chimera ant base, vanished. The group soon discovered that the chimera ant division commanders, each accompanied by a number of chimera ant soldiers, were spreading out in all directions. It looks like something's really wrong, Netero declared, charging forward. At this point, safe tactics were clearly no longer viable. Shen Fei and Mo Liaowu followed closely behind. Human, as the 3 rushed into the chimera ant base, they were immediately spotted by the chimera ant soldiers, who surrounded them. President, you go ahead. We'll take care of this. Mo Liaowu swung his massive metal pipe, sending a charging chimera ant soldier flying. Netero nodded and charged forward. Shen Fei, on his side, helplessly materialized a longsword and engaged the charging chimera ants. This is the chimera ant queen. After dispatching all the chimera ants, Shen Fei and Mo Liaowu reached the depths of the cave and saw the chimera ant queen lying on the ground, a large hole in her chest. Surrounded by several other chimera ants, their faces gloomy. Even if we moved to another location, we couldn't escape this fate. Integrating human genes into chimera ant is a major change. The human spirit is unpredictable, like a mother who, upon seeing her child fall from a building, can exert speed far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans to save them. For the chimera ant race, loyalty to the queen is ingrained in their genes, and no chimera ant would ever betray her. But now, this iron rule has been broken. With their queen gravely injured, instead of trying to save her, they've gathered their subordinates, preparing to break free from her control and establish their own dominance. Send a medical team immediately, Netero said, taking the phone from Mo Liaowu and dialing a number. He instructed the Hunter Association to send a medical team and others to hunt down the chimera ants that had fled. Those scattered chimera ants must be dealt with. Please go, Netero said after hanging up. I'll do my best, Shen Fei said, glancing at the fallen chimera ant queen before leaving immediately. There was no time to lose in chasing the scattered chimera ants. Which way should I choose? Left. After leaving the chimera ant's nest, Shen Fei randomly chose a direction and chased after them. Netero's previous order was actually just to issue a wanted notice to the Hunters Association. Some extremely vicious criminals, if the authorities find it troublesome, will basically issue a wanted notice to the Hunters Association. If the already destroyed Phantom Troop continues to cause trouble and the situation escalates, the Hunters Association may be forced to send experts to deal with it, just like Lazy HA on Greed Island, who was personally dealt with by Jin. I found it. I wonder if any of them have powerful Nen abilities. Shen Fei headed left at a very fast speed. Following the clues left on the road, Shen Fei quickly caught up with the Chimera ants. 6 Chimera ants, but only 1 division leader? That's right. Division leaders are all resistant to one another. Having finally broken free from the Queen's control, no one wants to be inferior to the other, who, the leader of the 6 Chimera ants was an ant with an elephant's head, followed by 5 others of varying appearances. When Shen Fei leaped in front of them, blocking their path, the 6 ants immediately became alert. A human, a rare one at that. Good luck. I can finally enjoy them all. Upon catching a clear glimpse of Shen Fei, the ants immediately became excited. While the Queen was still around, ordinary humans could be freely enjoyed by the ants below, but Nen users were only available to the Queen. If it were an ordinary Chimera ant, they wouldn't be dissatisfied, but unfortunately, the Chimera ants with human genes were completely different. Get down here. As the ants stared at him greedily, Shen Fei attacked directly, targeting the ant that could fly. Judging by the shape of its wings, it was probably a combination of a yellow warbler and a Chimera ant. Catch him. Seeing Shen Fei's move, the Chimera ants immediately attacked simultaneously, each unleashing their own Nen abilities. No special Nen abilities, Shen Fei couldn't help but feel disappointed as he watched the 6 ants display their Nen abilities. 3 of them, including the bird Chimera ant, were release type. The other 3 ants were 2 enhancement type and 1 transformation type. Upon realizing they didn't possess the Nen abilities he was looking for, Shen Fei immediately showed no mercy. He used chains to string the 6 ants together and draped them from a nearby tree branch. By the time Shen Fei had dispatched the 6 ants and returned to the Chimera ant nest, the Chimera ant queen had already succumbed to her injuries. The medical personnel Netero had summoned only managed to delay her death slightly, even if Kiddo had been among the group. Such severe injuries were impossible to save with conventional methods, barring the use of Nen abilities like Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D. The Queen's body was immediately removed. Even just a corpse held immense research value, especially for someone with Nen abilities like Kiddo's. Where's the president? Shen Fei asked, glancing at the Hunter Association members transporting the bodies. The president has gone back to figure out how to deal with the Ant King, Kiddo said, ignoring Shen Fei and arranging for the other hunters to take the Chimera ants away. You look upset. What happened? Shen Fei asked curiously after seeing Kiddo sigh deeply as he arranged everything. If this matter isn't handled properly, the president will be in danger. Kiddo glanced at Shen Fei, and after a moment's silence, he began to explain. The Hunter Association could have mobilized more hunters to deal with the Chimera ants, but unfortunately, Parustan rejected this proposal. His assistants, who had been idle, were suddenly assigned tasks. The Chimera ant incident was a major event. After all, a country had suffered a devastating disaster. Even if the country's top leaders weren't good people, they were still members of V5. An incident of this magnitude naturally requires someone to bear the blame. The V5 officials couldn't possibly shoulder the blame, so only President Netero of the Hunter Association could bear it. As long as the Chimera ant issue wasn't resolved, the blame would only grow larger for Netero. With pressure from V5 externally and Parustan internally, it's no wonder the Kiddo seemed so worried. Judging from the current situation, once the Chimera ant issue was resolved, Netero would likely step down. You're so worried, but you don't realize Netero doesn't care about the position of president at all. With Netero's prestige within the Hunter Association, it would be easy to deal with Parustan. A single word from him would remove him from his position as vice president. In reality, Parustan's dominance within the Hunter Association was cultivated by Netero himself. Because he was too idle, no one could rival him in strength, forcing Netero to seek enemies elsewhere. Parustan, the vice president who constantly troubled him, was exactly what he wanted. If Netero had appointed Kiddo as vice president, he'd probably be even more unoccupied now. Shen Fei didn't comment on this, as he had no interest in power within the Hunter Association. Soon after, most of the Hunter Association members in the East Gold Republic left, as the Chimera ants had dispersed, leaving them no longer useful. In the end, only Shen Fei, Gon, Killua, Morau, Nob, and the others remained, preparing to confront the Ant King and his 3 guards, who had occupied the East Gold Republic's royal palace. The Ant King's forces were too powerful, and leaving too many behind would only result in casualties. Therefore, Netero planned to implement an elite policy, while he himself, donning his decisive combat vest, began seclusion, preparing for a decisive battle with the Ant King. Things are back on track. Meruem and Komi will definitely meet. The military chess was unique in the East-Gold Republic, and Komi was the undisputed number one. Shen Fei didn't take advantage of Netero's retreat to directly storm the palace and eliminate Meruem and the others. It wasn't that he felt any sympathy for them, any sympathy he had was for Komi. The reason Shen Fei didn't take action was simple: the actions of the Ant King and his companions indirectly changed the entire East-Gold Republic. It was somewhat amusing to say that the V5 officials, including those in the Hunters Association, knew about the East-Gold Republic, but none considered changing it. Some might have considered it, but due to various restrictions, they felt it was difficult or impossible to act. After all, it wasn't their own country. But now, the East-Gold Republic had been transformed by the Ant King, and the entire East-Gold Republic leadership had been purged. The group then waited in East-Gold Republic for Netero's contact. Meanwhile, the majority of the Chimera ants scattered around the world were eliminated. Through conversations with those who had previously remained in the Chimera ant nest, the Hunters Association learned of the non-abilities of all the division commanders. Given their preparedness, and given the Chimera ants' complete lack of understanding of human habits, their elimination was inevitable. Those Chimera ants who managed to escape, upon learning of the horrors of the human world, sought refuge with the Ant King. However, thanks to the Hunters Association's intelligence network, Shen Fei, Moleo Wu, and the others eliminated all Chimera ants that approached East-Gold Republic. Not a single Chimera ant broke through to the East-Gold Republic. The chaos caused by the Chimera ant invasion was defined as a new type of monster by V5, and the events in the East-Gold Republic have been covered up. P.S. Sorry, I won't post again tomorrow. What's the point of a break? My failure is completely irrelevant. Chapter 262 Doctor Strange, Part 1. That's a Dragon Star Cluster, Killa exclaimed in surprise at the dense swarm of golden arrows that filled the sky above the East-Gold Republic Palace. That attack range is quite large, Shen Fei observed with a certain sense of admiration. The entire East-Gold Republic Palace was quite large. These golden arrows weren't just aesthetically pleasing, they were also incredibly powerful. The magnificently decorated palace was reduced to ruins by this wave of attacks. Although Neferptah, with her powerful aura, had spotted the attack early, the attack was too widespread, and she was unable to stop it. She was forced to charge at Netero in the air, only to be sent flying by Netero's 100-style cannon. Action. After the Dragon Star Cluster vanished, Mo Liaowu immediately rushed out of the four-dimensional apartment and headed for his pre-selected target, Aoyapofu. Yupi, Shen Fei, Mo Liaowu, and the others' mission was to lure the three guards away so Netero could focus on dealing with the Ant King Meruem. Shen Fei initially opposed this plan, suggesting a joint effort against the Ant King. Unfortunately, Netero insisted on his own strategy, demanding a one-on-one duel. Seeing Netero's determination, Shen Fei reluctantly complied. Even though Shen Fei had demonstrated considerable strength, capable of challenging Netero, their encounter was destined to fall short of a life-or-death battle. While Shen Fei's strength was sufficient for Netero, it was a life-or-death battle that Netero truly desired. This was why he offered Jin and his son, Biang, a condition: if he died, he would not care about their journey to the Dark Continent. However, if he lived, the two would have to apply for a spot on the Dark Continent through formal means. Given V5's attitude toward the Dark Continent, even if they obtained a spot through formal means, it would be nothing more than a quick visit, something Jin and Biang found unacceptable. The ultimate outcome was that Jin or Biang might attempt to kill Netero, the troublemaker. Initially, they might not resort to such tactics, but if the deadline dragged on for decades, no one would be able to endure. Jin was fine, as he had plenty of time to wait, but Biang was a different story. Even though Nen's ability could prolong life, aging would inevitably diminish its power. Entering a dangerous place like the Dark Continent without peak performance would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Netero was surprised to learn that Biang had no intention of killing him. For decades, he remained silent, leaving him deeply disappointed. Unable to stop Netero, Shen Fei secretly decided to wait until Yupi was defeated before returning to help Netero. With him, he could at least prevent Netero and the Ant King from perishing together. However, Netero's decision dissuaded Shen Fei from sending him to the pirate world. While the battle between Hyakushiki Cannon and Sengoku's Daibutsu was intriguing, Shen Fei wasn't prepared to popularize Nen in the pirate world. Given Netero's talent, Shen Fei had no doubt he could reach the level of a 4 emperor in the pirate world. Once he reached that point, he might even spread his telepathy to train future generations. This was not what Shen Fei had in mind. Are you just a bunch of bugs? Yuppie stood alone at the staircase leading to the second floor, blocking Shen Fei, Gon, Killua, Nakurin, Shudo, and the others. According to the plan, Morao would hold off one of the 3 guardians, Morao's telepathy perfectly stalling them. Then Shen Fei would block one, and then Gon, Killua, and the other 4 would block the final one. However, since Neferpitou had been knocked away by Nitaro, there were only 2-3 guardians left, making things easier. You go help Morao, I'll take care of this. Uncle, are you okay on your own? Killua looked at Yuppie with some concern. The powerful telepathy emanating from Yuppie frightened Killua and the others. If it weren't for their faith, they would have already escaped. This time, Nob's hair didn't turn white with fear. With Shen Fei's presence, Nob didn't need to venture too far into the palace. Stay here, Yuppie said, seeing the group seemingly looking down on him. He immediately grew furious, gathering a powerful fist of Nen and blasting it towards Killua, the closest to him. Boom! Before Killua could evade, Shen Fei appeared beside him and delivered a similar punch. The moment their fists collided, powerful Nen energy exploded, sending a terrifying shockwave that instantly sent Gon and the others retreating. Killua, however, remained unaffected because he was behind Shen Fei. Alright, you're only getting in the way here. Let's go, Shen Fei said, grabbing Killua by the neck and throwing him outside. Seeing this, Gon and the others immediately rushed outside. From the shockwave alone, they knew they couldn't participate in such a fight. Boom! Just as Gon and the others rushed out of the room, they heard a loud noise. Turning around, they saw a red figure flying out from a broken wall. Then they saw Shen Fei walk out of the wall. A 6-meter-tall, 6-armed, and solemn golden figure appeared around Shen Fei. His opponent was a Kamar-Taj, so Shen Fei didn't need to hold back and immediately activated his 1,000-armed Guanyin. Yuppie's strength, if measured in the hunter world, is undoubtedly formidable, surpassing even Zeno and Silva of the Zoldyck family. Of course, this strength is primarily due to his Nen energy. His application of Nen is very crude, which is why Gon, Killua, Nakurin, and the others were able to fight him for so long in the original story. Among the Ant King and his 3 guards, Neferpitou is the most powerful in the use of Nen. The other 3's Nen skills are quite crude. Given the Ant King's Nen energy, if he could systematically master all the advanced techniques of Nen, even Nitaro's poor man's rose might not be able to kill him. It's not that the Ant King can withstand the poor man's rose head-on, but rather that he can easily move away from the center of the explosion the moment the poor man's rose erupts. Next is Pufu. After putting away the 1,000-handed Guanyin, Shen Fei looked in the direction of Molao Wu, then at Nakura and Zichuo. Both of them possessed remarkable Nen abilities. Nakura's Nen ability, the heavens know, only I suffer, summons a mascot that lends its own energy to the opponent, at high interest rates. Until the opponent repays the loan, the opponent's attacks will be invulnerable. If the loan exceeds the opponent's total Nen energy, the opponent will be forced into a state of extinction for a month. If it is a battle of equal strength, Nakulu will undoubtedly have an advantage, but if it is against a stronger person than himself, this ability will be useless. Similarly, Xiutuo's telepathic ability, the Dark Hotel, is also very magical. Although this telepathic ability cannot harm the opponent, it can transfer the part it hits into the Dark Hotel. Shen Fei took a look at the 2 of them, and immediately stepped forward and rushed towards Molao Wu. At this time, Molao Wu and Pufu were in a stalemate. Molao Wu used his telepathic ability to trap his Pufu in a smoke cage. I have already dealt with it over there. Open it and I will deal with him. Standing outside the smoke cage, Shen Fei shouted loudly to the inside. As he finished speaking, the smoke cage was immediately untied, revealing the figures of Molao Wu and Pufu inside. Yuppie was killed. How could that be? Pufu stared at Shen Fei in shock. As one of the 3 guards, Pufu was well aware of Yuppie's strength. In terms of absolute strength, Yuppie was undoubtedly the best of the 3. While Pufu was stunned, Shen Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately appeared before him and, as Pufu stared in disbelief, delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Huh? Shen Fei, who had intended to kill Pufu with a single blow, was stunned for a moment after striking him from behind. The Pufu he had struck exploded, sending countless miniature Xiaoyupufus the size of bees into the air. One of Xiaoyupufu's abilities, the Fly King, while lacking in combat power, could neutralize powerful attacks and even grant him immunity to physical attacks. Facing the bee-sized Alphys that scattered in all directions, Shen Fei paused for a moment before swiftly launching a dozen or so swipes into the air. The powerful shockwaves instantly destroyed a large number of Alphys, but many still flew away. Didn't hit the original body. Seeing this, Shen Fei knew that the previous attack had missed the original body. So many bee-sized Alphys couldn't all be the original body. If so, his telepathic ability would be incredibly abnormal. Shen Fei was not mistaken in this. The Fly King of Alphys had a main body to control the other clones, and the clones could even be as small as nanometers. However, it required a main body to be bee-sized. This would be too conspicuous, clearly indicating that the Alphys was the original body. After all, under normal circumstances, no one could see at the nanometer level. Even Ning couldn't do that, so Xiaoyupufu simply scaled all of his clones to the same size as his original form. Not only would it be caught off guard, but even with preparation, unless they could instantly eliminate all of them, it would be difficult to determine the true form's location. After all, it could fly. As Shen Fei sighed as he watched the Xiaoyupufu fly away, Moleo Wu, standing nearby, finally recovered. He was astonished by Xiaoyupufu's abilities. After recovering, he immediately controlled the surrounding smoke and began attacking the Xiaoyupufu in the air, but such attacks were now useless. I didn't expect it to be this kind of telepathic ability. This is really troublesome. Watching the Xiaoyupufu fly away, Shen Fei immediately gave up the idea of chasing after it. After all, there were Xiaoyupufu flying in all directions, and it was difficult to determine which direction was the true form. Sorry, but I can't stay here to help you now. I need help, President. I'll leave this to you, okay? Don't worry, leave this to us. Mo Liaowu waved his large pipe and gave Shen Fei a thumbs up. After receiving the reply, Shen Fei didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards Netero and the Ant King, who had been sent away by Zeno's dragon head painting. King, as Shen Fei began to move, Neferpitao, the Catwoman who had been sent flying by Netero, rushed back at breakneck speed. They should be fine, right? Although he was a little worried about Killa and the others, Shen Fei didn't stop. Hyakushiki Cannon 99 palms. When Shen Fei arrived at the area where Netero and the Ant King Merum were fighting, he just happened to see Netero use his most powerful move, the Hyakushiki Cannon, with all his arms, tossing the Ant King like a ball, shifting back and forth between his palms. Even so, the Ant King remained unscathed. His demonic body and ocean-like Nanora, even without the advanced Nen skills, allowed him to withstand Netero's attacks unscathed. It can't break the defense. 99 palms was Netero's most powerful attack, and even then, it failed to injure the Ant King. Even with Netero's 0, the same wouldn't apply. Nose is a product of life force. Through nose, one can prolong their lifespan, and similarly, by consuming life, they can gain powerful nose. Netero's 0 is one such attack. Unfortunately, the difference in power between the two was too great. Even if Gon from the original story used the powerful power gained from the constraints and oaths he made when he killed Neferpitao, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Ant King. In that state, Gon undoubtedly had the strength to battle the Ant King. His potential was immense, but the duration of that state was limited. He could kill Neferpitao instantly, but against the Ant King, even a slight delay would have him fall. And while potential was potential, Gon might not reach that level in the future, as Shen Fei's arrival had disrupted his development. What are you doing here? Netero, hands clasped together, was about to use the 0, but stopped short when he saw Shen Fei appear. President, leave this to me. Shen Fei smiled and nodded at Netero, then walked over to Netero, facing Merum head-on. You're no match for him. Leave now, President, don't worry. Today I'll show you my true strength, Shen Fei said, turning his gaze to Merum, who was still sitting on the ground. Netero's previous fierce attack now seemed like nothing happened. Do you have to fight? Merum said, standing up. Previously, she had allowed Netero to attack at will, but upon seeing Shen Fei, her attitude suddenly changed. Not bad, it seems that I can only talk to you when I can immobilize you, Merum said, unleashing the powerful Nu within her. The total power of her new aura was far greater than that of the 3 guards combined. Faced with such a powerful thought, Shen Fei's expression did not change at all, But Netero's expression changed slightly. Meruem did not fight back before, and even his judgment of the Ant King's strength was wrong. Chapter 263 Doctor Strange, Part 2. Boom boom boom. As the battle between Shen Fei and the Ant King Meruem began, it caused extensive damage to the surrounding ground and mountains. Unlike the previous fight, where Meruem had been one-sidedly attacked, Netero hadn't fought back, so Netero's damage was minimal. However, the battle between Meruem and Shen Fei was different. Initially, Meruem was a bit unskilled, but as the battle progressed, her fighting skills skyrocketed. What a terrifying command! Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Meruem's rapidly increasing combat experience. If he hadn't outmatched Meruem in sheer strength, the outcome of the battle would have been unpredictable. Shen Fei's decision to confront the Ant King Meruem head-on was a carefully considered one. He needed a benchmark for his current strength. Without using any other abilities, relying solely on physical skills and mind control, could he face an admiral in the pirate world? Meruem's strength certainly couldn't compare to that of a general, but it did give Shen Fei a glimpse into his own strength. That's enough. Take my move, and I'll go wild, Shen Fei said, clasping his hands together and activating the 1,000-armed Guanyin. While it might be called a 1,000-armed Guanyin, it couldn't even match Netero's 100-style Guanyin. At this point, Shen Fei could only control a little over 20 arms. But that was enough. With over 20 arms, stretching over 6 meters, Meruem couldn't even get close. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't defeat 4, and a flurry of punches can defeat a master. Shen Fei now wondered if Netero, with his immense strength, had relied on the 100-style Guanyin's flurry of punches to defeat the master. Bang, bang, bang. After using Meruem as a target for about a minute, Meruem's body was now severely wounded, her limbs twisted, her head cracked. Goodbye. With his final blow, 2 massive golden hands clasped in midair, trapping Meruem between them. A powerful burst of telekinesis finally brought Meruem to his knees. I'm sorry, Shen Fei sighed softly at Meruem's clear, dying eyes. If Meruem weren't the Ant King, but one of the 3 guardians, he wouldn't have to be killed. But he was the Ant King after all. Even though Shen Fei wasn't human from this world, he was still human. He couldn't allow the humans of this world to harbor such a threat. Shen Fei was startled by the thought emanating from Meruem's corpse, and immediately became alert. Although Shen Fei had never seen this kind of thing before, he knew it was the thought of enhanced thought from posthumous resurrection. The Hunter world possessed many items with magical powers, essentially the thought left behind by materialized Nen users unwilling to repent after death. Given the Ant King Meruem's strength, his power would undoubtedly be further enhanced once he was resurrected. However, to Shen Fei's surprise, Meruem's thought didn't cling to his body, but instead drifted towards the East Gold Republic. Neither Shen Fei nor Netero spoke, nor did they react to the thought, allowing it to soar toward the palace. King. Just then, a figure suddenly flew from the sky. It was Alyapofu. Seeing the Ant King's corpse, he dashed down recklessly. Let me do it. You don't have time to attack right now. Facing the incoming Alyapofu, Shen Fei's 1,000-armed Guanyin reappeared behind him. Then, with a giant golden palm, he trapped Alyapofu and struck him with a fatal blow. Alyapofu, preoccupied with his king, paid no attention to Shen Fei and Netero, though even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Boom boom boom. As Shen Fei and Netero approached the palace, they heard a continuous roar and the shrill roar of a catwoman. Is this another resurrected thought? Seeing Neferpitau's current state, Shen Fei was surprised. Resurrected thoughts were incredibly rare, but he hadn't expected to encounter 2 of them in such a short time, and they weren't even human. At this point, Morgo, his 2 disciples, Gon, and Killua, a total of 5 people, were in dire straits. Killua had lost his left arm, Shudo had lost her hand, Nakura lay dead and missing, and Gon was nowhere to be found. Morgo was the only one holding on. It turned out that Morgo and his companions, through a plan and the combined efforts of their team and Nakura's uncanny ability, had finally defeated Neferpitau, the Catwoman. However, no one had anticipated her resurrection. The resurrected Neferpitau possessed greater strength and greater intelligence than before. Morgo and his companions were able to defeat Neferpitau with Nakura's power primarily because she was deeply concerned for the king's safety. Alyapofu could have joined forces with Neferpitau, but to expedite the search for the king, Alyapofu withdrew. Otherwise, the combined forces of the 2 guards would have put Morgo and his companions' lives in jeopardy. Seeing this, Shen Fei immediately rushed forward, preventing Netero from attacking. The battle with the Ant King had drained all of Netero's Nuku. Any more would mean exchanging his life for strength. Is this what Kurako Wu wants? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei blocked Nefertiti's claws as they attacked Mo Liao Wu. Upon seeing Shen Fei and Netero return, Mo Liao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. It must be that his ability was smoke, allowing him to create illusionary clones, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Controlling the puppet's power? Finally, even controlling myself? That's a pretty good ability. Let's try it. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei didn't kill Nefertiti immediately. Instead, he blocked her attacks while tentatively analyzing his Nuku. Nefertiti's healing ability, while a valuable one, was useless to Shen Fei. Even without the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, his healing abilities, powered by the surgery fruit, were superior to Nefertiti's. However, her ability to control puppets is quite impressive. Kurako's illusion is essentially the ability to control puppets, not just enemies, but also corpses and herself. A person's combat effectiveness fluctuates with various factors and cannot always be at its peak. Even the strongest can only mitigate these changes, not ignore them. Just like an ordinary person, their state when sick is definitely different from their normal state. Furthermore, the human body has self-protection limitations, just as an ordinary person wouldn't throw a full-strength punch at a wall. However, under Kurako's illusion, she can ignore these limitations and unleash a power beyond her normal capabilities. Simply put, it's a state of absolute rationality, undistracted by any circumstances. It's time to end. Shen Fei didn't engage her for long. After subduing her and analyzing her mind, he destroyed her body. Without the controlling body, her mind quickly dissipated. Resurrection from the dead also requires a carrier to exist. Materialized mind abilities have a significant advantage in this regard. Those without materialization abilities rely on sheer luck. Where are they? Shen Fei, rushing back, was surprised to find them all gone. Deep inside the palace, Shen Fei finally spotted Netero, Morao, and Xiaomei. Netero and Morao were now fixated on the chessboard in front of Xiaomei. The mind is attached to it. Shen Fei immediately noticed something different about the chessboard. Where are they? They were taken away by Nob for treatment. Although Nob didn't participate in the battle, he wasn't far away either. In fact, he was Gon's savior. If Nob hadn't dragged Gon into the fourth-dimensional apartment at the critical moment, he would have died trying to confront Neferpitau. Without the power he had borrowed from him later, Gon would have been no match for Neferpitau. Gon, a power-enhancing type, was easily overwhelmed by emotion. The reason he wanted to fight Neferpitau was because Kilo had lost an arm while trying to save him. It's finally over. After the Ant King and his 3 guards were dead, Netero and Morao immediately called for reinforcements from the Hunters Association. Numerous airships appeared over the East Gold Republic, along with V5 officials. On Komi's side, Netero made proper arrangements. The chessboard containing Merum was also taken with Komi. Perhaps one day, Merum would reappear as a mind beast. The Hunters Association no longer had any say in the future regarding the East Gold Republic. Even Netero, despite his merit in killing the Ant King, was harshly reprimanded by the V5 leadership. If nothing unexpected happened, Netero would be blamed for this Chimera Ant disaster. In the original story, Netero sacrificed himself to kill the Ant King, but now Netero is still alive. Those who haven't witnessed the Ant King's power firsthand wouldn't believe his immense strength. It's like a supernova from One Piece claiming to kill the 4 emperors before even entering the New World. After all, the Chimera Ant casualties were too numerous to conceal. Of course, the V5 leadership couldn't be blamed for this, so Netero bore the brunt of the blame. Netero could have found someone else to blame, such as Vice President Baristan, a perfect candidate. Unfortunately, Netero wasn't a politician, and the outcome was likely Netero's resignation as president of the Hunter Association. Shen Fei only had a general understanding of the situation. Upon returning to the Hunter Association's city, he immediately visited Kilo and used his nen to reattach his arm. The Hunter Association's hospital could also reattach Kilo and Shoto's arms, but that method would require considerable time for full recovery. Shen Fei, relying on the nen user's healing abilities, was able to achieve near-complete recovery in about a week. This was without using the Archangel S.H.I.E.L.D, using that would have been much faster. As for Nakur and Gon, they suffered internal injuries, damage to their organs and bones. Seeing that their condition wasn't too serious, Shen Fei refrained from attacking them. The Hunter Association's guild president election, Shen Fei shook his head after reviewing the latest news and left the Hunter world. He had already spent considerable time in this world, and it was time to bring Aida and Robin there to expose them to Nen. This election was significantly different from the original. While all hunters still voted, since the guild president survived and Gan wasn't seriously injured and dying, Liario certainly wouldn't cause a scene. Therefore, the next president was almost certain to be either Paristan or Kido, both 3-star hunters with comparable achievements. After learning this, Shen Fei had a good idea of who would be the next Hunter Association president. Nitaro would normally act erratically, like appointing Paristan as vice president, but in this situation, he certainly wouldn't act erratically. Voldemort has been killed? Such a joy for everyone. In the Harry Potter world, Shen Fei, reading the latest news in the Daily Prophet, wasn't too surprised. Robin, you've put your knowledge into practice so quickly. After learning magic, Robin no longer needed a pen to record things, using a magic item, an automatic writing pen. You're willing to come back? Ada, still dressed in her red dress, looked a little annoyed. I've got something good this time. You'll definitely like it, Shen Fei said, taking out the witch's rejuvenating potion. Is it real? After hearing Shen Fei's description of the potion's effects, Ada and Robin's eyes lit up. I've tried it. It works, but don't take too much. You'd better decide the appropriate age range and take a few pills. In terms of age, Ada and Robin were both significantly older than Shen Fei, but Shen Fei had spent considerable time in other worlds, so taking that into account, he had aged faster than them. In fact, at Shen Fei's age, standard age was no longer enough to judge him. Don't worry about that, Ada said, immediately taking all the rejuvenation potion. Wait a minute, leave me a few pills, I still need to research. Shen Fei immediately stopped her. You can make this. Ada looked at Shen Fei with surprise. If you continue researching, you might be able to, but one person can only take 100 pills. Shen Fei nodded, acknowledging the situation. You're not planning on selling this, are you? Ada's expression had turned serious, as he had Robin beside her. I'm not stupid. Of course, I'm only using this for myself. I'm not short of money right now. Shen Fei immediately shook his head. As long as you understand, if the witch's rejuvenation potion were to leak out, it would definitely cause serious problems. In the Marvel world, someone might even drop a nuclear bomb on Shen Fei. This was no joke. Afterwards, Ada and Robin immediately took the medicine to the side room. After a long time, they came out. They were very different from before. They were both very beautiful before, but now they were even more beautiful. In addition, their temperaments were different, which made Shen Fei stunned for a moment. Robin quickly found an excuse to leave, leaving only Shen Fei and Ada in the room. This is the rest, you should keep it. Ada handed the remaining medicine to Shen Fei, then lay on Shen Fei's shoulder and whispered in his ear. A unique fragrance of Ada immediately filled the surroundings. In this situation, Shen Fei immediately pulled Ada into his arms with a backhand, and then carried her to the room. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Doctor Strange, Part 2. What do you think of this, Robin? After the revelry, Ada leaned against Shen Fei, her breath soft and sweet. I just feel pity for what she's been through. Although Ada's voice was very gentle, Shen Fei still felt a chill and immediately said this. Really? If it was just pity, you would take her away from your own world and give her such a good thing. I haven't seen you so generous with others. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid even Stark doesn't know about this witch's rejuvenation potion, Ada whispered in Shen Fei's ear. Well, Ada's words left Shen Fei speechless. It was impossible to say that he had no feelings for Robin. However, even if he had a low emotional intelligence, he knew he couldn't bear to say this in front of Ada. But denying it was just as bad. How can you have the desire but not the courage? Don't worry, I don't mind such things. Come to think of it, I thought you were that one back then. What is that one? Shen Fei asked curiously. What do you mean? I've investigated you before. You've never dated any woman in all these years. You're both incredibly beautiful and wealthy. Under these circumstances, why haven't you dated any woman? What do you mean? As soon as Ada finished her words, Shen Fei immediately understood what she meant. In the US, dating in high school is perfectly normal. Those without money can rely on looks. Face control isn't just a male privilege, many women are obsessed with it, too. If anyone else had Shen Fei's wealth, looks, and physical prowess, slaying hundreds of men wouldn't be a problem. Just look at Stark. He'd been stalking women since high school, not to mention hundreds, even thousands, and all of them were incredibly talented. He practically owned all the models for the weekly magazines, switching models weekly without a repeat, sometimes even featuring twins. Even with a Stark, this was rare, considering he spent his time researching technology. Some of the second-generation models lived a life of luxury unimaginable to the average person. How dare you say that to me? Today I'll show you my power, Nen. I never thought there was such a magical thing. The next day, a refreshed Shen Fei summoned Ada and Robin and told them about Nen. Hearing Shen Fei's description of its wonders, Ada, who had previously eaten the thunder fruit and whose power was already incredibly powerful, was also astonished. Let's go to that world first. While Nen could be taught in other worlds, going to the hunter world was always better. S.H.I.E.L.D. City. After bringing Ada and Robin to this world, Shen Fei used his Nen aura to open their pores, unlocking their Nen. He then taught them all the techniques of Nen and let them practice on their own. Shen Fei wasn't worried about their safety. After all, both of them had once wandered the world alone and were still alive. In comparison, if it weren't for his fortuitous encounter, Shen Fei would be far behind them, not to mention that both of them now knew how to operate. Although this skill couldn't be used for a while due to the different worlds, it would be available once they practiced here for a while. With the nano-steel armor on both of them, as long as they don't go to the Dark Continent, there is no need to worry about their safety. Stark can't equip other people, including his fiancée Pepper, with nano-armor, but there are no restrictions on Shen Fei's side. Stark must abide by some rules, but he doesn't need to. Is your fame rising quickly? After settling Ada and Robin, Shen Fei returned to the Marvel world. At this time, the Avengers had a good reputation, and Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver also had a large number of fans. Quicksilver, in particular, had too many female fans, and many people wanted to know if he was really that fast. Although Scarlet Witch was in charge and prevented Quicksilver from going too far, he still let many people know how fast he was. As a fellow superhero, Quicksilver lived a much better life than people's good neighbor Spider-Man. This guy's finally in trouble. That means the Sorcerer Supreme position will soon be replaced. After reviewing the news about Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, Shen Fei came across a car accident report. Renowned neurosurgeon Stephen Strange had been involved in a nighttime accident while driving a sports car, sustaining severe injuries to both hands. The injuries are irreversible and will force him to retire from medical practice, a significant loss to the medical community. Strange's injuries weren't completely incurable. After multiple surgeries, he could now move his hands freely, though he still had some tremors. He could still perform other less delicate tasks, but surgery was out of the question. This was a devastating blow to Strange. Upon hearing this information, Shen Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Strange's accident meant the Sorcerer Supreme position would soon be replaced. It wasn't that Shen Fei wished for the Ancient One's death. After all, with her strength, it would be difficult for her to die if she didn't want to. Shen Fei was relieved because with the Ancient One gone, he was no longer under scrutiny, freeing him to act freely. With so much time, Shen Fei could have traveled to more dimensional worlds. The reason for the delay was fear that the Ancient One would forbid it. Traveling through the multiverse isn't without risk. If it were, with so many disciples at Kamar-Taj, Shen Fei wouldn't even be able to reach it. That's why Shen Fei stayed in each world for extended periods, firstly, to learn and cultivate the local power system, and secondly, to see if the Ancient One would react. Shen Fei didn't think he'd traveled through dimensions without the Ancient One noticing. The entire Earth was under the surveillance of Kamar-Taj's magical circle. Requesting nanosurgery recovery? What a joke. Feeling relieved, Shen Fei nearly jumped when he saw one of the emails he checked. It was from Zhao Hailan. While the use of nanotechnology in medicine hadn't been widely publicized, top surgeons like Strange were aware of it. It was simply too expensive to make it widely available, otherwise, all surgeons would likely change careers. Strange had already spent almost all his money on the treatment of his hands, even selling his luxurious villa. Of his luxury goods, only the watch his girlfriend had given him remained, everything else had been sold. Now, let alone recovering from the nanosurgery. He might even have trouble eating. As an internationally renowned neurosurgeon, Strange's income was undoubtedly high, but with that high income came high expenses. Top-of-the-line sports cars, world travels, and high-end restaurants all cost a fortune. Western consumer values allow many high-income individuals to live lavishly, but their savings are often limited, a stark contrast to Eastern values. Strange's businesses and luxury goods were once valuable. He had always purchased top-tier items. Unfortunately, when you're desperate for money, you can't sell it for a high price. Buyers will only offer the lowest price, as he's not in a rush. Although his girlfriend was wealthy, he broke up with her after realizing his hands couldn't be fully healed. With Strange's expertise as a neurosurgeon, even if he couldn't perform the surgery, he wouldn't have been in such a bad state. After all, his knowledge was still there, and he could easily have taught medical students, making him a top-tier professor. Unfortunately, Strange refused to give up his medical career. Finally, with no other options, he approached G-Virus, offering his future income as collateral for nanosurgery. Given Strange's skills, he knew he could repay the money once his hands were healed. Furthermore, G-Virus was kind and sympathetic to Strange's situation, so she agreed. If it weren't for the company's regulations, she would probably have provided Strange with a treatment free of charge. Nanomedical surgery is indeed expensive, but it's also affordable. The Avengers have a nanomedical surgical device available for free internal use. It all depends on your connections. Just like when Kelson had his hand severed in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had to wear a prosthetic, he could have easily gone to Stark and had it restored for free. Upon seeing this, Shen Fei immediately called G-Virus. If Strange were allowed to recover, Dr. Strange would likely be gone, which wouldn't be a good thing for Earth. Even without Dormammu, other dimensional beings would still invade, just like the Guardians of the Galaxy once dealt with the alien dimensional beings from the Sovereign. Of course, these dimensional beings couldn't compare to Dormammu. Reject him, but I've already agreed. I remember you agreed back then. This technology is primarily used to save lives. G-Virus immediately declined upon hearing Shen Fei's request. Nanomedicine technology is too expensive for ordinary people to afford, but the price can't be arbitrarily reduced. Just like the arc reactor, a price reduction could cause a chain reaction in the medical field. So G-Virus found an excuse. For experimental purposes, he would periodically select a few poor patients, sign confidentiality agreements, and treat them. Shen Fei naturally had no objection. I know, but this man is special after all. His hand can't be healed. Refuse him now. I'll go over and explain it to you, but I've already healed him. G-Virus' words made Shen Fei's head buzz. His thoughts were in a turmoil, and he didn't know what to say. Now that Dr. Strange's hand was healed, would he still go to Kamar-Taj to study magic? Strange had never been interested in magic to begin with. He simply wanted to heal his arm at Kamar-Taj and return to his medical profession. He became the new Sorcerer Supreme mainly because the Ancient One died before him. Now that Strange's hand was healed, he couldn't possibly break it again. If it could be artificially done, with the Ancient One's strength, he could easily have injured Strange earlier without him noticing. This is a big problem. I shouldn't have developed nanotechnology earlier. With Strange now healed, Shen Fei lost interest in talking to G-Virus. I should talk to the Sorcerer Supreme, but how should I put it? Or should I just pretend I don't know? It seems like I can't hide it. How about talking to Strange? This is magic. This is a soul. As a doctor, he should be very interested. Without Strange, perhaps the Ancient One won't have to die. Although there's someone above him who's looking at me with suspicion, this way we'll have a better chance of dealing with Thanos. Even though Strange was incredibly talented, his training was so short that he wouldn't be able to defeat Thanos. But the Ancient One was different. Shen Fei struggled for days, unsure how to remedy the situation. What's going on? What's this feeling? One day, while Shen Fei was still debating how to convince Strange to go to Kamar-Taj, he suddenly felt an unusually oppressive sensation coming from outside. After several days of deliberation, Shen Fei finally decided to persuade Strange. It was the easiest way. As for his desire to be a doctor and his reluctance to leave his girlfriend, none of that mattered. Once he became the Sorcerer Supreme, he could do whatever he wanted. The Ancient One was usually bored at Kamar-Taj. There was an explosion. Why was it there? Shen Fei was just beginning to sense something was amiss when Red Queen broadcast a news report. A building had seemingly exploded due to a bomb attack. This wasn't unusual. Terrorists often did this sort of thing, but this time it was different, as the explosion had originated from the New York Temple, one of Kamar-Taj's 3 great temples. Someone's attacking the temple? Is that G-Virus? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei immediately opened the mystical portal and appeared outside the New York Temple. It's G-Virus. Arriving there, Shen Fei quickly spotted G-Virus and his group. Just as he was about to attack, he heard the voices of Wang and Mordo, both shouting the Sorcerer Supreme's name. No way! Shen Fei hurried over and immediately found the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, clad in a yellow robe, lying in a pool of blood. Wang looked deeply distressed, while Mordo stared at Ancient One with a shifting expression. This is a joke. This is no joke, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Shen Fei's ears. Everything around him froze, cars, people, even a plane overhead. Sorcerer Supreme, what's going on? Seeing Wang and Mordo frozen in time, Shen Fei turned his gaze to the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme in spirit form. He died without even a successor. This was unbelievable. Need I say more? As the Ancient One finished his words, a red cloak suddenly flew out of the half-ruined New York Temple and floated beside Shen Fei. The Ancient One, holding the Eye of Agamotto, handed it to Shen Fei. Me. This scene made Shen Fei point a finger at himself. Not bad, the Ancient One smiled and nodded. I can't do it. I can't do it, Shen Fei said immediately. What a joke. He had never dreamed of becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Would that make him Doctor Strange? P.S. Sorry, I will get back to normal as soon as possible. I don't have enough leave notes. Chapter 265 Dormammu. Why do you think you're incapable? The Ancient One's words immediately silenced Shen Fei. He hadn't considered the question. He believed the next Sorcerer Supreme would be Doctor Strange, and that was unchangeable. Therefore, he had never considered himself the Sorcerer Supreme. This belief stemmed from the fact that, in Shen Fei's mind, the Ancient One had chosen the next Sorcerer Supreme. But now that he thought about it, perhaps the Ancient One had already considered him as the next Sorcerer Supreme when he asked him to finish reading the Book of Cagliostro. Why do you think I would definitely choose him? He's certainly a good choice, but not the only one. In fact, if nothing had happened to G-Virus, he would have been the first choice. But I don't want to be the Sorcerer Supreme. I don't want to stay in one place forever. Since things had come to this, Shen Fei simply spoke the truth. Why do you think the Sorcerer Supreme must remain here? The title is nothing more than a meaningless one. What you choose to do, and what you don't, is entirely up to you. But, Shen Fei began, but was immediately interrupted by the Ancient One. Odin will soon enter eternal sleep. Even a powerful nation like Asgard could face Ragnarok. There are many disasters ahead, and amidst these disasters, you are a change. I don't know whether this change is good or bad, but change is a good thing. Relying on the Time Stone, the Ancient One had a clear understanding of many things. The reason she didn't make any changes was because they were within her expectations. In such a situation, an unexpected change would actually be good news for her, and Shen Fei was just that change. Even I didn't expect you to think of using those PIM particles to achieve dimensional travel, the Ancient One said, nodding with emotion. Shen Fei could also perform normal dimensional travel, a natural ability of Kamar-Taj. However, such travel came with its own dangers. The dimensional space was teeming with dangerous creatures, ranging from powerful ones like Dormammu to weaker ones like the creatures the Guardians of the Galaxy were hired to deal with by Sovereign. Under these circumstances, dimensional travel relied solely on strength or luck. Otherwise, encountering a powerful foe in the dimensional space would be fatal. Dormammu was the enemy the Ancient One encountered during his dimensional journey. This was the Ancient One's first encounter with Dormammu. Anyone else would have been instantly defeated. The ensuing battle between the Ancient One and Dormammu was a fierce opponent. Because Dormammu was so powerful, the Ancient One was forced to harness the power of Dormammu's dark dimension to counter Dormammu. Even then, the Ancient One could only contain Dormammu, not defeat him. Shen Fei's dimensional travel was different. While the quantum realm still harbored creatures, the dangers were significantly reduced. A mere ordinary person like the Wasp could have lived there for 30 years without issue, let alone mages like them. The Ancient One ignored Shen Fei's dimensional journey precisely for this reason. If it were a normal dimensional journey, it would have been stopped by the Ancient One long ago. Dormammu is constantly lingering in the dimensional space outside Earth. A rash dimensional journey would easily lead to an encounter with him. You know, the Ancient One said, instantly confirming Shen Fei's earlier suspicions. However, Shen Fei looked at the stopped world around him and was at a loss for words. With the power displayed by the Ancient One, 10 Quisiliuses wouldn't have been enough to defeat him, yet he had died at Quisilius's hands. Whether you become the new Sorcerer Supreme is up to you. My mission has concluded. 2 of the 3 great temples have been destroyed. Once all 3 are destroyed, Dormammu will descend, and the fate of Earth will be decided by you, the Ancient One spoke, tapping Shen Fei's forehead with his finger. A flood of information suddenly appeared in Shen Fei's mind. Then, with a faint smile, the Ancient One's soul slowly dissipated. The moment his soul completely vanished, the stop time around him began to flow again. You're being unreasonable. Looking at the spot where the Ancient One vanished, Shen Fei was speechless. This was simply forcing a duck into a tree. Of course, Shen Fei didn't believe the Ancient One was truly dead, but his complete indifference didn't seem fake. If Dormammu succeeded in invading, only Earth would suffer. The rest of the world would remain unaffected. Odin of the 9 realms was still alive, not to mention that this world was filled with powerful figures. Finally, Shen Fei reluctantly put the Eye of Agamotto around his neck. With a wave of his hand, a red levitation cloak flew directly behind him. Even if he no longer wanted to be the Sorcerer Supreme, the arrow was already on the string. He could run, but then Stark would probably be sucked into the dark dimension. So, he had no choice but to fight. I don't like red very much, Shen Fei muttered to himself. With a wave of his right hand, the red levitation cloak instantly turned black. Alright, don't be sad. We still have things to do. Shen Fei walked over and whispered to the still grieving Wang. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the truth about the Ancient One's true death. Wang and Mordo were stunned upon seeing the Eye of Agamotto on Shen Fei's neck. We'll talk about the rest later. The key right now is stopping Quisilius. With that, Shen Fei created a mystical portal in front of the 3 of them. Across from them lay the side of the final temple, Hong Kong. It's still destroyed. Gazing through the mystical portal at the chaos on the other side and the strange side in the sky, Shen Fei roughly guessed what had happened. What's the Ancient One doing? Does he really think I have a way to deal with Dormammu? What if I don't? Shen Fei was speechless at the ease with which the 3 temples were destroyed. It might have been okay for him not to understand their true situation before, but the information the Ancient One had given him about their situation had given him a deeper understanding. The 3 great temples are the anchor points of the entire Earth's barrier. It was with this that the Ancient One was able to keep Dormammu out of the dimension. Within this Earth's barrier, the Ancient One was practically invincible. Alternatively, Earth, within the 3 great temples' barrier, was the Ancient One's magic tower. For Quisilius to unleash the power of such a crucial location and destroy just one was already impressive, let alone all 3. Looks like that's the only way. Shen Fei didn't immediately cross the arcane gate. Instead, he formed hand seals and cast a spell to open the Eye of Agamotto. A green magic circle then appeared on his left wrist. Having read the Book of Cagliostro, he naturally knew how to use the time stone and had even simulated it. Looking at the green magic circle on his left wrist, Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. The next step was to negotiate with Dormammu. This was a move the Ancient One hadn't considered. If he had, Dormammu would have already left. Boom boom boom. As Shen Fei crossed the arcane portal, lightning and thunder roared across the entire Xiangjiang River, and the air trembled, a sign of Dormammu's traversal. Quisilius, while Shen Fei focused his attention on the strange phenomenon in the sky, Wang and Mordo rushed towards Quisilius. The next moment, they flew back, covered in wounds. Quisilius was already stronger than them, and now, having absorbed Dormammu's power, he was even stronger than before. What an unexpected disaster! Shen Fei, upon seeing this, thrust his left hand forward. As the green magic circle on his left hand flashed, time suddenly flowed backwards around them. Wang and Mordo, who had flown back with serious injuries, flew back again. The destroyed buildings around them slowly recovered, and those who had died in the accident climbed back to their feet. You're truly insane. Almost immediately, Shen Fei stopped time and rewound, rushing towards Quisilius. As Quisilius stared in shock, he punched him in the heart and snatched the ring from his hand. After dispatching Quisilius, Shen Fei attacked his followers, quickly dispatching them all. While Quisilius's strength had greatly increased due to absorbing Dormammu's power, Shen Fei's progress was unfortunately even faster, not to mention the limited power Dormammu had transferred to him. This issue arose Firstly, because when G-Virus summoned Dormammu, the three great temples were still in place, blocked by a magical barrier, preventing Dormammu from transmitting more power. Secondly, Dormammu deliberately withheld as much power as he could, as the Ancient One served as a warning, and Dormammu feared the possibility of another Ancient One emerging. Just as Shen Fei eliminated G-Virus and the others, a massive, eerie, black, dimensional rift appeared in the sky. Within this black rift, numerous spherical objects shimmering with multicolored light could be seen. While seemingly small, these objects were actually planets. "Are you here?" Shen Fei asked, using his levitation cloak to fly toward the slowly approaching rift. He soon landed on a planet frozen in the dark dimension. After surveying his surroundings and sensing its presence, Shen Fei immediately reactivated the Time Stone's magic circle. "Dormammu, come out. I'm here to negotiate," Shen Fei shouted to the surroundings. "You little bug. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me?" A massive black head materialized out of thin air in front of Shen Fei, followed by a massive hand that slapped him. Trying to negotiate without sufficient strength was a joke. While Shen Fei was already powerful, he still far surpassed a formidable figure like Dormammu. Even the Ancient One, Odin, and Thanos without the gauntlet would likely be no match for Dormammu. Dormammu is a dimensional being, similar to the white figure at the Gate of Truth in Fullmetal Alchemist's universe. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't be killed. Such a powerful force, facing the approaching hand, Shen Fei delivered a full-strength punch, slowing it down for a moment, but the hand slapped down again, and Shen Fei vanished. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate." The next moment, Shen Fei reappeared. "What's going on?" Dormammu hesitated at Shen Fei's reappearance, but the next moment, he slapped him again. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate." Shen Fei appeared for the third time. "What did you do?" Dormammu immediately realized something was wrong. "Nothing. You just trapped us in an infinite time loop." Shen Fei said this, feeling immense admiration for Doctor Strange. This kind of negotiation method had killed Strange countless times. Any other person would have collapsed long ago. His opponent was Dormammu, who was more patient than him. Without enough cycles, Dormammu would never retreat. Fortunately, Shen Fei could cheat and use the power of the surgery fruit to block all his senses, so that even if he was beaten to death, he would not feel pain. Damn it, Shen Fei's words angered Dormammu, and then Shen Fei died. Because the gap in strength was too big, Shen Fei was too lazy to waste time resisting. If he had the time to resist, he might as well try another cycle. Because there was no pain, every death, for Shen Fei, was like playing a single-player game and reloading the game after death. "Dormammu," with the sound of Dormammu's angry voice, the entire dark dimension began to tremble. As a creature beyond time, he felt time reset again and again. At this moment, Shen Fei successfully replaced Ancient One, who was once Dormammu's #1 enemy, and became Dormammu's #1 enemy. "Enough. What do you want?" Dormammu finally lost his patience. He could wait in the dimensional space for ages, coveting Earth, guarded by the Ancient One, but he lacked the patience to wait in this endless cycle. Even if he gave up on killing Shen Fei, he couldn't escape the repeated time loops. Shen Fei had set a time limit for the loop to continue, and death wasn't the trigger. It was like watching a brainwashing video loop. "Swear to leave here and never return," Shen Fei immediately stated his demands. For ordinary people, oaths wouldn't matter, but for a figure like Dormammu, oaths were more than simple. Their oaths were even more stringent than the words of the Emperor. "And take all your followers with you." Despite his dissatisfaction, Dormammu finally swore a stern oath under his furious gaze. Only then did Shen Fei break the time loop and return to land. "It's over." Back on land, the bodies of G-Virus and the others who had gained Dormammu's power began to slowly decompose, then flew upwards. Not long after, Dormammu left and the dimensional rift disappeared. After this battle, Kamar-Taj suffered heavy losses. The three major temples were destroyed, and the mages of Kamar-Taj suffered heavy casualties. Except for a few who were not in Kamar-Taj before, everyone else died. Now only Shen Fei, Wang, and Mordo are left. Using G-Virus's help to clean up the mages of Kamar-Taj. It's also true that the spread of this kind of dimensional magic can easily cause disasters. It's not that Shen Fei necessarily thinks that the Ancient One is that dark, but the current situation seems to be like this. Mordo's thoughts seem to have changed after this battle. Chapter 266, A New Beginning. I didn't expect there was such a method. After Dormammu retreated, the Ancient One's spirit was now floating in a dimensional space. Seeing this, a wry smile crossed the Ancient One's face. This method had never occurred to her. If she had known about it back then, she would have fought Dormammu for nearly 1,000 years. In terms of using the Time Stone, the Ancient One was far superior to Shen Fei. However, the Ancient One was an ancient after all, and his thinking was bound by inertia, which was understandable. "Now I can leave with peace of mind," the Ancient One said, pulling out a vial of reagent. With a flick of his hand, the Ancient One's figure instantly vanished. If Shen Fei could have seen what was in the Ancient One's hand, he would have recognized it as Pym particles. Although the method for creating Pym particles was closely guarded by Dr. Hank, it was too simple for Shen Fei to obtain. The Ancient One was no pedant, as evidenced by his use of Dormammu's dark dimensional power. Even Dr. Hank can create Pym particles, let alone the Ancient One. Just like Thanos can replicate Pym particles at will, during the Avengers War, Thanos used replicated Pym particles to teleport his fleet to the Avengers base. For ordinary people like Dr. Hank, Pym particles are at most useful for shrinking household items in Ant-Man's suit. For scientists like Stark and Banner, they can travel through time and retrieve the Infinity Stones. But for mages like the Ancient One and Shen Fei, who wield dimensional magic, dimensional travel is possible. Because of Dormammu's actions, the Ancient One, who had been protecting Earth, is now finally free. However, meeting her again will be difficult. For the Ancient One, the most important thing right now isn't dimensional travel, but reincarnation in a physical body. Shen Fei, of course, has no idea what the Ancient One is currently doing. He's currently working to restore the 3 sanctuaries. Thanks to the Time Stone, the restoration has been rapid, though those killed during this time haven't recovered. Regardless of the Ancient One's thoughts, since she didn't care about the lives of these people, Shen Fei certainly wouldn't bother resurrecting them. The reason was simple, and he didn't need to think about it. The Ancient One had long ago left a message that the power of time could not be used arbitrarily. Although the Ancient One's use of the power of the Dark Dimension had now been exposed, raising doubts about the truth of her words, Wang still respected the Ancient One greatly. Only Mordo hadn't wanted these dead resurrected in the first place. The look in Mordo's eyes made Shen Fei suspect that Mordo would have wanted to kill him and Wang if he hadn't been outmatched. With such a vast estate, it's a shame Strange and Wang lived in such poverty. After the restoration of the 3 sanctuaries, Shen Fei officially took over. Not only the land they sat on, but the items within alone were priceless antiques. What a terrifying magic circle. I wonder how the Ancient One built it. The 3 sanctuaries were constructed by absorbing the magical power of the dimensional world, selecting the 3 coordinates of Earth's star. It's safe to say that if Shen Fei were inside the 3 sanctuaries now, he could even give Thor a duel. This magic circle, harnessing the power of infinite dimensional space, is truly worth learning for Shen Fei. However, due to his responsibilities, Shen Fei doesn't have the time to study right now, and will likely have to wait and learn later. Unlike Stark, who simply uses his armor to enhance his strength, Shen Fei, while possessing a suit, deeply believes in embracing immense power. He considers the suit itself to be external artifacts. While its power is considerable, it's of little value to his true self. Stark, with his suit, can even hold his own against Thanos, while his true self is still just an ordinary person. I've got the Time Stone, and now I only need 3. The Time Stone's power is immense, space reigns supreme, and time reigns supreme. However, precisely because of its immense power, Shen Fei currently holds little use, unless he faces a foe like Dormammu again. If he's dealing with Thanos, the Time Stone is of little use. Firstly, the Infinity Stone's powers cancel each other out, and secondly, Thanos is different from Dormammu. Dormammu transcends time, while Thanos does not. Even using the Time Stone wouldn't change the outcome of a battle with Thanos, let alone Shen Fei's inability to rewind time far enough. Even a few hours of time would be useless against Thanos. For Shen Fei, the Time Stone's greatest current purpose is to study the laws of time within it. Just look at the Ancient One, a mere spirit, who could easily freeze almost all of New York. To be blunt, the Infinity Stones are merely external objects to Shen Fei. Look at the truly powerful figures, none of whom have ever cared about the Infinity Stones. If even one of them had been tempted by them, they wouldn't be scattered across the universe. Of course, this is still too far-fetched for Shen Fei to imagine, but it doesn't stop him from imagining it. Another issue is that the Infinity Stones don't possess the same powerful power in other dimensions as they do in the Marvel Universe. I leave this place to you. While the power of the three temples was incredible, Shen Fei didn't want to stay there at this stage. After dealing with the aftermath of Dormammu's invasion, Shen Fei handed the place over to Wang and instructed him to retrieve all the magical props and spellbooks stored in the other temples. Shen Fei also closed the Kamar-Taj base in Nepal, refusing to provide medical care for those who sought him out. Wang had no objection. As a librarian, Wang's hobby was quietly studying magic. Shen Fei had left Wang a considerable amount of money for this purpose. As the new Sorcerer Supreme, he certainly couldn't allow Wang to live the same life as Strange. "What are you doing?" Shen Fei suddenly appeared in a secluded corner near a basketball court in a New York neighborhood. In front of him, Mordo was clutching the neck of a black man. This man was none other than Jonathan Pangborn, the recently acclaimed basketball star. Jonathan Pangborn was originally paralyzed. After being healed through magic in Kamar-Taj, he left Kamar-Taj and returned to society. Although he hadn't mastered the essence of Kamar-Taj's magic, his enhanced dimensional power gave him a physical fitness far superior to that of an average person, enabling him to become a basketball star. Basketball stars are incredibly popular in the United States, and with Jonathan Pangborn's current physique, he could easily play in the NBA in the future. But now, his chances were gone. As Mordo drained his magical energy, his aura grew weaker and weaker. By the time Mordo tossed him aside, he was breathing more out than in. "You're following me," Mordo said, throwing Jonathan Pangborn away. He glared at Shen Fei coldly and pulled out his magic staff, the Staff of Wadam. Mordo possessed a wealth of magical items, including the Staff of Wadam, the Suspended Ring, and the Boots of Fado. "I just wanted to see what you were up to. I didn't expect you to follow Caecilius's footsteps. The Ancient One would be heartbroken to see you like this. Don't mention that liar, that hypocrite. He deceived me. I only regret not seeing through his true colors," Mordo roared, brandishing the Staff of Wadam. "That's how you view the Ancient One. What a pity," Shen Fei declared, appearing before him with such speed that Mordo had no time to defend himself. Puff. As Mordo stared in shock, Shen Fei pierced his chest with his sword. He grasped Mordo's hand with his left hand, twisting it and removing the dangling ring. "You?" Mordo felt the magic drain from his body, staring at Shen Fei in shock. "Why are you staring at me like that? You were right before. There are too many mages in this world." Shen Fei smiled at the stunned Mordo. Knowing he was an enemy, Shen Fei had no intention of letting him go. To let him go and allow him to plot behind his back would be asking for trouble. Kamar-Taj's mages could be extremely dangerous if they turned dark. Just look at what Caecilius did, letting Dormammu in. Who can guarantee Mordo won't release other powerful dimensional beings in the future? There are countless powerful figures within this dimension. For example, the Necronomicon contains numerous spells that summon powerful creatures. Even if ordinary people read it, they wouldn't be able to perform its magic, but Mordo can. The Ancient One adopted you as an orphan, raised you, and taught you magic. Not only do you not think of repaying her, but you also call her a hypocrite and a liar. Do you really think you're anything good? Shen Fei said, and a ball of flame suddenly appeared from his right palm, igniting Mordo. Shen Fei was at a loss for words regarding Mordo's bizarre thinking. He detested this kind of chastity. He could easily forgive any evil deeds committed by his enemies, while treating his own people, even if they hadn't committed any major offenses, as if they had committed a single mistake, as if they had committed an unforgivable heinous crime. Even if a bad person unintentionally does a good deed, it's called a prodigal son returning home. A good person who commits a bad deed is called a hypocrite. This world is far too harsh on good people, let alone the Ancient One, who actually did nothing. He simply absorbed the power of the dark dimension. Of course, this thought is only one aspect of Mordo's transformation. A larger factor is likely the fact that the position of Sorcerer Supreme wasn't passed on to him, as can be seen from the hidden jealousy in his eyes. Perhaps Mordo's blame for the Ancient One also stems from the Ancient One's failure to teach him the method of absorbing the power of the dark dimension while remaining uncorrupted. The Ancient One's decision not to choose Mordo as Sorcerer Supreme likely stems from his personality. For a Sorcerer Supreme, neither excessive righteousness nor excessive darkness is acceptable. A golden mean is most appropriate. Shen Fei's behavior perfectly illustrates this point. While he seeks power, his actions have limits. Consider Mordo, who, upon turning evil, first targeted an ordinary person, A direct breakthrough. I'm sorry, after Mordo's body was reduced to ash, Shen Fei cleaned it up, picked up his magical equipment, glanced at the lifeless body of Jonathan Pangborn, and left immediately using the arcane portal. Perhaps tomorrow's newspapers will report that future basketball star Jonathan Pangborn was murdered in a deserted alley. If the incident escalates, it will likely cause a major stir. The reason is simple: racial tension. Many people are dissatisfied with Jonathan Pangborn's rise to power. Shen Fei, of course, doesn't care about such matters. He is currently looking at the magical equipment he received from Mordo. Speaking of which, Ancient One is really good to Mordo. While many people lack magical equipment, he alone has two. The Staff of Wadam is of little use to Shen Fei. In the comic book version of the Marvel Universe, it would definitely be a powerful weapon, but unfortunately, that's not the case here. However, the boots of Fado are quite useful. They are magical shoes that enhance jumping power. Without the Ancient One, I feel a lot more relaxed. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei appeared directly in the giant world. The Space Stone, the Mind Stone, and now the Time Stone were all there. Sure enough, they've been weakened, though not unusable. Those two have reconciled. That's a good ending. After all, Shen Fei, initially concerned about having usurped Strange's position as Sorcerer Supreme, felt relieved after seeing Strange recover and reconcile with his girlfriend. He then asked Zhao Heilun to waive Strange's medical expenses. Going to trouble the Celestial Dragons now? Forget it. It's a rare opportunity to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Time to explore new worlds. The Ancient One's departure and his words reassured Shen Fei about exploring the alternate dimension. There were no dangers in quantum space. The Celestial Dragons could cause trouble at any time, and he wasn't worried. The ones who were worried now were the world government, the Navy, and Sengoku and the others. Shen Fei had previously visited the pirate world and dropped a flyer. This time, the flyers revealed the renovated human auction house on Island 1 of the S.H.I.E.L.D. archipelago. This information, once known only to a select few, was now exposed, leaving Sengoku devastated. The nearly rebuilt Marine headquarters was once again destroyed. Seizing this opportunity, the Revolutionary Army sped up its actions, significantly strengthening them compared to the original series. While Shen Fei didn't directly aid the Revolutionary Army, the food, weapons, and information in the flyers he provided swayed many previously neutral individuals. Perhaps fueled by Shen Fei's flyers, the Revolutionary Army's recent increased public opinion campaign forced the world government and the Navy to launch a campaign against the Revolutionary Army. Not just one, but two admirals intervened. However, Admirals Kizaru and Aokiji didn't gain much advantage against Dragon. Upon hearing this intelligence, Shen Fei's first thought was that Kizaru might have let them win again. Of the three admirals, only Kizaru could handle the Revolutionary Army's Dragon. Aokiji and Akainu were no match for him, considering Dragon could fly. His power to control wind and lightning was a huge advantage in the sea-based world. Without Aokiji's freezing power, he would have stirred up waves, rendering any number of admirals useless. I wonder where this will take us. Chapter 267, Zilan Zhuan, Part 1. It seems to be a cave. My luck is so bad this time. Entering the new world and releasing his Ant-Man state, Shen Fei took a look around and frowned. There are people inside, his observation haki unfolded. The entire cave, apart from those deep inside, was only occupied by people outside. The dragon breaking stone. Curious, Shen Fei didn't immediately head out, but headed inside. After about 50 meters, a massive stone door appeared in front of him, with a noose on one side. Look at this design. It doesn't look like modern society. Impressive. This noose actually requires a key to open. Approaching the noose and looking at the lock chain wrapped around it, Shen Fei thought for a moment. Instead of breaking the chain, he directly deployed the Operation Fruit, a slaughterhouse, and appeared inside the stone door. This is quite surprising. Upon entering the stone gate, Shen Fei immediately spotted a massive water tank-like object, nearly 10 meters tall, connected directly to the mountain wall above. A figure swam back and forth within the tank, a scene that struck Shen Fei as strangely familiar. I never thought it would be here. What luck. Shen Fei quickly remembered why the scene felt so familiar, and also guessed what this world was, the world of Qin Shi Sheng Ning Yu and Yanxing Song Jiu Jack, Yan Lingji. With a puzzling thought, Shen Fei walked directly to the water tank and stared at Yan Lingji within through the crystal. In this era, there was no glass. The tank holding Yan Lingji was made of crystal or perhaps colored glass. So, doesn't she need to breathe, or can she even breathe underwater? As he watched Yan Lingji so close, a thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei. Even with his current strength, he could hold his breath for extended periods, but he still needed to breathe. Talent, or martial arts. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei punched the crystal. The instant the crystal cracked, he moved his feet and retreated several meters, avoiding the splash of water. As the water in the tank drained, Yan Lingji slowly emerged. Her graceful figure, veiled by her long black hair, caught Shen Fei's eye, and his gaze immediately averted. After a moment's thought, Shen Fei took off his coat and tossed it over. "Thank you," Yan Lingji said without hesitation, taking Shen Fei's coat and putting it on. Although it was likely her first time seeing a coat, she knew how to wear it immediately. Shen Fei wasn't without clothes, he had all the supplies he could carry, but he couldn't bring himself to show them to Yan Lingji. This is even more tempting. No wonder they say the most enticing is the elusive. Wearing Shen Fei's coat, Yan Lingji seemed even more alluring than before. "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Yan Lingji walked up to Shen Fei, looked at him with a smile, and asked. "I just happened to pass by here. I don't have any purpose, just passing by." Shen Fei's words made Yan Lingji reveal a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. Yan Lingji knew very well what this place was. She definitely didn't believe the excuse of just passing by. Looking at Yan Lingji's expression, Shen Fei probably guessed what she was thinking, but this was normal. If you were in Yan Lingji's position, he wouldn't believe it either, even though he was just passing by. Although Yan Lingji didn't believe it, she didn't continue to ask. Then Yan Lingji walked to the stone gate. And after carefully observing the surrounding situation, she immediately looked at Shen Fei with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Boom! As Yan Lingji stared at him, bewildered and surprised, Shen Fei shattered the dragon-breaking stone with a single kick. Yan Lingji was no peerless demon. While her martial arts were formidable, she was powerless against a stone door like the dragon-breaking stone. Her flames, while capable of melting armor and weapons, were useless against such thick stone. Yan Lingji's martial arts expertise lay in flames. Her strength wasn't particularly formidable, otherwise the water tank wouldn't have been able to contain her. Her flames wouldn't be effective in the water. Prison breakout. As Shen Fei and Yan Lingji headed out of the cave, they were quickly spotted by the guard stationed within the cell. After all, these soldiers weren't deaf. They couldn't have missed the clatter of Shen Fei's kick shattering the dragon-breaking stone. 10 soldiers in silver-white armor, brandishing their weapons, charged at Shen Fei and Yan Lingji. Not bad. To be fully armored and yet move so swiftly was something not common to ordinary men. Just as Shen Fei was about to strike, Yan Lingji charged forward, the flames emanating from her fingers melting the spears of the two men in the lead. The cave wasn't very large, so a charge with 2 soldiers abreast was optimal. More would be too crowded. Such conditions were a serious disadvantage for soldiers skilled in coordinated combat, but for Yan Lingji, they presented a golden opportunity. It wasn't long before Yan Lingji had dispatched all 10 well-trained soldiers, several of whom met horrific deaths, their armor completely melted. One couldn't imagine what that felt like without experiencing it firsthand. This kind of flame is no less powerful than the alchemy of flame. Melting iron with ordinary flames wouldn't be easy, let alone this rapid. Shoot! After dispatching the soldiers, Shen Fei and Yan Lingji approached the cave entrance when they heard a loud shout from the front. 4 soldiers armed with powerful crossbows blocked the entrance, aiming their arrows at the 2 men. Just as they prepared to fire, Yan Lingji struck. A slender dragon of fire flew from her hand, engulfing the 4 soldiers, unable to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Lingji rushed out of the cave. Amidst the incessant screams, Shen Fei slowly emerged from the cave. When he emerged, Yan Lingji stood quietly by, surrounded by a dozen bodies scattered around her. The cave was located in a small valley. The signal smoke has been lit. Someone will be here soon, Yan Lingji whispered as she gazed at the thick black smoke rising from the side. As one of the most important prisoners of the Bayou, Yan Lingji was under extremely tight security, guarded not only by nearly 30 soldiers but also by signal smoke. Then let's go. Why are you looking at me like that? Shen Fei immediately said this, seeing Yan Lingji's eyes seeming to want to speak but unable to. What's your purpose? I've already said, I'm just passing through. I don't have any purpose. I just can't bear to see such a beautiful woman imprisoned. Then I'll take my leave. Go ahead. When Yan Lingji said she was leaving, Shen Fei immediately made a casual gesture. Yan Lingji might be beautiful, But he wasn't the kind of person who would be paralyzed by the sight of a beautiful woman. Besides, the worlds of Xianxing and Qinji were full of beautiful women, unless someone was considered extraordinary. Yan Lingji gave Shen Fei a deep look before performing her Qinggong and departed. Shen Fei could roughly guess what Yan Lingji was up to. Having escaped from prison, she naturally wanted to rescue her companions, although Shen Fei believed that the possibility of her being captured was greater. "I'm really lucky today. I actually ran into someone I know." Shortly after Yan Lingji left, Shen Fei, standing on a nearby mountain peak, saw from afar two figures, one black and one white, swiftly sprinting towards them. Their lightness skill seemed far superior to Yan Lingji's. "Mo Yak, Bai Fa, Bai Niao." Shen Fei was silent for a moment before disappearing. Mo Yak and Bai Fa arrived at the scene. Their expressions remained unchanged as they gazed upon the numerous bodies of Korean soldiers. Mo Yak nodded to Bai Fa, and the two rushed into the cave, one in front of the other. A moment later, they emerged one after the other and began searching the surrounding area. Finding no useful clues, they immediately departed. Shortly after their departure, nearly 100 Korean cavalrymen rushed into the valley, surveying the surrounding area and cleaning up the mess. Meanwhile, in a secluded room on the second floor of Zilanzhuan in Xinzheng, the Korean capital, Han Fei, dressed in purple, stood by a window, wineglass in hand, gazing at the sudden rise of the wolf smoke in the distance. "I didn't expect there's such a place near Xinzheng. A place capable of using wolf smoke signals is no ordinary place. It's not something you can just use casually." For Han Fei, who had memorized the entire terrain and situation of South Korea, there was no such place in the Xinzheng he knew. "He's already checked. I'm sure they'll know where it is soon," Xinu said as she refilled Han Fei's glass. "Perhaps this is a turning point. Xinzheng City is truly magnificent. I wonder what Shenyang City would be like." Shen Fei had traveled through many worlds to date, but upon discovering this one, he was overwhelmed with emotion, a feeling he hadn't felt in other worlds. At this moment, the gates of Xinzheng City were bustling with people, occasionally accompanied by carriages. On either side of the gates, and above them, stood majestic-looking Korean soldiers. Standing on the road, Shen Fei immediately attracted considerable attention. Many glanced at him and then averted their gaze. Even the Korean soldier guarding the gate only glanced briefly at him before ignoring him. Shen Fei's attire was what drew such attention. Most of the people entering and leaving the city gate wore coarse linen. The occasional silk wearer rode in a carriage, rarely on foot. Even so, their attire wasn't as high-end as Shen Fei's. Of course, there was a hint of eccentricity. Fortunately, Xianxing was a fantasy world, with all sorts of hair colors, so Shen Fei's attire wasn't too noticeable. Even so, his high-end attire was enough to cause most people to avoid him. In this era, clothing was, to some extent, a symbol of status. Shen Fei dressed for his comfort, so even though he knew his clothes were inappropriate for the era, he didn't change. "Perhaps I can get the clothes from 1,000 years from now ready beforehand," thought Shen Fei, as he slowly entered the city gate. The guards didn't make any unnecessary moves. However, several people who had been keeping an eye on him at the city gate immediately followed Shen Fei upon his entry into Xinzheng City. Alone and dressed in luxurious attire, he seemed like a lucrative prospect to some. Zilanzhuan, walking along Xinzheng City's main street, Shen Fei soon spotted the vast and, to him, renowned Zilanzhuan. A 4-story wooden structure, it was surrounded by walls on 3 sides and a fence on the other. The front yard was filled with peach blossoms. The building's main color was bright red, and the long corridor was carved with various flowers. Rows of bright red lanterns hung directly above it. At night, the place was ablaze with light. This was one of the world's 3 great dens of money, a renowned haven for prostitution. A single purchase there could cost an average person half a year's income, at least at the very least. As for the upper limit, that was hard to say. At this time, as it was still light, Zilanzhuan was silent. At night, it became one of the busiest places in Xinzheng City. "Are you from the Poison Scorpion Gang? That's really interesting." After turning into a secluded alley, Shen Fei stopped the 2 people who had been following him and learned a lot about Xinzheng from them. "This gang seems to be the one that Wei Zhuang destroyed later." "You're lucky," Shen Fei killed the 2 guys with that. "The Poison Scorpion Gang's main business is kidnapping, extortion, and human trafficking. Someone like Shen Fei, who is a stranger, rich, and who appeared alone in Xinzheng, is their best target." If he hadn't thought that this gang would be destroyed by Wei Zhuang later, he would have been unable to resist destroying them right now. Ghost soldiers intercepted the Pei, so they're just here, as the lowest level gang. The Poison Scorpion gang, in addition to kidnapping and trafficking people, also has the work of gathering intelligence. From them, Shen Fei learned that the recent major event in South Korea was that the Zhang state ghost soldiers robbed the South Korean military of 100,000 taels of money. I remember Han Fei's uncle was also involved. He's truly impressive, collaborating with the general to rob the royal family of their military pay. He's quite impressive, too. It's a shame for Han Fei. Han Fei was indeed formidable, boasting that he held 99% of the world's power. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ying Zheng, who was determined to have 100% control. Against him, no matter how formidable Han Fei was, he was powerless. It's quite lively. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. While the rest of the city was plunged into darkness, the Zilanzhuan was ablaze with lights, and the streets were bustling with traffic. The nightlife of Zinsang's dignitaries had begun. But how many candles will we need tonight? A rough estimate suggested that hundreds of candles were lit throughout the Zilanzhuan, and they stayed lit all night. This distinguished guest looks unfamiliar. I wonder where you're from. Shen Fei, entering the Zilanzhuan, quickly caught the attention of the purple-clad Xinu, who was patrolling the area. From the west, Shen Fei said with a smile and a nod. Chapter 268, Zilanzhuan, Part 2. The west, Xinu's eyes flickered inconspicuously when she heard Shen Fei utter the word. West of Han, there was only one place, Qin. While the Six Kingdoms had always held Qin in contempt, a hidden fear lingered. Han, in particular, was the closest to Qin and the weakest of the six, and therefore the most fearful. Consider Li Si, the envoy who later acted with impunity within the Han royal palace. It was with Qin's backing that even the king of Han dared not easily offend Li Si. If an envoy from another nation had dared to act so brazenly within the Han royal palace, he might not have been killed, but expelled. However, facing Qin, the king of Han was timid. Since Shen Fei was looking for an excuse, he naturally had to find the strongest nation. Furthermore, he was referring to the West, not specifically Qin. Young master, please come this way, Xinu said with a smile, ushering Shen Fei upstairs. As the owner of Zilanzhuan, she generally didn't greet guests proactively. Those of lower rank didn't know Xinu was personally greeting them, and the truly upper class rarely visited Zilanzhuan. People like the fourth young master Han Yu, Prime Minister Zhang Kadi, Ji Wei, and the blood-robed Marcus wouldn't normally come. Han Fei, however, was a frequent visitor, earning the reputation of a dissolute man. By the way, can the word young master be used like this now? As he followed Xinu upstairs, Shen Fei couldn't help but recall her previous address. The title young master wasn't something to be used casually, it was reserved for the sons of the Son of Heaven or other dukes. For example, Han Fei was the 9th young master, Han Yu the 4th young master, and Fusu the young master. Nowadays, almost all guests at Zilanzhuan are addressed as young master. According to Confucianism, this represents a fundamental breakdown of ritual in music. Sir, what brings you to Xinzheng? Although Xinu was trying to understand Shen Fei's purpose, these words didn't sound out of place coming from her. I'm a businessman, and of course I'm here to do business, Shen Fei said after a moment's silence. First, Shen Fei had no intention of joining Han Fei and joining the militia. Han Fei was doomed to fail. Unless Shen Fei threw all his weight behind him, Han Fei wouldn't be able to defeat Ying Zheng. Han's geographical location was too poor, surrounded by enemies on three sides. Such a location made it difficult for Han to rise, because as it rose, it would be suppressed by others. The rise of the Qin state was impossible to replicate. Furthermore, Qin's rise to power began with Xiangyang's reforms and lasted for 6 generations of rulers. It was impossible for Han Fei to surpass Qin in his lifetime, let alone control 99% of the world. Furthermore, while Shen Fei had a good impression of Han Fei, he also had a similarly negative impression of Ying Zheng. While Shen Fei couldn't possibly help Han Fei deal with Ying Zheng, he had no problem helping Ying Zheng prevent the fall of the Qin dynasty's 2nd generation. There was another issue here. The Qin Empire, which unified the Central Plains, was called the Great Qin Empire. So, what would the Han Empire be called after it unified the rest of the world? It's easy to guess. Han Fei, with his wisdom, probably foresaw this outcome, but his status meant he couldn't choose freely like Li Si. I wonder what business you're in, young master, Xinu asked naturally. I do all kinds of business. There's only things you can't imagine, but nothing I can't do, Shen Fei said confidently. He wasn't exaggerating. In this era, he had a vast array of businesses to his credit. Oh, so you're also involved in those rare and valuable businesses, an unexpected voice interrupted Shen Fei and Xinu's conversation. When Shen Fei turned around, he saw Han Fei, wineglass in one hand, looking at him with a wide smile. Rare goods are valuable assets. This could be considered Lu Bui's most successful investment. Even in modern society, some still use it as an example to learn about investment. Han Fei being Han Fei, he started with such a difficult question. Ninth young master is ninth young master. This question is indeed difficult to answer, but since you've asked, my answer is that I have no interest in this business, sir. You recognized me just after arriving in Korea. I've heard of ninth young master's name a long time ago. Shen Fei wasn't lying, he had indeed known about it. Han Fei nodded to Shen Fei and left. Shen Fei followed Xinu into a spacious room, a hallmark of this era. I'm a little hungry. Bring me some food. Upon entering the room, Shen Fei's request immediately startled Xinu. Zilan Zhuan offered everything, but Shen Fei was the first person to come specifically for a meal without a woman's company. Although the Zilan Zhuan of this era was considered a place of pleasure, it was actually very different from the brothels of later generations, more like nightclubs and clubs of later modern society. Please wait a moment, sir. Although Shen Fei's request was very strange, Xinu quickly accepted it. Is the sound insulation good? Opening the window in the backyard, Shen Fei looked at the people gathered in groups under the bright lights in the backyard. After nodding slightly, he closed the window. Soon, Xinu came in with two maids, carrying a meal. Including the soup, there were 8 dishes in total. Each dish was very exquisite. In this respect, Zilan Zhuan was similar to the big hotels of later generations. The dishes were very exquisite, but the portions were not large. Miss Xinu has built such a large industry in Xinzhen. I wonder if you can do me a favor. You are too polite, sir. You might as well tell me the situation first and let Xinu see if she can help. It's a simple favor. I want to open a store in Xinzhen. Miss Xinu, can you help me find a suitable place to buy? Money is not a problem, Shen Fei directly stated his purpose. The idea of opening a shop in Xinzhen City had suddenly struck Shen Fei. Since he had nothing else to do anyway, he might as well open one for fun. As for money, Shen Fei's current wealth rivaled that of a nation. The Emerald Tiger of the Night's Four Fiends was a mere younger brother to him. Whenever Shen Fei traveled through dimensions, he carried large quantities of gold. He could even use alchemy to refine a batch of gold if he so desired. Of course, the gold he refined would be fake, just like how Edward had deceived the mine owner. If Shen Fei wanted to refine real gold, it wasn't impossible. However, since it involved a matter of matter conversion, it required the power of the Philosopher's Stone, and Shen Fei certainly wouldn't waste it on such a feat. Nor was it necessary. Not only could he acquire gold from various worlds, he had already discovered more than one gold mine in the giant world and the alien planet alone. To be frank, Shen Fei's financial resources could easily support the entire nation of South Korea. I wonder what business you're planning to open up your shop in. You'll find out when the time comes. Of course, I won't ask you to help me for nothing. I'll pay you. I wonder if this is enough, Shen Fei said as he held out 5 gold bars. In this era, gold primarily came in the form of gold leaves and coins, with larger pieces being gold bricks. Gold bars were completely unheard of. Shen Fei had a general understanding of this world's monetary units. Although the 7 major powers of the Warring States period each had their own scripts, they were all part of the Great Zhou dynasty. So, while the official language and monetary units differed, they were also somewhat similar. After all, this wasn't a real historical era. Gold was the largest unit of currency in circulation. 1 gold tael was equal to 20 taels, and 1 tael was equal to 24 fenzhu, meaning 1 gold tael was equal to 480 baht. Considering the average market price of rice, which was 30 or 40 baht, the purchasing power of the currency was quite strong. A hu of rice, converted to modern units, would be 5 now of rice, or about 70 kilograms. Of course, this applies under normal circumstances. Under abnormal circumstances, it's hard to say. After all, while the government in this era did have control over grain prices, It wasn't as powerful as it is today. When Han Fei and the Emerald Tiger made their bet, rice prices had already reached the point where it was being priced per gold. If this is all you need, Xinu will ask for your help, but there's no need for compensation. Then please, Miss Xinu, exchange this money for food to help the poor. Thank you on their behalf. Upon hearing Shen Fei's offer to help the poor, Xinu refused. While Xinu's Zilanzhuan might seem like a place of pleasure, it also provided shelter for some women in times of war. Without Xinu, their lives would likely be even more miserable. The 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period were plagued by frequent conflicts. Even with a major threat of kin, the other 6 states weren't entirely at peace with each other. While there weren't major wars, minor skirmishes were constant. Miss Xinu, what's this? Han Fei was about to say something in another room when he saw Xinu enter, but his gaze shifted when he saw the gold bars in her hand. He gave it to me, Xinu explained, revealing the entire situation. It's pure gold. Business is truly fascinating. According to the information provided by the Qiju Tang, this man entered the city alone. Wei Zhuang, standing nearby, picked up the gold that Xinu had placed on the table, formed a hand seal, and relayed the information he had just received. In that case, Miss Xinu, please help him. I'm very curious about his business. How can you still care about this? The agreed time is almost up, and the military pay hasn't arrived yet. Don't worry, I know what's going on. You're quite quick, Xinu indeed. The next day, Shen Fei and Xinu arrived at a courtyard with 4 entrances, 5 if you include the front storefront. It wouldn't be impossible for Shen Fei to buy it himself, but it would be difficult to do so in such a short time. It's better to have 2 people for one thing. I wonder if Miss Xinu could provide some help, saving me from having to hire someone else. Of course, no problem, with Xinu's help. The staff were quickly in place. They were all women, some young, some older, presumably Xinu's subordinates. Shen Fei didn't mind this at all. He had been a bit hesitant about the name of his shop, but after remembering Han Fei's earlier mention of rare goods being valuable, he simply named it Kiwudang, similar to the Qianlongtang of a farmer's shop. As for what Kiwudang sold, it was simple, glassware, from glass wine bottles to glass plates. As for how to make it, Shen Fei was too simple. As long as he had the raw materials, he didn't even need to use red queens to make it, he could just use alchemy to complete it. A glass wine decanter like this could probably be exchanged for a Zilanzhuan gold-threaded red agate cup, or maybe even one of Han Fei's jade sea coral decanters. After creating a number of glassware, Shen Fei decided to invite Han Fei, Zhang Liang, and the others to a grand opening ceremony. Time to get down to business. Late at night, after placing his scroll on the table, Shen Fei changed into a black outfit and jumped out the window, heading for the place he had previously scouted. The general's mansion was Shen Fei's destination, Ji Wuai's residence. Over the past few days, Shen Fei had memorized several important places in Han State, such as the Royal Palace, Zhang Liang's home, Han Fei's residence, Han Yu's residence, and even the Crown Prince's residence. The 3 heirs are dividing the gold. I didn't expect to find out at this time. Shen Fei sneaked into the hall of Ji Wuai's residence. Han Fei was talking attentively, while Ji Wuai looked furious. Why one with 99 and one with 1? The second person could have easily threatened the first one. If they didn't give me a bigger share, we'd all perish together. Of course, this was actually a competition of who feared death more. If the second person was too arrogant, the first person might risk their lives to drag them down. Speaking of which, Xinu truly is a chemist of this era. Besides the yin-yang school, no one else could master this technique. Is Xinu really from the yin-yang school? No, since others can create water-dissolving gold, then Xinu's prowess doesn't necessarily mean she's from the yin-yang school. Xinu's identity remained a mystery. Idiot, you've fallen for a trick. And this is the strongest general Han has had in 100 years. Han is truly pathetic. For a great general, Ji Wuai's wisdom was truly limited. It was unknown how he rose to the top, even failing to grasp Han Fei's scheme. Looking at the current candidates for great general among the 7 warring states, Ji Wuai was probably only slightly better than Yan Yi of Yan. 100 birds. While Ji Wuai dispatched his cavalry to investigate the hiding place of the 100,000 gold coins, Shen Fei seized the opportunity to capture 2 members of Ji Wuai's 100 birds guard. Of course, they weren't Mo Yang and Bai Feng, but 2 ordinary members. This was precisely why he had come to the general's mansion. As for assassinating Ji Wei, that was a piece of cake for Shen Fei. With his current strength, he could truly lead a 1,000,000-strong army to take the general's head, but there was no need for that now. Killing Ji Wei now would be bad news for Han Fei, and for Ying Zhang as well. Pavilion. After knocking out the 2 members of the 100 Birds and placing them in an incredibly convenient large wrapping, Shen Fei arrived at Pavilion, a magnificent 8-story tower. It was one of the unique structures in Xinjiang City and could be seen from afar. After sensing the number of people inside, Shen Fei abandoned the idea of destroying Pavilion. Regardless of what would happen to the people inside, even if he destroyed it, Ji Wei could still rebuild it, even if someone else became the general. Let me see what Truki is. Shen Fei came to catch hundreds of birds in order to see the cultivation methods of this world. Chapter 269. Is Ji Wei so ostentatious? The King of Han's control over his own capital is truly weak. After capturing the 2 Bai Niao men, Shen Fei didn't immediately return. Instead, he followed the personal guards Ji Wei had dispatched earlier, watching them enter a remote manor. Then, Wei Zhuang charged from the side, single-handedly dispatching nearly 40 of the personal guards. It could be argued that their deaths were somewhat unjust. Had they been deployed in an open area, even Wei Zhuang would have found it difficult to annihilate them all. These were Ji Wei's personal guards, equipped with the best equipment, trained with the best training, and commanded the highest pay. In that era, personal guards were considered superior to all other soldiers. After all, they were the soldiers protecting the commander-in-chief, a principle common to all the generals of the 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period. Unfortunately, they engaged Wei Zhuang in a street fight. Even with only 40 of them, even with 40 more, they would have been no match for Wei Zhuang. Had the battle at Kangai Valley at Gainai been a street fight, Gainai would certainly not have suffered such serious injuries. If I took the 100,000 military pay, I wonder if Han Fei would cry. While Wei Zhuang was fighting, Shen Fei went to the basement of the manor and saw a pile of bright yellow gold coins. 100,000 military pay, if used to support ordinary soldiers, could support tens of thousands of people for a year. Even soldiers of Ji Wei's rank, like his personal guards, could support around 10,000. That's a huge sum of money. The entire estate of J. Tiger, one of the 4 fiends of night, combined would be roughly equivalent to that sum. Converting 100,000 military pay to baht would be 48 million. A single act of corruption could yield nearly the entire estate of J. Tiger. Ji Wei certainly wouldn't give up. Maintaining subordinates is expensive, after all. Ji Wei couldn't afford to support his 100 birds without money. Even Han Fei's quicksand wouldn't have had the money without the support of Xinu and Wei Zhuang. Xinu relied on Zilan Zhuan, while Wei Zhuang relied on protection rackets. It wasn't until Han Fei orchestrated the elimination of the Emerald Tiger that he became rich overnight, replenishing the funds of the flowing sands. Of course, Shen Fei didn't take the military pay with him. Upon seeing Wei Zhuang and the 7 Absolutes Hall members arrive to deliver the pay, he immediately left. So this is internal force, Shen Fei said upon returning home. He immediately interrogated the 200 Birds members, extracting the internal energy secrets from them. Guess I need to find a few people to test it out. Despite receiving the 100 Birds' internal energy secrets, Shen Fei didn't immediately begin practicing. He needed to thoroughly understand the knowledge of internal force. Xinjiang City was the capital of Han. Located between Qin, Chu, and Wei, its geographical location was extremely disadvantageous for national and military purposes, but it was a good place for commerce. A large number of merchants passed through it, traveling to the 3 kingdoms. Although Qin had emphasized agriculture and suppressed commerce since Xiongyan's reforms, it was impossible to completely ban merchants. Furthermore, the current Qin Prime Minister, Liu Buwei, was born into a merchant family, and there were still many merchants in Qin. With merchants, there are naturally wandering swordsmen. Furthermore, there are numerous small underground factions in Korea, such as the 7 Absolutes Hall, the Poison Scorpion Sect, the Green Bamboo Gang, and so on. Shen Fei quickly found a number of people skilled in internal energy. After compiling their information, he gained a general understanding of internal force. The cultivation of internal energy differs significantly from the mind cultivation methods used by hunters. While the mind cultivation methods are unified, the degree of strength depends entirely on individual talent. However, internal energy is different. It depends not only on talent but also on the internal energy method. For example, the birds cultivate the same internal energy method, but their strength varies greatly. Strong ones like the Black Crow and the White Phoenix can fight Wei Zhuang for a few moves and even escape unscathed, while weaker ones are instantly killed by him. This is the difference in talent. As for internal energy methods, those of the various schools of thought generally possess martial arts far superior to those of ordinary Jianghu people because they carry a complete heritage. For example, Wei Zhuang's strength is certainly due to his own talent, but the martial arts of Gigu also play a significant role. Different internal gong techniques have vastly different effects. For example, the internal gong techniques of the Bai Niao sect emphasize Qinggong, light and strengthening skills, so most of the Bai Niao members possess strong Qinggong skills. Meanwhile, Pai Jia Gong, armor-piercing skills, are focused on defense. The Wei Wuzu's fearsome power was due to their Pai Jia Gong, armor-piercing skills. When mastered, Pai Jia Gong can defend against attacks from renowned swords. Dian Qing even withstood the attacks of Ganjiang and Mo Yi with it. Shen Fei acquired numerous internal gong techniques through various means, the best of which was the Bai Niao technique. The others were generally more common, but even the best Bai Niao technique was not of much concern to Shen Fei. His goal was never just Bai Niao, but the vast sea of stars. How could a mere Bai Niao compare to the Taoist and Yin-Yang schools? Technically, the two schools were essentially one and the same. The internal gong techniques of the Confucian, Monong, and Monong sects were certainly top tier, but they more closely aligned with Shen Fei's ideals. The internal gong techniques of the Confucian, Monong, and Monong sects focused on martial arts, while the Taoist and Yin-Yang schools combined martial arts and magic. In martial arts and techniques are actually different. Wan'ai Fiho Liu, Shen Fei was deeply interested in the Wan'ai Fiho Liu of the Yin-Yang family. It wasn't because of Xiao Siming, but because this martial art was incredibly powerful. The blood-robed Marquis's martial arts were incredibly powerful and eerie, but compared to Yin-Yang techniques, it was a mere junior. Wei Zhuang was still too young, and after a few more years of development, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Of course, as much as Shen Fei hated to admit it, Wei Zhuang wouldn't necessarily be a match for the blood-robed Marquis right now. However, if Wei Zhuang truly wanted to defeat him now, there was a way. Finding and gathering immortal pill was enough. The Yin-Yang family wasn't just formidable in their martial arts, their alchemy was also incredibly powerful. Zhenren pills and gathering immortal pills were both elixirs that could greatly enhance a person's strength. Shen Fei wanted to learn the Yin-Yang family's martial arts, and another goal was to obtain their alchemy techniques. With the power of his surgery fruit and the support of so many worlds, he could eat gathering immortal pills like candy. Then the next question is how to study at the Yin-Yang school. Directly joining the Yin-Yang school is an option, but the Yin-Yang school seems to have its own agenda, so that can be ruled out for now. Relying on strength to rob is also ruled out. At this thought, Shen Fei suddenly fell silent. Then there's only one way, trade with Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng has commanding power over the Yin-Yang school. With anything he holds, he can trade with Ying Zheng for whatever he wants. For example, paper, or modern food like potatoes and corn. In that era, grain production was very low. Ordinary people toiled day and night, barely enough to make ends meet, or at least 2 meals a day. Speaking of which, should we give Ying Zheng a globe and a 5,000-year history book? Forget it, that's too far-fetched to think about right now. Let's wait until Ying Zheng unifies the Central Plains. He seems to be coming to see Han Fei, so for now, we can just wait for him to arrive in Zinshuang City, thinking that Ying Zheng would come here to see Han Fei later. And about Balinglong, Shen Fei was no longer in a hurry to go to Shenyang City. He took this opportunity to communicate with the dimensional space of this world. That way, as long as he traveled throughout the Central Plains, he could travel anywhere at will. Open a secret door for the Qin army, and we can drive the army behind the enemy. Damn Han Fei, in the general's mansion, Ji Wei, who had just returned from the palace, kicked the bronze table in front of him away. Ever since Han Fei manipulated and recovered the 100,000 yuan in military pay, Ji Wei has been facing a rough patch. On the surface, many officials, including Zhang Keidi and Han Yu, have been congratulating Ji Wei on his recovery of the 100,000 yuan from the demon soldiers and earning a lavish reward from the king. But in reality, Zhang Keidi and Han Yu are using this opportunity to mock him. The king of Han may not know the exact circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the 100,000 yuan in military pay, but Han Yu and Zhang Keidi are well aware. While there's no way to obtain definitive proof, Ji Wuai's luck is truly in jeopardy. General, the message has been delivered. Just then, a dark figure suddenly appeared before Ji Wuai, kneeling on one knee and speaking respectfully. Have you found Yan Lingji's whereabouts? Mo Ye's words eased Ji Wuai's anger, and then, as if remembering something, he immediately asked. Not yet, Mo Ye said, lowering his head. You useless fellow. Send me more men and strengthen the defenses there. Understood. Although Ji Wuai didn't mention strengthening the defenses, Mo Ye's reaction clearly indicated that among Ji Wuai's many subordinates, Mo Ye was clearly the most capable. Unfortunately, this capable subordinate nearly killed Ji Wuai in the end. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Late at night, an eerie bell rang out from the edge of a deserted village in Xinjiang City, South Korea. As the bells approached, a strange sedan chair appeared at the edge of the deserted village, carried by corpses. You're here. A charming voice called out from the front of the village as the sedan stopped. A ball of fire suddenly appeared, and Yan Lingji slowly emerged from behind the flames. Yan Lingji, you've escaped. Where's the master? An old voice echoed from the other side, followed by an old man with white hair and a full white beard, walking out with a cane. The master is still being held captive, Yan Lingji said softly. Then how did you escape? This time, the person sitting in the sedan spoke, having already jumped down. I was rescued by someone. I called you here because I want to find the master's whereabouts and rescue him, something you're better at than me. Yan Lingji, rescued by Shen Fei, didn't rush to save Cheyennes. Even if she wanted to, she didn't know how. So she summoned the corpse exorcist and the 100 Poison King, who had escaped capture. During the Bai Rebellion, Crown Prince Cheyennes was the first to be captured, and Yan Lingji was captured later while rescuing Cheyennes. Understood. Let's get started. I can't believe there's a better wine glass for orchid wine than my Azure Sea coral jar. At Zilangsuan, Han Fei held a glass in one hand, gently shaking it, looking at the crystal clear wine within, his words tinged with emotion. Zilangzuan's orchid wine is actually a wine-like liquor, served in a pure, transparent glass goblet. If Han Fei were dressed in modern attire at this moment, no one would have guessed he was in the era of the Seven Kingdoms of the Warring States period. The wine glass, crafted through alchemy, is actually equivalent to high-end modern wine glasses. Because he needed Xinu's help, Shen Fei didn't hide this from her, even gifting her several sets of wine glasses and a bottle of high-end wine. This is truly high-end wine, unavailable to the average person. In the Marvel Universe, Shen Fei only gave it to Stark, as he personally brewed it, using ingredients sourced from the One Piece world. Shen Fei wasn't always practicing, either. He'd abandon other pursuits. A balance of work and rest is key. Winemaking is something he'd learned in his spare time. Even without the weight of age, the wine's ingredients are superior to most. Han Fei's quicksand was worth a bottle. Han Fei and the others were incredibly adaptable and quickly became accustomed to this wine glass. It's indeed very suitable. It seems that the other party must have mastered the manufacturing method of this kind of colored glass. This is truly a great fortune. Wei Zhuang, like Han Fei, was now gently shaking the goblet in his hand. The glass of this era was called colored glaze. Due to the manufacturing process, pure gold and transparent colored glaze like this was extremely rare. Each piece was priceless, no less valuable than similar jade items on the market. This new type of colored glaze is called glass, Xinu said as she filled Han Fei's goblet with wine. This was a privilege only Han Fei had, not Wei Zhuang or Han Fei. Money can move people's hearts. I'm afraid someone will be tempted to make a move next, Zhang Liang said slowly. Shen Fei's gifts were not only for Zilangsuan, but also for Zhang Liang and Princess Honglian. Of course, the gift for Princess Honglian was definitely not a wine glass, but a mirror, just like the gift given to Xinu. It looked very high-end. It's easy to imagine that when the Kiwu Hall opens, mirrors alone will generate a significant income. With better glass mirrors available, who would use bronze mirrors? Even if Princess Honglian uses the superior glazed mirrors, the same is true. They dared to bring it out. Of course, we have a way to deal with it. This is a rare opportunity. Why don't we go take a look and see this priceless glass? Han Fei said, standing up. Wei Zhuang and Zhang Liang immediately stood up. Given their status, they certainly wouldn't have come in person, but seeing this new type of glass, even Wei Zhuang felt a hint of curiosity. He really trusts you. He's using only the Zilangzuan staff, arriving at the Kiwu Hall's gate. Han Fei glanced at the figures around him, a meaningful smile playing on his face. Not only were Shen Fei's maids from Zulanjuan employed, but there were also many from the Qiju Tang hiding outside. His asking price is quite high, Xinu said to Han Fei with a smile, then led the group inside. It's true, as soon as they entered the room, even Han Fei, Zhang Lang, Wei Zhuang and others with their composure couldn't help but take a deep breath, because it was so beautiful inside. Chapter 270. Han Fei, Zhang Lang, Wei Zhuang, Xinu, and the others, with their knowledge, wouldn't have been too surprised by the desert scene. However, Shen Fei was surprised, as he had chosen a modern exhibition hall to showcase his glass products. This was a testament to Shen Fei's alchemy skills, otherwise, such a design wouldn't have been possible. Well, it wasn't that it couldn't be done, but it wasn't possible in such a short time. The shop Xinu had found consisted of 4 rooms, where Shen Fei had arranged his various glass products, organized by category. There was also a room inside, dedicated to women, filled with a variety of mirrors, glass cabinets, glass tables, glass tableware, basically, everything Shen Fei could dream up was manufactured. Such groundbreaking products and concepts left Han Fei, Zhang Liang, and Wei Zhuang speechless. Xinu, on the other hand, remained calm, having already experienced the shock. After all, the people helping him were Xinu's subordinates. Even if she wasn't deliberately planting spies, she would have known some things in advance. This is incredible. Han Fei's expression quickly regained its composure, and Wei Zhuang and Zhang Liang soon followed suit. After all, they were no ordinary people, both men of wisdom and courage. After a brief moment of amazement, they immediately began to think. This is really expensive. Han Fei picked up a very exquisitely patterned wine jug, looked at the price on it, and sighed softly. As the 9th prince of Han, Han Fei was certainly wealthy, but the price was still far less than what was here. Shen Fei had set the price directly based on luxury goods, with the lowest price being 20 gold. At this stage, this was not a sale for the poor. Since it was a luxury, a higher price didn't matter. After all, for those with wealth, it was not a big deal. Such a large fortune will probably cause quite a stir, Zhang Liang sighed softly after returning from his tour. As the saying goes, money moves the heart, and people die for it, just as birds perish for food. The still undiscovered Baiyu treasure has trapped countless people. The survivors of the broken-haired 3 wolves have been pursuing it tirelessly for over a decade, and even the blood-robed Marcus has been vying for it. Not to mention the treasures currently here. If they were all sold, it would more than feed an army. If they could produce continuously, even the Baiyu treasure would be no match for this. It's going to be quite a turmoil. I'm betting it'll be bloody, Wei Zhuang said coldly. Some individuals might not care about money, but organizations must have it, just like Han Fei's quicksand. Without sufficient funds, expansion is impossible. Since they dare to reveal it, they must have a plan. I'm increasingly curious about him. Let's go meet him. Logically, with the arrival of a figure like Han Fei, the host should have appeared, but Shen Fei hadn't shown up yet. Did Shen Fei know about Han Fei's arrival? Of course he did. Someone had already reported it to him, but he didn't pay much attention. He continued reclining on the garden lounge chair, contemplating the scroll in his hand. Reading the Analects here, I'm crazy. The scroll in Shen Fei's hand was one of the many scrolls he had just purchased. The Analects, a crucial classic nowadays, was something he hadn't read in modern society, yet now he was reading it. Shen Fei did know a few lines from the Analects, after all. He had memorized them back then, like learn and practice it from time to time. Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? Honestly, the Analects does contain many truths, but it's definitely not suitable for enlightenment. For enlightenment, the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic are more suitable. The Analects is meant for in-depth study by adults. Learning this can be a powerful soporific tool for children. No wonder he felt sleepy in class the next morning when he went to study at Zia Shangxian's Huang. Brother, you really know how to enjoy yourself. When Han Fei and his group arrived at the garden, Shen Fei was placing the bamboo slips on a glass table nearby, sipping a drink. Han Fei didn't hesitate and sat down on the lounge chair on the other side of the glass table. So it's the 9th young master who has come to visit. It's a great honor for our humble home. Since Han Fei had arrived, Shen Fei couldn't just lie back any longer. This isn't some humble home. Everything is priceless. Some things may look priceless, but in reality, They might be worthless, it was just a pile of sand, so Shen Fei didn't really care. But even if he didn't care, Han Fei and the others couldn't help but be. Shen Fei's words left them all puzzled. However, since they didn't know what glass was made of, this question would likely only be answered when the manufacturing process was revealed. Let's move somewhere else. There were only 2 lounge chairs. Shen Fei and Han Fei sat, while Zhang Liang, Wei Zhuang, and the others stood. This made Shen Fei feel a little embarrassed, so he immediately went to the pavilion on the side of the waterside pavilion. Shen Fei, for once, took out a bottle of wine and drank with the others. Afterward, the group chatted about all sorts of things, and then Han Fei and his group took their leave. After all, the 2 sides were unfamiliar with each other, and since Shen Fei said he was from the West, Han Fei naturally couldn't discuss internal Korean affairs or Jiwui's problems with him. It seems I underestimated the value of this batch of glass. Money can move people, Shen Fei muttered after Han Fei and his group left. Although the 2 sides didn't discuss anything in depth, Han Fei still made a subtle reminder about the glass. If Shen Fei didn't have so much information about Korea, he might have ignored his reminder. His words were full of subtleties, with hidden meanings and riddles, which was probably a common practice among many people in this era. Welcome, welcome, the opening day had finally arrived. Thanks to Xinu, and perhaps also Han Fei, quite a crowd had come. Han Fei had, quite unusually, brought along Princess Honglian. In Korea, Princess Honglian was a rare and precious daughter, greatly favored by the King of Han. At least for now, not only in Korea, but also in Wei, where the Queen Mother was very fond of her. In contrast, despite Han Fei's incredible talent and wisdom, he wasn't widely favored. Han Yu, on the other hand, was quite popular. Even with the collapse of rituals and music among the 7 warring states, those who deviated from the orthodoxy were not widely welcomed. These were, after all, long-established values. Situanali's here too. I didn't expect him to be in Korea. Perhaps I can learn the Nong clan's secrets from him. Upon seeing Situanali, Shen Fei's eyes immediately flickered. While he preferred the Yin-Yang school and the Taoist school's secrets, the Nong clan was no less impressive, not to mention the supreme formations like the 24 formations of the Earth and Marsh. However, Shen Fei observed one thing from Situanali: while mental skills are certainly important, talent is even more crucial. While both were considered Nong clan internal cultivation techniques, Situanali's martial arts skills were clearly at the bottom. Consider the siblings Bianxi and Bianyan, both top-tier masters. Situanli wasn't yet the head of any of the Nong clan's 6 halls, but only oversaw the Qianlong Hall. It's no secret that the Nong clan was incredibly powerful, possessing a vast array of expertise, including prostitution, gambling, and drugs. The Nong clan was well versed in pharmacology, with experts in medicine and poisons. Zumanglao was one of the Nong clan's strongholds, and its significance was self-evident. Add to that the Qianlong Hall, which oversaw the casinos, and you'll see that they had significant ambitions. A force that was originally focused on land cultivation and medicinal herbs now had so many facets, it was impossible not to have ambition. Furthermore, half of the Nong clan's 6 halls were surnamed Tian. Prostitution, gambling, and drugs are the fastest-growing money-making venues, even in this era. Zilan Zhuan raked in a fortune daily, and Ziyuai Menglu was likely even more successful. After all, the disparity in national strength between Han and Chu was enormous. Changping-jun, Situanli reminded Shen Fei of Changping-jun, arguably the era's greatest mastermind, scheming everything from behind the scenes to even sending his own daughter to Ziyuai Menglu. While he only sold his art, not his body, it spoke volumes about his ruthlessness. The idea that Changping-jun betrayed Qin out of devotion to his homeland was a lie that would only fool ordinary people. If he truly was motivated by a whim, the Nong family and the Xiong clan of Chu wouldn't have supported him. The Xiong clan's loyalty to the emperor and their love for the country is a joke. He pledged allegiance not to the current king of Chu, but to the current right prime minister of Qin. Such loyalty and patriotism was truly remarkable. So, it's not surprising that the farmers are deploying personnel in Han. Thinking of Changping-jun, Shen Fei wasn't surprised by Situanali's presence. It was simply that he arrived in Xinjiang a little late, missing Han Fei's bartering session at Qianlong Hall. Otherwise, there was one person he would never have allowed to return alive. That was Taomin of the Xiongnu. While Taomin's presence in Han was somewhat odd, it wasn't impossible. From the conversation between Yunu Fifihu and Ji Wuwei, It seemed clear that they had established businesses outside the Great Wall. Goods from the Central Plains could fetch at least 10 times the price if shipped to the Xiongnu. Such enormous profits, despite the inherent risks, attracted many. Similarly, Xiongnu war horses, though worthless on the grasslands, were extremely valuable when shipped back to the Central Plains. Capital, with a 50% profit, will take risks. With a 100% profit, it will trample upon all human laws. With a 300% profit, it will commit any crime, even risking death by hanging. This saying applies in every era. The saying greed blinds the mind is true. If someone believes that drinking disinfectant can prevent viruses, what else is impossible? Suddenly, Shen Fei encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. He seemed incredibly generous and charitable. If he hadn't known him well, he would have almost believed him. He was a man who would sell a friend immediately if there was enough profit. We'll talk about that later. Upon hearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to be the agent for glass sales to the state of Chu, Shen Fei didn't immediately refuse, but he certainly didn't agree either. This, and this, I'll take them all. It had to be said that Princess Honglian was incredibly generous. After entering, she took everything she saw, some of which she intended to present to the King of Han, and some for the Queen Mother of Wei. Financially, Han Fei was far behind Honglian. Her Highness, however, had never lacked for money. Congratulations on making tens of thousands of dollars a day. Even though Shen Fei's price tag was high, the glass sold incredibly quickly, with most people buying more than one set. It was the perfect gift these days. After tallying up the first day's revenue, even Xinu's expression wavered. Zilanzhuan certainly made money, but its expenses were also high. Xinu didn't know Shen Fei's costs, but she remembered what he said the other day, suggesting they weren't high. Xinu tacitly turned a blind eye to Shen Fei's ability to produce large quantities of glass at any time despite having no subordinates. News couldn't be hidden. The appearance of high-quality Liuli glass quickly spread throughout Xinjiang City's upper class, and Han Yu and Ji Wei naturally received the information. Ninth brother is truly lucky. Han Yu's expression changed slightly after reading the information. He had previously dismissed Han Fei, given his reputation, but his return, with its sharp edge, had left him feeling a sense of threat. Han Yu paid no attention to the current Crown Prince of Han. It's a dangerous position, admittedly. Looking at the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period and the 7 warring states, few truly ascended to the throne. Even the current king of Han, and wasn't a crown prince back then, he ascended to the throne after killing a crown prince. Fusa was another example. That supreme position was simply too tempting. Shen Fei, it was true, wasn't pursuing it. Otherwise, with some careful planning and foresight, he could have considered the position. Get ready, we'll go check it out tomorrow. Tiger, you're serious? Ji Wei asked delightedly at the general's mansion, playing with a glass wine bottle. This man was, of course, the Emerald Tiger. Although Ji Wei didn't buy any glass, he couldn't resist the gifts. Of course, General. If we can obtain the manufacturing method for this new type of colored glaze, we'll be rich. I heard it sold for tens of thousands of gold today. Ji Wei had already painstakingly acquired the 100,000 taels of military pay, let alone this. Once he obtained it, he could sell it throughout the 7 kingdoms and beyond. Then, Han would be his. Come here, Ji Wei said, and black feathers suddenly appeared in the air. A black crow appeared. You heard what just happened? Bring someone back immediately. I want him alive. Yes, General. The wealth was dazzling, and Ji Wei's eyes were fixed on the boundless wealth. He selectively ignored everything else. I'm afraid it's going to be very lively here tonight. On the 4th floor of Zilanzhuan, Han Fei, Wei Zhuang, Zhang Liang, and others sat quietly. A window to one side faced Shen Fei's Hall of Wonders, not far from Zilanzhuan, both on the main street of Xinjiang City. As the saying goes, while the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. Han Fei and the others had long anticipated the problems Shen Fei would face, and they were well aware of Ji Wei's greed. There are quite a few rats tonight. Ji Wei wasn't the only one ready to make a move. Several underground factions had also joined in. The first to act were the Poison Scorpion Gang, the gang that would later be completely wiped out by Wei Zhuang. P.S. Sorry, things haven't been going well these past few days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Bayou Group, Part 1. I wonder what the 9th young master thinks today will bring. Inside the Z-Land pavilion, Shen Fei was enjoying Z-Nu pouring wine and Nanayu playing the kin. Speaking of enjoyment, Shen Fei was undoubtedly exceptional. It's this kind of enjoyment that's often criticized. After all, while Confucianism hadn't yet reached the point of abolishing all other schools of thought and prioritizing Confucianism as it would later, it was still the mainstream. The 6 arts were a required course for every disciple of an aristocratic family, and Shen Fei's previous actions clearly showed a lack of adherence to the etiquette. One wonders what the Confucian Zunzi would think if he saw Shen Fei like this. I really can't guess. Judging by his actions today, he's well aware of what's going to happen tonight. Now it all depends on his tactics. Knowing that something was going to happen that night, Shen Fei certainly wasn't unprepared. He gave all the maids the day off, and even the people from the 7 Absolute Hall were driven away. What purpose would they serve other than to pile up a few more bodies? Forces like the 7 Absolutes Hall and the Poison Scorpion Gang are considered formidable figures to be daunted by ordinary people, but for the truly powerful, such forces can be easily destroyed with a single blow. The Poison Scorpion Gang was annihilated by Wei Zhuang overnight, just as the 7 Absolutes Hall was annihilated by Bai Niao overnight. Bai Niao, however, isn't a major organization in this world. The truly powerful are the top 10 of the 100 schools of thought in forces like Luoyang. While Yunhu may seem arrogant and domineering in South Korea, and the Blood Robe Marcus is constantly preening, he's still just that. If Wei Zhuang from the Qin dynasty were to come, would the Blood Robe Marcus still be as pretentious? How far should I go? Shen Fei, sitting in the manor's garden, sighed softly after using his observation haki to gauge his surroundings. With his current strength, he's ostensibly invincible in this world. Bei Mingzi, Guguzi, Zunzi, and Donghuang Taiyi, even if they joined forces, would be no match for him. But that's just the surface. In reality, the world of Xianxing and the Qin dynasty is far more complex. Among the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang school, there are suspected links to Emperor Shun and Lady Xiang. If that's not enough, then what about Xiaoli, the Tears of the 9 Heavens mysterious lady? These guys are really impatient. Just then, Shen Fei felt someone move. Their target wasn't him, but the glassware in the exhibition hall. For some, even just one piece could fetch a staggering fortune. Idiot. Sensing those who had used various means to break into the room, Shen Fei immediately let out a faint chuckle. Since he had been prepared, he certainly wouldn't let them get away with it so easily. The person who entered the room, with a greedy look in his eyes, collapsed. He was alone, and guarding every area was a bit of a hassle. However, some areas didn't require human protection at all and could be replaced with other means, such as poison. If he weren't afraid of a bloody scene, he would even plan to cover the room with threads of mind. A guest has arrived. As Shen Fei finished speaking, plumes of black feathers descended from the sky. A moment later, a handsome young man dressed in black appeared before Shen Fei. It was none other than the Black Crow of the 100 Birds. Black Crow of the 100 Birds, Ji Wuwei, the great general, truly lives up to his reputation. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. You, the leader of the 100 Birds, are completely unaware of my identity, and you've let him attack me. I think he's on the verge of death. Are you interested in finding another master? The Black Crow, about to speak, suddenly faltered upon hearing Shen Fei's words. As a veteran assassin stalking the dark underworld and known for countless murders, the Black Crow knew Shen Fei wasn't bluffing. His words were filled with confidence, absolute self-belief. With his mind racing, the Black Crow acted decisively. He had intended to use courtesy first, then force, but Shen Fei's actions revealed to him that today's action might be fraught with surprise. As Mo Ye attacked, a white figure immediately appeared behind Shen Fei. Bai Feng also attacked at the same moment, launching 2 white feathered weapons at Shen Fei's back. The two coordinated perfectly. Why are you so eager to attack? Shen Fei reacted to Mo Ye's attack with a sudden movement, appearing directly in front of him. His right hand grabbed Mo Ye's neck, and at the same time, his left hand flicked back twice, destroying the 2 feathers fired by Bai Feng. Mo Ye's face changed again at being caught in a critical position. But at that moment, Shen Fei felt his right hand lighten, and the Mo Yang, previously held in his grasp, transformed into a swarm of crows, freeing himself from his grasp. "Let's go," Mo Yang shouted coldly at Bai Feng, who was about to rush to his aid. He then immediately used his Qinggong to leap towards the transformed rooftop. Interesting, Shen Fei smiled and shook his head slightly as he watched the moya disappear from his grasp. Turning around, he saw Bai Feng change direction in mid-air and leap to the side. "Come if you want, leave if you want. Don't you look down on me." Mo Yan had just landed on the rooftop, and before he could unleash his skills again, he realized Shen Fei had appeared about 3 meters in front of him, holding a black longsword and pointing it at him. The next moment, a bronze dagger suddenly emerged from Mo Yan's right arm armor, deflecting the longsword before him and stabbing at Shen Fei. Facing Mo Yan's attack, Shen Fei remained motionless, swinging his sword repeatedly, constantly parrying his attacks. As the two fought, Bai Feng also charged forward. Bai Feng's weapon wasn't yet a late-stage feather blade, he now wielded silver spikes, resembling bird claws, ideal for assassinations and complementing his martial arts. Facing the siege of Mo Yang and Bai Feng, Shen Fei finally moved, using his longsword to engage the two men in a back-and-forth exchange. To avoid accidentally killing them, Shen Fei controlled his blows, avoiding any heavy blows. This guy's strength, Wei Zhuang, clutching his shark-toothed sword, stood ready to help from Zhu Lanzhuan. Seeing Shen Fei fighting Mo Yang and Bai Feng, both gaining the upper hand, his eyes narrowed. Han Fei's plan was to prevent Ji Wuai's plot from succeeding at all costs. Wei Zhuang could take action and kill Shen Fei if necessary. However, given the current situation, Wei Zhuang didn't need to intervene. "Think carefully about what I said before." As Shen Fei finished speaking, Mo Ya suddenly gestured to the surrounding area. Instantly, 12 black-clad men, wielding longswords, appeared. These 12 men possessed impressive Qinggong skills and appeared to coordinate well. With one strike, they blocked all of Shen Fei's routes. Retreat. The moment the 12 black-clad men attacked, Mo Yan and Bai Feng retreated rapidly. Having fought so long, Mo Yan had a deep understanding of Shen Fei's strength. The planned killing formation was now merely a sacrifice to buy Shen Fei time to retreat. Among the 100 birds, except for a few whose lives Mo Yan cared about, the others were of no concern. Facing the 12 black-clad men surrounding him, Shen Fei swung his longsword in a circle toward the sky. He couldn't move in all directions, so this was his only option. However, due to his swiftness, the 12 black-clad men appeared to be killed simultaneously. "This should intimidate some people," Shen Fei said, sword in hand, standing under the eaves. He glanced at the hidden figures and, finding no intention of attacking, returned. As for the subsequent battle, the 7 Absolutes Hall would naturally handle it, including the poisoned members of the Poisoned Scorpion gang in the room. This time, the 7 Absolutes Hall could cross the bridge. HMPH, failed, useless, Ji Wuai, who had been drinking with Emerald Tiger in the general's mansion, awaiting good news, angrily crushed the glass wine bottle in his hand upon hearing Ji Wuai's report and kicked the bronze table in front of him. "Please punish me, General." Mo Yan and Bai Feng immediately knelt on one knee and apologized. "General, there's no need to be so angry. There's a long way to go. There are many ways. As long as he's in Han, how can he escape from your grasp?" Seeing Ji Wuai so angry, the Emerald Tiger immediately smiled apologetically. "Get out of here." Operation by Niao had failed, and Ji Wuai had no choice but to do so, no matter how unwilling he was. As for punishing Mo Yak, he would certainly do so, but not at this moment. At that moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and then a slender figure appeared at a nearby window. In the moonlight, he could see that he was wearing a blood-red robe and had long white hair. It was none other than the blood-robed Marcus, Bai Yifei. "It seems Xinjiang City has a lot of interesting things to see lately," a faint voice echoed in the hall. The voice, which had already grasped his sword, caused Ji Wuai to drop it immediately. "You don't have to act so mysterious every time." Ji Wuai looked at the blood-robed Marcus at the window with dissatisfaction. "Because the light is too bright." "Hello, Lord Marcus." Emerald Tiger looked respectfully at blood-robed Marcus, one of the 4 fierce generals of night. Emerald Tiger was the lowest in both status and prestige. Looking at the other 3, none of them would be so servile in front of Ji Wuai. Strictly speaking, blood-robed Marquis's status was even higher than Ji Wuai's. Although Ji Wuai was a general, his title was not high. For some, only a title could be considered a true aristocrat. Ji Wuai was clearly not one of the upper class. In the palace hall, blood-robed Marcus stood above Ji Wuwei. Of the 4 fierce generals of night, with the exception of Emerald Tiger, the other 3 actually had more of a cooperative relationship with Ji Wuwei. Blood-robed Marcus would sometimes listen to Ji Wuwei, partly because Ji Wuwei was a general. His superior, blood-robed Marcus, commanded 100,000 Korean troops, while Ji Wuwei commanded the entire Korean army. King An of Han was able to trust Ji Wuwei with the position of general because Ji Wuwei's lack of true noble status was a significant factor. Even if Ji Wuwei wanted to rebel, it would be difficult for him to succeed. Though Han Wongan appears to be quite dim-witted, he's not foolish. After all, he was the champion of the previous Han Wang championship, and possesses considerable cunning. The young Wongan perhaps bears some resemblance to the current 4th young master, Han Yu. It's just that after so many years as king, he's been corrupted by a life of ease and luxury. With dozens of beauties in his harem, it's hard not to be corrupted. As the saying goes, a land of gentleness is a hero's grave. Furthermore, his harem includes figures like concubine Hu and Lady Ming's Hu. The saying that heroes are often tempted by beauty is no mere cliché. Even the virtuous and ambitious Yin Zhang made a mistake when it came to Li Ji. What's wrong with Yan Lingji? Is Shine's alright? Sitting across from the Emerald Tiger, the blood-robed Marcus immediately asked his question. He had arrived in Xinjiang City so quickly because he had heard of Yan Lingji's prison escape. According to the investigation, someone rescued her. I don't know who it is, but if I catch him, I'll make sure he's in trouble. All the birds are skilled at tracking and staying hidden. Shen Fei didn't deliberately hide his whereabouts, so of course he was discovered. What happened before? Blood-robed Marcus continued after a moment's silence. You'll have to ask Tiger about that, my lord. Here's what happened. Emerald Tiger immediately outlined the situation. General, you're being a little impulsive this time. If you want to act, at least wait until you've uncovered the enemy's details. Emerald Tiger's words sparked a glint of greed in blood-robed Marcus's eyes. Ji Wuwei was tempted by such a vast fortune, and so was blood-robed Marcus. He had been pursuing the Baiyu treasure, even using illusions to try to extract information from Yan Lingji. He had concealed this treasure from Ji Wuwei. Coming from the west, it seems we have no choice but to go find him. Compared to Ji Wuwei, blood-robed Marcus was undoubtedly far more intelligent and possessed far greater martial arts skills. Then what should we do about Yan Lingji? That's easy. They're definitely trying to rescue their master. Even the slightest leak of information would be enough to lure them into a trap. I'll deal with it after I return. As the blood-robed Marcus commanding 100,000 troops, he couldn't just casually appear in the capital. He was only able to appear now because he detached himself from his troops and rushed back using his King Guang skills. To officially reveal himself in Xinjiang, he had to wait until his troops appeared in Xinjiang City. If I take this mark to Ji Wuwei, he probably won't dare to attack. Inside the manor, Shen Fei chuckled softly as he gazed at the sinister black spider Hydra. The web of heaven and earth is pervasive. Shen Fei had considered contacting Ji Wuwei with someone impersonating the Luoyang, but he dismissed the idea. While impersonating the Luoyang would be simple, it would complicate matters further down the line. The Hanguang sword, should we find a way to go to the Confucian school and get it from Yanlu? Meanwhile, Shen Fei had also been learning about the world's famous swords through the sword list. Nilin was not on it. And Yuan Hong had not appeared yet. Among all the famous swords, Shen Fei was most interested in Yanlu's Hongguang, one of the famous 3 swords of Kangzhou. Unfortunately, the other 2 were missing. As for the other swords, Shen Fei didn't care. Speaking of which, Xenu's chain snake soft sword is also very interesting. I don't know what the manufacturing process is. Should I borrow it for research? I didn't expect his martial arts to be so good. How does it compare to you? After the people from Bai Niao retreated, Han Fei couldn't help scratching his hair with his fingers, and then looked at Wei Zhuang. Unfortunately, Wei Zhuang just glared at him coldly and ignored his meaning at all. Not only martial arts, this person is also proficient in pharmacology. Those people from the poison scorpion sect were poisoned by a very strange poison. Xenu said this on the side. Xenu is an expert in medicine. It's really hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse for such a person to appear in Xinjiang. Chapter 272 Baiyu Group, Part 2. You want to cooperate with me? In the manor's hall, Shen Fei sat at the table, looking across at the smiling, portly man with a sneer. This portly man was, of course, J. Tiger, one of the 4 Nightfall generals. Perhaps because of the failure of Bai Niao's operation, Ji Wuai had changed his plans and sent Jade Tiger to discuss cooperation. In fact, Jade Tiger wasn't the first to approach him. Xinjiang, South Korea, was a major transportation hub, hosting numerous merchants from various countries. These people had surely seen the popularity of glass products. If they could get a batch to sell back home, they would definitely make a fortune. Moreover, even if they didn't sell it, using it as a gift would be enough to open doors that would normally be unopened. Merchants held a very low status in this era. The vast majority of merchants were merely the pawns of aristocratic families. Don't forget, even Han Fei listed merchants as one of the 5 pests. Han Fei was quite formidable, and his 5 pests theory was indeed sharp, but it also offended quite a few Confucians, strategists, knights errant, retainers, and merchants alike. Even though Han Fei's 5 vermin didn't mean what people generally think, but rather targeted the termites in these 5 industries, how many such smart people are there? Don't forget that when Guy Nai first met Han Fei, he had a problem with the situation in the 5 vermin. According to the 5 vermin, the disciples of Giguzi's Zonghang school actually occupied 2 categories, namely the strategists and the knights errant. As for Confucianism, it was fortunate that Zunzi was not an ordinary person and didn't care about this. However, in Shen Fei's opinion, Zunzi was really biased. Just imagine, if the 5 vermin were written by Li Si, the treatment would definitely be different. As for merchants, this is an era based on agriculture, and the status of merchants can be imagined. When Xiangyang carried out the reform, the Qin state legislated to reward agriculture and restrict commerce. After all, they wanted to develop commerce and cooperate with the government. Lu Buyi relied on Yi Ren for his rare and valuable assets, while Emerald Tiger relied on Ji Wuai. Han Fei chose Emerald Tiger as his first target against the 4 fiends of night, not just for the money, but also because Emerald Tiger was the lowest ranking and easiest to deal with. Once he lost his usefulness, Ji Wuai would surely abandon him. The other 3 of the 4 fiends of night were not so easy to deal with. How interesting. Ji Wuai, seeing that his bluff failed, wants to cooperate. Isn't he just dreaming? Shen Fei's words made Emerald Tiger's mouth drop open. He was a man of experience, but in all his years, he had never seen anyone so disdainful as Ji Wuai. Do you know what you're talking about? Emerald Tiger's expression was filled with disbelief. The humiliating anger he had felt at Shen Fei's slight had faded. Shen Fei hadn't even offered Emerald Tiger a glass of water. Of course I know. The general of Han, Shen Fei chuckled. Han is the weakest of the 7 kingdoms. He, the general of Han, can only flaunt his power in Han. Does he really think he's a big shot in the 7 kingdoms just because he created the 4 nightmarish generals? Little does he know he's just a clown. You can get out now. Tell Ji Wuai that if you come to trouble me again, it won't be so easy. I didn't expect the Nong family to be interested in this, too. Cooperation isn't impossible, but what can the Nong family offer me? After driving away the Emerald Tiger, Shen Fei welcomed Sito Wanli from the Nong family. With the Nong family's power, we can take on Qi and Shu. Sito Wanli immediately launched into his argument. It must be said that Sito Wanli was quite capable of becoming the head of one of the Nong family's 6 halls. Apart from anything else, his eloquence would definitely make him an elite talent in the future. If Shen Fei was motivated by money, he would have been quite impressed. Even the finest glass products, entering a country's market, especially in this era, is difficult without the support of powerful forces behind them. Ji Wuai's attempt to seize the market was not an isolated incident in this era. Other countries, even those in Qin, were equally tempted, though their tactics varied. Take, for example, Han Yu, the 4th prince of Korea, whose methods were much more subtle. The offer is quite good, but unfortunately, I'm not interested. If the Nong family truly wants to cooperate with me, it's not impossible. What I need is the Nong family's martial arts skills. Shen Fei's words immediately caused Sito Wanli's face to change. The martial arts skills of various schools of thought were difficult to obtain for anyone other than a disciple of the sect. Impossible. Sito Wanli immediately refused. This was South Korea. If Shen Fei had dared to make such a request in Shu, the Nong family would have likely come knocking on their door. Nothing is impossible. The Nong family's martial arts secrets have been leaked quite a bit. Compared to the benefits I could gain, this is just a mere martial arts secret. If you do this well, you might even become the head of one of the Nong family's 6 halls. The martial arts secrets of the various schools of thought are extremely difficult for ordinary people to acquire, but if one's status reaches a certain level, These secrets are nothing to worry about, just like Han Fei and Zhang Lang, who both practiced Confucian martial arts. And then there's Xian Ming, to whom Gai Nai directly taught the Guzi breathing technique. After all, the martial arts secrets weren't Sitawanali's, so even if they were leaked, as long as Shen Fei and Sitawanali didn't say anything, who would know? After all, the Nong family's martial arts secrets have been leaked quite a bit. I can promise you, but you can't leak this. Sitawanli struggled with his thoughts, but ultimately, his desire prevailed. Of course, but I have something to say up front. I hope you don't do anything sneaky. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Fei spoke, his eyes cold, and a powerful aura immediately enveloped Sitawanli, the life force of his telepathic energy. Sitawanli, enveloped by this life force, shuddered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and his back was instantly soaked with sweat. Sitawanli's martial arts skills were decent for ordinary Jianghu mortals, but nothing compared to true masters, including Liu Ji, whose martial arts were not particularly impressive. His later rise to the head of the For You Hall was likely due to his ability to amass wealth. If I wanted to kill someone, no one in this world could stop me. Even if you went to the Yan Emperor's 6 sages tomb at a farmer's house and begged those 6 immortals who have been in seclusion, they wouldn't be able to protect you. Shen Fei withdrew his telepathic energy. I understand, Sitawanli, still trembling, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It wasn't like Sitawanli hadn't seen such masters before. Although he wasn't currently the head of one of the Nong clan's 6 halls, his skill at networking meant he had a close relationship with the Zhou clan of Shenan Hall. But even with the Zhou clan, Shen Fei felt far inferior to him. Who was the Zhou clan? The head of the Nong clan's Shenan Hall was one of the world's top masters. While the Nong clan was well versed in herbs and medicine, they didn't possess elixirs like the Juxin pill. In the entire Xiangxing and Qinshi worlds, only the Taoists possessed such a rich heritage. I understand. Don't worry. Cooperate with me, and the benefits you'll gain will far exceed what you currently possess. Shen Fei then dismissed Sitawanli, leaving him to pursue his martial arts skills and the 24Ds formations. Sitawanli was merely a pawn, a potential asset, perhaps or not. Right, Simile Kai, I didn't expect you're still alive. While Shen Fei was dealing with prying eyes from all sides, Han Fei welcomed a surprising guest to the Zilanjuan, the supposedly deceased Right Simile Kai. The Scorpion Gang's early elimination altered Li Kai's fate, altering not only his own, but also that of the 100 Birds Vulture. He intended to kill Nanayu, but underestimated her and failed to succeed immediately, instead trapping himself in the Zilanjuan and being killed by Xinu. Nanayu's martial arts weren't as good as the Vulture's, but it would take the Vulture at least 10 or 20 moves to defeat her. Of the women at the Zilanjuan, Nanayu's martial arts were second only to Xenu's, even stronger than the current Princess Honglian. The saying people die for wealth, birds die for food had an ironic effect on the 100 Birds Vulture, which is also a species of bird. What a bustling scene. They've unleashed the Bai Celestials, standing on the rooftop of his manor, watching the flames spread across Xinjiang City and the Korean troops searching the streets. Shen Fei had a rough idea of what was happening. Only Cheyennes and his men from the Bai would dare to cause such a scene in Xinjiang City. Not to mention, Shen Fei had witnessed the Wushuan ghost crushing a group of Korean soldiers in front of the Crown Prince's residence. With his ironclad fortitude, the attacks of ordinary soldiers wouldn't even scratch him. Such a figure would be an invincible warrior on the battlefield. Just like the renowned Dian Queen of the Wei state, the Wei Wuzu were feared throughout the land. It was a shame that such a powerful military unit, feared by the king of Wei, ended up destroying itself. It was truly absurd. While the Wei state still had the Wei Wuzu, their numbers were far fewer than their former power. Without sufficient numbers, the Wei state could only barely defend itself. The king of Wei acted with remarkable skill, and the king of Zhao followed suit. Qin and Zhao each possessed 2 of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, yet Qin's 2 flourished, while Zhao's 2 fought with considerable frustration. Despite possessing peerless generals, they could only watch from the sidelines. As for Han, there's no need to elaborate. Ji Wuai was hailed as the strongest general in the country in a century, and the blood-robed Marcus was even more pretentious. Yet, they fought against the combined forces of Han and Shu, even against the 100 Yu. These individuals can be summed up in 8 words: expert at internal strife, but inexperienced in external warfare. The same applies to the current Crown Prince of Han. He was arrogant before the Korean soldiers, but he knelt before Cheyennes. He was the crown prince of a nation, yet he acted like a complete loser. The crown prince's capture immediately unleashed a wave of panic throughout the nation. This was a huge scapegoat. Han Yu, Zhang Keidi, and Ji Wei didn't want to take the blame, so they had to push it onto Han Fei, the ninth prince. Poor Wei Ghost picked the wrong boss twice in a row. Seeing Wei Ghost's kneecap broken by Wei Zhuang's kick, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head after hearing Wei Zhuang's words. While Cheyennes wasn't a good boss, Wei Zhuang wasn't either. In the end, Wei Ghost became Xianming's mount. The show's over, time to go home. Shen Fei, who had been hiding, watched the live performance of Yuanxing Jiuj and then left. It's a shame I didn't see Nilin appear. By the way, is Nilin's sword spirit really Han Fei? There's no definitive answer as to who Nilin's sword spirit is. Because of Wei Zhuang's timely intervention, Nilin never had a chance to attack. Not only did Nilin fail to appear, but even Honglian wasn't captured, her tiny butterfly wings already fluttering. I didn't expect you to come to my place. Interesting. After returning home, Shen Fei, preparing to rest, suddenly felt someone intruding. He looked outside and spotted two unexpected figures, Yan Lingji and a blue-haired, chained young man named Cheyennes. Shen Fei ignored Cheyennes, simply greeting Yan Lingji. You came to see me at this hour, so you can't just visit me, can you? Someone wants the secret recipe for your new type of colored glass, Cheyennes said, his eyes fixed on Shen Fei. Why are you interested in this, too? That's right. Restoring the country is impossible without sufficient funds. Indeed, it's not just them who are interested, I'm interested too, Cheyennes stated his purpose without reservation. Yan Lingji, standing beside him, opened her cherry lips slightly, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. But I'm not interested. Shen Fei had no interest in Cheyennes' restoration of the country. In the end, it would all belong to the Qin Empire. That's not up to you, Cheyennes said, and the chains wrapped around him suddenly floated behind him. 6 snake-like chains, they're weapons. How much strength can you unleash now that you're poisoned? The entire Bai group couldn't defeat the blood-robed Marcus by Yifei. To think that someone with such strength could restore the country was a joke. It seems you know a lot. I know much more than you think, Shen Fei said, and suddenly his figure moved, appearing beside Cheyennes. It wasn't until his right hand rested on Cheyennes' shoulder that Cheyennes reacted and tried to control the chains behind him to attack, but it was too late. Release the master. Yan Lingji's hands immediately burst into flames, staring intently at Shen Fei, who had restrained Cheyennes. Perhaps because Cheyennes was restrained, she didn't immediately attack. Don't worry, I won't kill him. In fact, I'm helping him, Shen Fei said, and suddenly his left hand plunged into Cheyennes' heart, startling Yan Lingji, who immediately threw the flames in her hand at Shen Fei. What a troublesome thing. Without Shen Fei making a move, Yan Lingji's 2 flames dissipated from the air. At this time, Shen Fei pulled his left hand out of Cheyennes' heart, pinching a small, writhing insect between his fingers. This is the goo, master. At this time, Yan Lingji immediately rushed to Cheyennes' front and was stunned when she saw his intact chest. Even though Baiyu's witchcraft was very magical, this method was still beyond her understanding. Not only Yan Lingji, but also Cheyennes' expression was full of confusion at this time, and his left hand kept checking his chest. I said, I won't kill him. This is the goo in his body. Take it back. Chapter 273, Master Shuang, Part 1. Shen Fei was somewhat curious about goo techniques, but it was just curiosity. He would not actively research anything. With a surgery fruit, it would be too easy for him to control his enemies. Taking out their hearts would be easier than anything else. There was no need to study goo techniques, at least not now. He helped Cheyennes remove the goo from his body, not for anything else, but to cause some trouble for Bai Yifei, the blood-robed Marcus. Who are you? Cheyennes realized that the goo had really been taken out after discovering that there was indeed no damage on his body and that there was no obstruction in his body when he was lucky. He immediately understood that the goo had been taken out. Such a method was simply unheard of. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I am not your enemy. Well, it's late at night. I need to rest. It's time for you to leave. After Shen Fei looked at Cheyennes and Yan Lingji, he immediately raised his hand to signal them to leave. Shen Fei's main reasons for helping Cheyennes were firstly because of the blood-robed Marcus, and secondly because of Yan Lingji. Of course, he had no particular motive. Yan Lingji was beautiful, but he simply admired her. In reality, Xianxing and the Qin dynasty world were filled with beautiful women, Xunu, Nanayu, Honglian, Zunu, and so on. If he could be attracted to a beautiful woman, then nothing else mattered. Let's go. Xian's hesitated, then immediately left with Yan Lingji. Shen Fei's displayed strength and tactics were unfathomable. Xian's was no fool. Offending such a figure at this moment was not a good idea. The next day, the atmosphere in Xinjiang City was noticeably different from usual. While the Korean authorities had kept the crown prince's abduction a secret, some speculated. After all, there were significantly more soldiers patrolling the streets than usual, and searches were being conducted door to door. All these signs indicated that something serious had happened in Xinjiang City. Under these circumstances, most people, though unaware of the specific circumstances, stayed indoors, and the streets were noticeably less crowded than in previous days. Come after me? That's a pretty good excuse. Inside the Hall of Wonders, Shen Fei, sensing the surrounding situation through his observation haki, immediately guessed the Korean soldiers' intentions from their actions. This was a blatant conspiracy. As the Korean general, it was too easy for Ji Wuai to order his soldiers to do anything. If Shen Fei acted too radically, Ji Wuai could openly mobilize the army to take action. In Xinjiang during the Warring States period, with the exception of a few individuals, Ji Wuai had absolute power, able to strike at anyone he pleased. This is quite troublesome. Shen Fei had some ideas to counter Ji Wuai's plan, such as inviting Han Fei over. The ninth young master's status was enough to make Ji Wuai hesitate. Ji Wuai dared to kill Han Fei, but this courage was based on the fact that he had to act in secret. To attack Han Fei openly, Ji Wuai was not that foolish. Shen Fei wasn't worried about Ji Wuai using his army against him. With his strength, the idea of using an army to surround and kill him was sheer absurdity. However, if you were to confront the Korean army in this way, wouldn't he be walking right into Ji Wuai's trap? A normal person would probably have avoided the situation, but for Shen Fei, resolving the current situation was easy. Let's go. Led by their captain, a group of 8 Korean soldiers left the house they were searching and headed towards Shen Fei's Hall of Wonders. Their visors made it impossible to discern their expressions, but judging by their gestures and movements, whatever happened next was unsurprising. Bang! But just then, the captain suddenly groaned, his eyes bulging, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. This startled the other 7 soldiers, who immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and glanced around nervously. After a long while, seeing no enemy had appeared, the 7 men immediately checked on their captain, who had fallen to the ground. Finding him lifeless, they exchanged a glance and immediately left with the captain's body. In this situation, they could no longer search, they had to return for instructions before proceeding. Ji Wuai, I was initially reluctant to pay attention to you, but it seems I must teach you a lesson. After the soldiers retreated, Shen Fei immediately changed into black, donned a wooden mask, and headed for the general's residence. Ji Wuai's personal guards are quite numerous, aren't they? To the right of the general's residence stood a small military camp, where Ji Wuai's personal guards were stationed and trained. With over 200 men, they were primarily responsible for Ji Wuai's safety and the general's residence. Combined with the hidden by Niao, the general's residence's defenses were practically impenetrable. Let me give you a great gift, Shen Fei thought, wearing a flaming cloth glove on his left hand, as he unleashed his flame alchemy on the barracks and the training guards. Although Shen Fei could now create flames even without the incendiary cloth, he had simple, practical equipment, so he naturally used it. The alchemical array on the incendiary gloves also prevented him from having to take Polaroid photos every time he used alchemy. The sudden attack caused heavy losses to the personal guards, and the engulfing fire immediately alerted the rest of the general's residence. Several figures quickly rushed over, likely members of the Bai Niao sect judging by their agility. Bai Feng, one of the white figures, arriving late but first, caught Shen Fei's attention. It was the young and handsome Bai Feng. After taking a look at him, Shen Fei began his arson attack. In an instant, 1/3 of the general's residence was engulfed in flames. The blaze intensified, and Ji Wuai was furious. The hall was also ablaze. Ji Wuai, clutching his 8-foot sword, stood in the courtyard, roaring incessantly. But no matter how he shouted, the flames continued to spread. The flames of flame alchemy were not easily extinguished. In this era, there were no fire trucks. Well, Blood-robed Marcus by Yifei could barely be considered a human fire truck. The pavilion is deserted, so let's burn it down. The pavilion, which Shen Fei had spared last time, was now emptied due to the flames. Upon discovering this, Shen Fei immediately fanned the flames. You useless bastards! Hurry and find the enemy. Unable to extinguish the flames, and unable to locate the arsonist, Ji Wuai's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Tianzhen, Ji Wuai muttered a name in anger. Such a raging fire couldn't possibly be a normal fire, and given the current situation in Xinjiang City, only the Beiyu Xianchuan had the ability and reason to pull off such a deed. Seeing 2/3 of the vast general's mansion completely destroyed in the blaze, Ji Wuai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although Shen Fei wanted to burn the entire mansion, it was impossible to do so in public without revealing his identity. So he had to leave Ji Wuai with 1/3 of the buildings. The general's mansion is on fire. The blaze was so intense, and Ji Wuai's mansion already attracted considerable attention, that many people immediately noticed it, including Han Fei, Zhang Liang, and others at Zilanzhuan. The current situation in Xinjiang City was not favorable to Han Fei. Ji Wuai and Han Yu were shifting the blame, and Shen Fei's removal of the poison from Xians had deterred Xians from seeking Liu Xia's cooperation. Does the fire look large? Who would attack the general's mansion at this time? Han Fei whispered. Could it be Xians and his men? Xinu offered. That's unlikely, Zhang Liang said hesitantly. If it were Xians and his men, we'd be in trouble, Han Fei said solemnly. Xians' audacity to attack Ji Wuai and his men means they may have broken free from our control. Han Fei, Zhang Liang, Wei Zhuang, and others had previously speculated that Yunmu was behind Xians and his men's actions, and that Yunmu undoubtedly had some means of restraining them. But now that Xians and his men had dared to attack, it suggested they were no longer under their control. A Xians, out of control and possessing the crown prince of Han, was a dangerous figure. Even if the crown prince was a piece of crap, he was still the crown prince of Han. Leaking this information would not only cause panic within his own country, but also draw ridicule from other nations. Li Si once used this very excuse to mock Han in the palace of the Korean king. The crown prince must be rescued as soon as possible. The sudden turn of events made Han Fei no longer able to enjoy a leisurely drink in the Zilin pavilion. Han Fei's usual performance had led many to underestimate him. Even his earlier strategy of dividing the gold among the 3 concubines was viewed by Ji Wuai as a temporary tactic, leading to the subsequent fall of the Emerald Tiger. Besides the few people in Lisha, the only person in the world who truly understood Han Fei's strength was Ying Zheng. Otherwise, Ying Zheng wouldn't have come to Xinjiang, Korea, just to meet Han Fei. The blood-robed Marcus is returning. This is good information. After hearing the report from the 7 Absolute Hall, Shen Fei immediately took out several gold coins and handed them to the visitor. Shen Fei had no intelligence network in South Korea, so he had to rely on local intelligence networks. Currently, the most powerful underground force in South Korea was the Quinjet. Quinjet was under the control of Wei Zhuang, who not only received free intelligence from him but also received monthly payments as protection money. Shen Fei could only buy intelligence with money. Even if Xinu and Wei Zhuang could learn what intelligence he had obtained from the Quinjet, Shen Fei didn't care. Firstly, it didn't matter if they knew about it. Secondly, the intelligence he obtained was fragmented, and without knowing the specifics, it was impossible to understand its usefulness to him. After all, intelligence can be worth a fortune to some, but worthless to others. Situanli made a good move. Among the various schools of thought, Kiguzi had the fewest disciples, with only 2 per generation. The Nong family had the most, with over 100,000 disciples. They were also very powerful in intelligence. Zumanglao isn't just about making money. Like Zilangsuan, its other important function is intelligence. Whether it's acquiring or disseminating intelligence, it's incredibly effective. During Han Fei's bet with a J-Tiger, the women of Zilangsuan played a crucial role, spreading the news of Korea's food shortage. This led to numerous grain merchants from the 7 kingdoms arriving in Korea to sell their grain, leaving the Jade Tiger bankrupt. A land of gentleness is a hero's grave. In the presence of a beautiful woman, most people can't keep secrets. Such a person wouldn't visit places like Zilangsuan or Zumanglao. This made Situanli quite important to Shen Fei, as he could at least gain a good deal of intelligence through him. Blood-robed Marcus by Yifei, this guy has finally appeared. I remember someone once suspected that the blood-robed Marcus was a hidden bat. Could it be that time really is a killer? The mention of the blood-robed Marcus reminded Shen Fei of a conjecture he'd encountered before his time travel. It's true that seeing this left Shen Fei completely speechless. However, after reading the contents, he had to admit that there was a slight possibility that blood-robed Marcus was a hidden bat. Both of them possessed blood-sucking martial arts, seemingly the only two individuals in the entire Xianxing and Qinji who wielded such skills. As for why the handsome blood-robed Marcus had transformed into a wretched hidden bat, and his martial arts skills had drastically declined, the reason was simple: blood-robed Marcus had gone mad. Of course, Shen Fei certainly didn't believe that blood-robed Marcus was a hidden bat. Even though he was deeply displeased with him and ready to kill him, he didn't consider him a hidden bat. The two were simply too far apart. So that's your foolproof plan. Ji Wuwei, who had moved into the temporary annex of the general's mansion, saw blood-robed Marcus appear and angrily kicked the table in front of him. The general's mansion had been burned down by a fire, and until it could be completely rebuilt, Ji Wuwei had been forced to temporarily stay in the 6-story courtyard. While it was quite large, the buildings were not as luxurious as the general's mansion. Faced with Ji Wuwei's wrath, the blood-robed Marcus remained silent. The turn of events had defied his expectations. According to the plan, Xian's was under the control of a goo poison. As long as he didn't want to die, he had no choice but to obey, even if he was displeased with Ji Wuwei and the others. With this happening now, there was only one possibility: Xian's had escaped the poison's control. While unbelievable, it was the only plausible explanation. Xian's had previously set fire to numerous buildings in Xinjiang City, and with this preconceived notion, no one suspected Shen Fei was responsible. We can't keep these disobedient pawns alive. We must eliminate them as soon as possible. General, please wait for further information, Ji Wuwei began. Furthermore, he was deeply curious about how Xian's had escaped the goo poison, and the blood-robed Marcus was ready to take action himself. Because of this, the blood-robed Marcus temporarily put Shen Fei's concerns aside. He was incredibly confident in his knowledge of goo poison. Even the 100 Poison King of Beiyar wouldn't believe he had the ability to remove it. So, he needed to know who had removed the poison. With such a person around, wouldn't it mean his future witchcraft would be useless? Is this the Nuang family's immunity to all poisons? Sichuanli acted swiftly, quickly sending Shen Fei the Nuang family's martial arts secrets. Martial arts combined with poison resistance? I thought it was purely based on internal energy. Shen Fei was very curious about the Nuang family's immunity to all poisons. Even Gigu, Taoism, and Yin-Yang school couldn't achieve this, but the Nuang family could. It wasn't until he read the bamboo slips Sichuanli sent him that he understood the reason. Chapter 274, Master Shuang, Part 2. Shannon tasted hundreds of herbs, and I never thought this story would be passed down. The Nuang family's immunity to all poisons was achieved by constantly tasting hundreds of herbs, building up resistance in their bodies. Combined with the detoxifying power of their internal cultivation techniques, this invincibility is truly a feat worthy of Shannon. Long-term use of a medication naturally builds resistance, and the same is true for poisons. While it sounds simple, achieving it is incredibly difficult. Only a select few in the Nuang family can truly achieve this level of immunity. Tasting hundreds of herbs may sound simple, but it's not as simple as simply taking a drug or poison. It requires precise control of dosage. For the average person, attempting this would only result in death. A less painful death would be better served by jumping off a cliff. With the exception of a few poisons that can kill instantly, most poisons inflict a painful death. Of course, the Nuang family's internal cultivation techniques also play a crucial role. Generally speaking, internal energy has the ability to detoxify, but the effectiveness of this detoxification varies greatly depending on the internal cultivation technique. Ordinary internal gong techniques have only modest effects in removing poisons. Top-level internal gong techniques possess truly miraculous effects, like the Gigu breathing technique, which is highly effective against toxins. The internal gong techniques of the Nuang clan go a step further. Given this, few Nuang clan members truly cultivate invulnerability. At most, they simply improve their resistance. Poison tastes unpleasant, and the pain it inflicts is unbearable for everyone. Therefore, even within the Nuang clan, true invulnerability is rare. Although Shen Fei had acquired the Nuang clan's martial arts techniques, and even Sichuanli had gifted him numerous other internal gong techniques, he was in no rush to cultivate them. The cultivation of internal guang differed significantly from the training of physical skills and the cultivation of mindfulness. He would not rush into practice until he had mastered both techniques. Furthermore, Shen Fei's primary focus was yin-yang magic. While the Nuang clan's invulnerability was powerful, it wasn't of much use to him. Gai Nai and Wei Zhuang didn't possess invulnerability, and neither had been defeated by poison. Speaking of which, you're so pretentious, you're sure you won't live to see the Qin dynasty? In a dense forest outside Zinsang City, Shen Fei, hidden in a large tree, watched the blood-robed Marcus, dressed in white, astride a white horse, slowly advancing along a path made of ice. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Gai Nai, the future world's greatest swordsman and even known as the Sword Saint, was far inferior to Bai Yifei in appearance. Shen Fei had been continuing his internal cultivation techniques today, but upon noticing the mobilization of soldiers and the dispatch of Wei Zhuang, he came out of curiosity and unexpectedly witnessed a spectacle. The blood-robed Marcus had entangled Cheyennes, giving Wei Zhuang the opportunity to rescue the Crown Prince of Han. Wei Zhuang single-handedly overpowered Yan Lingji and the other two, and this time, without Huanglian's burden, he wasn't even injured. As for Cheyennes, although he could fully unleash his power after detoxifying the goo poison, he still had some distance to go before reaching the blood-robed Marcus level, likely due to the years he had been in prison before being released. Of course, what Shen Fei was concerned about wasn't the martial arts of the blood-robed Marcus or Cheyennes. He was concerned about Bai Yifei's personal guards, the white-armored soldiers, who could hurl ice spears, creating a completely icy environment. In such an environment, the blood-robed Marquis's martial arts would be at least 3 times more powerful. With a throwing range of approximately 200 meters, if such an army weren't so few in number, this world would have gained another powerful military type. It's a shame that such a type of army disappeared from the Qin dynasty world. If this army could be expanded to 500 or 1,000 men, it would be absolutely invincible. It would be the perfect force to deal with the Macedonian phalanx, crushing them to pulp. If there were 5,000 or 10,000 such troops, they would be absolutely invincible, and the Wei Wuzu, the Golden Fire Cavalry, and the Tenglong Legion would be no match for them. It's truly amazing. Although Shen Fei didn't care much for the blood-robed Marcus martial arts, he had to admit that he was extremely powerful, especially his ice-based abilities, which, like the vines of ice, gave him a significant advantage in the battle against Cheyennes. His attacks revealed that the blood-robed Marcus practiced both martial arts and magic. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When Cheyennes was at a disadvantage, Wei Zhuang released Yan Lingji and the others. The arrival of the Beiyu Celestial Group was a boon for Han Fei and the others, significantly helping them to draw in a portion of Yunyu's forces. Under these circumstances, Li Shi naturally wouldn't allow Cheyennes to be killed or captured by the blood-robed Marcus. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between the two sides was stark. Even with the help of Yan Lingji and the others, Cheyennes was no match for the blood-robed Marcus. Yan Lingji's fire naturally countered ice, but her power was far inferior to Bai Yifei's, and her flames posed little threat to the blood-robed Marcus. Similarly, the 100 Poison King's poison was of little use against the blood-robed Marquis's icy energies. Take your time. After watching the blood-robed Marcus Bai Yifei use his dual swords and manipulate the surrounding ice vines to suppress the Beiyu Celestial Group, Shen Fei leaped into the air, charging towards the blood-robed Marcus' personal guard, the white-armored soldiers. With a levitation cloak, Shen Fei no longer needed the moon step to fly. As Shen Fei continued to master this magical item, his use became even more adept. It's safe to say that even without attacking, Shen Fei could capture the blood-robed Marcus Bai Yifei with a levitation cloak alone. Even with Thanos's power, he could still hold him for a while. So far, the levitation cloak has only demonstrated rapid flight. It also boasts exceptional defense, acting as a shield. Its defense is so strong that no one in this world can break it. It also allows for transformation. Let me see the secret of the white-armored soldiers. Shen Fei, appearing near over 50 white-armored soldiers, was quickly discovered. It was too late. With a clenching of his hands, he slammed the ground, and the ground beneath the white-armored soldiers began to shatter. The white-armored soldiers were thrown to the ground, suffering heavy losses. The white-armored soldiers were quite powerful, and if they were in the martial arts world, they would probably be considered skilled fighters. However, facing Shen Fei, they had no chance to fight back. He quickly eliminated most of them, including their horses. The remaining ones were captured by Shen Fei. The incredibly convenient large scarf. Boom. Just as he had dealt with all the white armored soldiers, Shen Fei heard a deafening roar from the side, and then the earth shook. Shen Fei turned around and saw a huge flame rising from the sky above the battlefield between the Beiyu Xianchuan and the blood-robed Marcus. Something's wrong. Shen Fei put away the shrunken small package and casually pulled with his right hand. 3 quivers and 2 crossbows flew from the ground into his hands. Without the use of the surgery fruit, Shen Fei did not have the ability to retrieve objects through telekinesis, but if he used the thread of thought, he could create a telekinetic effect. Han, despite having the smallest land area among the 7 warring states, managed to rank among them. The other vassal states, once larger than Han, had all vanished. This wasn't due to incompetence, but rather to Han's strengths. Historically, Han was known as the Mighty Han, renowned throughout the Central Plains for its powerful bows and crossbows. Unfortunately, while these powerful bows and crossbows remain, the title has faded. The Qin army's morale was completely shattered. Without morale, even the most powerful equipment could not perform to its full potential. Han Fei once analyzed the drawbacks of Qin's annihilation, but he forgot the advantages. Even without considering these advantages, Han would have been the first to be annihilated simply because it blocked Qin's eastward advance. Without it, how could Qin conquer the other states? Furthermore, Han's iron ore and grain were essential to Qin. Despite its small size, Han's equipment rivaled that of other nations, primarily due to its abundant iron ore reserves. He actually left Yan Lingji behind to cover the retreat while he escaped. Cheyenne's, his ambitions are as high as the sky, but his life is as fragile as paper. From the air, Shen Fei shook his head slightly after taking in the situation below. Below, one of the 4 ice walls that had previously trapped Cheyenne's had been breached. The Wushuang ghost grabbed Cheyenne's and the corpse-driving demon, who seemed to have exhausted their internal energy, while the 100 Poison King fled rapidly on the ground. Yan Lingji erupted with powerful flames, blocking the broken ice wall and temporarily preventing the blood-robed Marcus from pursuing Cheyenne's and his men. Seeing this, Shen Fei understood why Yan Lingji had been the last man standing. Of Cheyenne's 4 men, Yan Lingji possessed the highest martial skill. If anyone else had been left behind, they wouldn't have been able to stop the blood-robed Marcus, and even more men would have been sacrificed. It would have been better to have Yan Lingji do the job from the beginning. Cheyenne's ideals were noble, but his own strength was severely lacking. More importantly, his martial arts weren't enough, and his wisdom wasn't. He had no strategic underlings either. Looking at Lisha, Han Fei, Zhang Liang, and Wei Zhuang, they were all men of strategic vision. Guguzi Zonghang's disciples were capable of maintaining peace through both literary and military prowess. Their anger instilled fear in the princes, and the peace brought peace to the world. This statement was no exaggeration. Gai Nai volunteered to serve as Ying Zhang's bodyguard, otherwise, he could have achieved high status in either the military or the civil service. Gai Nai was once an anti-Qin wing, teaming up with Wei Zhuang to defeat Luo Ang's black and white Zhuangjian and saving a Wei nobleman. However, after entering Qin, his experiences there, and a conversation with Ying Zhang, he immediately joined the Qin army. While Qin's system might seem unremarkable to modern eyes, it was considered the most powerful during the era of the 7 warring states. Of Guguzi's disciples, Gai Nai and Wei Zhuang's generation fared the worst, despite both holding high positions in the martial arts world, one the world's foremost swordsman, the Sword Saint, and the other the Lord of Lisha. But compared to their senior brothers, the two were far inferior. Pang Wan and Sun Bin had both been generals, Su Qin and Zhang Yi had both been prime ministers. Wei Zhuang had a chance to become general of Han, but before he could achieve the title, Han was gone. I can't let you capture Yan Lingji. From the air, Shen Fei glanced at Han Fei and Wei Zhuang, who were watching the battle from the mountain top. Seeing Yan Lingji entangled in the blood-robed Marquis's icy vines, he immediately landed on the ground on the other side and leaped onto the ice wall. As the blood-robed Marquis, smiling, approached Yan Lingji, 2 crossbows fired at him. "Help us!" The blood-robed Marquis paused, his ice vines blocking the 2 crossbow bolts. He then glared coldly at Shen Fei, who was dressed in black and wearing a mask, perched atop the ice wall. Without a move from the blood-robed Marquis, the ice vines spun around and entangled Shen Fei. The crossbows are still quite weak, Shen Fei thought, throwing the 2 crossbows he held at blood-robed Marquis. He then pulled 5 arrows from a nearby quiver. I'll let you keep pretending, Shen Fei thought as the crossbow shot out like lightning. A whistling sound echoed through the air as it struck the icy vines in front of Blood-Robe Marcus, piercing through them unimpeded. The sudden change caused Blood-Robe Marquis's expression, as cold as ice, to change. Just as the arrows were about to strike Blood-Robe Marquis's head, he jerked his head away, dodging the blow. However, he couldn't completely avoid the blow. The arrow left a long wound on his left cheek, from which a trickle of blood flowed. But the next moment, the wound was instantly frozen. The Blood-Robe Marquis's eyes turned icy, filled with murderous intent. He gently shook the red and white swords in his hands, a surge of icy ki gathering within them. Even before, against the Bai Celestials, he had only used the red blood sword, leaving the white sword untouched. Now, as he unleashed both swords, one could imagine his rage. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, 4 crisp cracks echoed as Yan Lingji's limbs, bound by the icy vines, were freed. This was the result of the 4 arrows fired from behind by Shen Fei. Unlike the previous crossbow strikes, this time, Shen Fei utilized his telekinetic abilities. "Why don't you leave?" Shen Fei muttered helplessly, watching Yan Lingji stare at him in silence after her release. "Thank you." Yan Lingji finally noticed and began to leave. No one should escape. Blood-Robe Marcus, seething with murderous intent, struck without mercy. His figure moved, appearing not far from Yan Lingji, his white sword thrust at her with overwhelming murderous intent. Previously, Blood-Robe Marcus would have refrained from killing Yan Lingji, but now the situation was different. Shen Fei had seen pairings of Yan Lingji and Blood-Robe Marcus, and he had to admit, despite the world's abundance of possibilities, Blood-Robe Marcus was undoubtedly a man devoid of emotion, his only emotion perhaps a yearning for power. He hadn't killed Yan Lingji, not out of any affection for her, but for the Baiyu treasure. Deep within the tunnels beneath Blood-Robe Marquis's chamber, the bones scattered across the ground were each the remains of a beautiful young woman. The Emerald Tiger collected beauties, and the highest quality were chosen by the Tai Demoness, not for King Han's sake, but for Blood-Robe Marquis's. Poor Ji Wei, believing these beauties were destined for the palace, had no idea they would soon meet their end at the hands of Blood-Robe Marcus. Before the Blood-Robe Marquis's sword could strike Yan Lingji, the air whistled again. Sensing the danger, the Blood-Robe Marcus had no choice but to retract his sword and block the arrow that was heading his way. Chapter 275, Master Shang, Part 2. The clash of sword and arrow unleashed a dazzling shower of sparks. Even with the Blood-Robe Marquis's strength, after receiving Shen Fei's blow, he involuntarily stumbled back several steps. A closer look would reveal a slight tremor in his right wrist, gripping the red sword. Yan Lingji, of course, wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. She immediately unleashed her agility and leaped off into the distance. Halfway through, she glanced back at Shen Fei before disappearing into the dense forest. Take this opportunity to kill him. Shen Fei didn't care about Yan Lingji's escape. After all, he had come to rescue her. He hesitated whether to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Blood-Robe Marcus. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him, but doing so here might put Han Fei at a disadvantage. Han Fei was one of his favorites, and because of Ying Zhang's relationship, it would be embarrassing not to help him, but to add insult to injury. While Ji Wei and the Blood-Robe Marcus were Han Fei's enemies, it was also their presence that allowed Han Fei's quicksand to slowly grow. Once these two were eliminated, Han Fei's immediate enemy would become his fourth brother, Han Yu. If Han Fei had the heart of Ying Zhang, Han Yu would naturally be no match for him. But unfortunately, Han Fei didn't. To put it bluntly, Han Fei didn't have the heart to be a monarch. If he could cooperate with a Ying Zhang, they would truly complement each other. Unfortunately, his background meant Han Fei couldn't help Ying Zhang. While his mind raced, Shen Fei continued his attacks, launching arrow after arrow. The Blood-Robe Marcus by Yifei now looked rather forlorn. His blood-red clothes were now stained with blood, his lifeblood turning to dry bones, his blood staining his white clothes. Originally, the Blood-Robe Marquis's blood belonged to his enemies, but now it belonged to him. Not only his clothes, but also his white hair was scattered by Shen Fei's arrows. You're overthinking it. Shen Fei then made a decision. He would have a killed by Yifei right now. If this weren't for Han Fei, Liu Shi, and Ying Zhang, and if it were a Hunter or One Piece world, he wouldn't have hesitated. Having made his mind up, Shen Fei moved his feet, shaving his body, and instantly appeared beside the Blood-Robe Marcus. As he stared in shock, a hint of fear tinged on his face, He struck him in the right shoulder. With a crack, the bone in his shoulder was shattered. The blood-robed Marcus groaned at the injury. Then, his right arm and both legs were shattered by Shen Fei's brutal blows. Shen Fei would show no mercy to someone who slaughtered innocent people, especially beautiful women, indiscriminately. If it weren't for his curiosity about the training methods of his white armor soldiers, he would have killed the blood-robed Marcus right there and then. Nice swords. After knocking the blood-robed Marcus to the ground, Shen Fei caught his red and white swords with both hands. Looking at the blades, Shen Fei knew they were a fine pair of swords, and now they belonged to him. Then, Shen Fei, holding two swords in his left hand and holding the blood-robed Marquis's right leg with his right, slowly walked away, like dragging a dead dog. On the way, Shen Fei looked up at Han Fei and Wei Zhuang, who were perched on the cliff to the side. I never expected that. Han Fei and Wei Zhuang, who were perched on the cliff, had naturally seen the blood-robed Marcus being led away by Shen Fei, but they showed no intention of attacking him. The blood-robed Marquis's defeat was a good thing for Han Fei. Only 3 of the 4 fierce generals of night remained. I never expected the blood-robed Marcus would fall here. On their way back, Han Fei and Wei Zhuang encountered Zhang Liang. After hearing their story, Zhang Liang sighed softly. But this can be both a good and a bad thing for us. Zhang Liang's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Han Fei looked at Zhang Liang with interest. Although Zhang Liang would later be called a sage of strategy, there was still a considerable distance between him and Han Fei. In fact, Zhang Liang's actions in later generations largely imitated Han Fei. With one of the 4 fiendish generals of night gone, G-Virus's power has been greatly reduced, but the threat to harm from Baiyu has increased significantly. The enemy may not be from Baiyu, Han Fei suddenly said. If they're not, then a third party is involved. Zhang Liang reacted quickly, but this time Han Fei didn't respond. Han Fei played an invaluable role in the Crown Prince's rescue. As for the blood-robed Marquis's capture, while it did cause a stir within the Han Royal Palace, his status was, after all, vastly different from that of the Crown Prince. Aside from G-Virus's displeasure, who glared at Han Fei with resentment, no one else paid much attention. Even if G-Virus wanted to shift the blame onto Han Fei, Han Yu deflected his attempt. Han Yu was the one most pleased by the blood-robed Marquis's misfortune, as it meant a position capable of commanding 100,000 troops had opened up in the military. If Han Yu handled the situation well, even if he couldn't command all of them, he could at least gain a portion. The importance of military power was clear to everyone present. Han Wongen's rise to power hinged on his control of the military, enabling him to overthrow the then Crown Prince and become the current king of Han. The 4 evil generals of night had lost a crucial pillar, leaving G-Virus furious. Upon returning to his temporary general's residence, he learned of a further development. The Crown Prince of Han had drowned after his carriage had accidentally fallen into the water. This matter was even more significant than the previous incident involving the blood-robed Marcus. The Crown Prince was a member of the general's family, and his misfortune meant a new Crown Prince would have to be chosen, and Han Yu held a significant advantage. The Crown Prince was the king of Han's eldest son, destined from birth. Even if he was incompetent, he was still the Crown Prince. Han Wongen possessed a harem overflowing with beauties, and naturally, he had many children. Han Yu was the 4th in line. Now that the Crown Prince was dead, and the 2nd and 3rd sons had already passed away, Han Yu's reputation throughout the country made him the undisputed heir. Of course, the fate of the throne remained uncertain until the final moment. They've actually gone this far. Why? Inside Zilanjuan, Han Fei clenched his fists after receiving the relevant intelligence. Fratricide, this was the last thing Han Fei wanted to see, but it happened. Han Fei lacked Han Yu's character. Otherwise, with his wisdom and control, he could have killed both the Crown Prince and Han Yu. Wei Zhuang saw this opportunity and warned Han Fei, but while Han Fei understood, he refused. He knew the reason, but unfortunately, he couldn't bring himself to act. Could this guy really be a hidden bat? Inside the manor, Shen Fei manipulated the blood-robed Marcus to extract many secrets from him, including his martial arts. It was a technique that required constant blood replenishment. This not only greatly improved one's power but also preserved one's youthful appearance. However, this had a significant side effect. One had to replenish blood regularly, otherwise their power and appearance would decline. Given the blood-robed Marquis's age and power, the number of women he had slaughtered was terrifying. Knowing this, Shen Fei felt that letting him die was a perfect death, a mercy. As expected of the blood-robed Marcus, He's still so stubborn even at this moment, despite his initial surprise upon seeing Shen Fei's true appearance. Blood Robe Marcus by Yi remained silent, even when Shen Fei began to torture him. Shen Fei's torture wasn't necessarily brutal. Numerous cruel methods existed throughout history, some of which made Shen Fei's scalp tingle. Of course, he wouldn't use them. His primary goal was to win over Ji Wui's heart. For example, he crippled Ji Wui's chakras, leaving him looking aging. This allowed Shen Fei to gain insight into his chakras, a rare opportunity for a master to experiment on him. The Blood Robe Marcus' stubbornness likely stemmed from his complete loss of hope after witnessing his own appearance. From the Blood Robe Marcus, Shen Fei also learned the true story of the so-called Baiyu treasure. This treasure didn't belong to Fire Rain Villa, but to the Baiyu royal family. Fire Rain Villa was once renowned for its craftsmen, rumored to have been involved in the construction of the secret treasure location. The Baiyu royal family fell so quickly, and those who knew about the treasure were largely dead, including the previous Baiyu king. Xian's was unaware of this at the time, he was merely the crown prince. The wealth coveted by the broken-haired three wolves was initially limited to Fire Rain Villa's wealth. It wasn't until Vulture's resurrection and his painstaking investigation that they uncovered information about the Baiyu treasure. This treasure was left behind by the Baiyu king as a prelude to his restoration, but even now, not even Crown Prince Xian knew the truth. You actually thought the Azure Dragon's 7 constellations were just treasure. The Blood-Robed Marcus also knew about the Azure Dragon's 7 constellations, but in his mind, the so-called Azure Dragon's 7 constellations represented a vast treasure. This assumption wasn't entirely wrong. Wealth, at a certain level, truly embodies power. Wealth allows one to recruit and acquire troops. However, this was different from what Shen Fei knew. He didn't quite believe that the thing the Yin-Yang family had so painstakingly pursued was merely pure treasure. No wonder such a powerful military unit disappeared later. Shen Fei had also obtained the training methods for the white armor soldiers from the Blood-Robed Marcus. He had initially been somewhat interested in this unit, but after learning how to train them, his interest quickly waned. It wasn't that the white armor soldiers weren't powerful, but rather that they were prohibitively expensive. Shen Fei could afford the expense, but it was completely unnecessary. Instead of spending so much money on a white armor unit, the money could be better spent on other armies. To put it bluntly, instead of spending so much money on a white armor unit, it would be better to train a Wei Wuzu unit. The white armor soldiers were incredibly powerful, but they were also severely limited in their capabilities, limited to ranged combat. Once attacked in close combat, they were doomed. In comparison, the Wei Wuzu were a completely different force, practically an all-around capable unit, well, in modern parlance, a special forces unit. The Blood-Robed Marcus personal guards were primarily used to complement his techniques, creating advantageous terrain, something Shen Fei didn't need. The Wei Wuzu, on the other hand, were much easier. Shen Fei already possessed the internal gong techniques for the Pyjia gong. Back when the Wei Wuzu were a revered power, the Pyjia sect was incredibly popular, sparking a surge of interest in the technique, hoping to establish their own Wei Wuzu. While the techniques were acquired, no nation had managed to recreate the Wei Wuzu due to the sheer expense. Those in power had to consider the overall situation and wouldn't sacrifice everything for the sake of a single army. Back then, the Wei Kingdom was at its peak, producing the invincible Wei Wuzu. But looking at the current state, haven't they faded into obscurity? Today, the internal gong techniques for the Pyjia gong are not uncommon in the martial arts world, but few practice them. Again, the cost is too high. Those with money can easily acquire better internal gong techniques, but those without, simply cannot cultivate them. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts. We'll see how things go later. Shen Fei had enough wealth to build any type of military, but since he wasn't planning on conquering the world, there was no point in doing so. What's the point of building all these armies? If we're going to build one, we should build the most powerful one. There were many different opinions on which type of military was the most powerful, but Shen Fei had a plan in mind. That was to build a corps of mechanical beasts. The Gongsun clan's Botu Sanlang and the Mo clan's mechanical White Tiger were both top-notch mechanical beasts. Botu Sanlang was suited to attacking strongholds, while the mechanical White Tiger was highly maneuverable. Adding the mechanical Suzaku to the mix, such a large mechanical army would undoubtedly make the Great Qin Empire even more powerful. You really know how to enjoy yourself, Han Fei said as he walked into the garden of Shen Fei's manor. He looked at Shen Fei leaning on a recliner, smiled, and walked across to him, lying directly on another recliner. "Ninth young master, you didn't go to Zilanzhuan today, but came here instead. How surprising. I don't see any beautiful women here to accompany you." Han Fei's sudden appearance surprised Shen Fei. "That's hard to say. I heard there's a beautiful woman here who's skilled in using fire." "You mean Yan Lingji? Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." Shen Fei had no intention of playing dumb with Han Fei. These people were always cryptic. To him, vernacular was best, flowing into verses and reciting allusions. He didn't have that kind of skill. Had he had the strength, he wouldn't have fallen so badly back then. "What's your relationship with Bayu?" Han Fei asked bluntly after hearing what he had said. "Nothing. I just hate the blood robe Marcus. His martial arts are so unnatural that I took action." Han Fei's words made it clear. Knowing it was him that day, Shen Fei didn't deny it. He simply admitted it, even revealing the blood robe Marquis's martial arts. "What's your relationship with the Qin state?" Han Fei asked again. "Why come from the west? Why come from Qin?" "I came from further west of Qin. Before this, I traveled the world and visited the 4 polar regions. Others might be fine, but someone like you, you're only focused on this tiny piece of land, the Central Plains. I want 99 of this world. I want to ask, do you really know how big this world is? Have you ever been to the 4 polar regions?" The so-called 4 polar regions are based on the theory that the sky is round and the earth is square, the extreme east, extreme west, extreme south, and extreme north. Shen Fei's words stunned Han Fei. He had never considered such a thing. The Central Plains is a tiny place. Han Fei quickly grasped the key point of Shen Fei's words. In an era when the Central Plains was generally considered the center of the world, Shen Fei's statement was difficult for even Han Fei to accept. "You think the Central Plains is the center of the world, but to me, it's just a tiny place. I've traveled to the 4 polar regions and saw a country with a strange military formation. I wonder if you're interested in seeing it. P.S. Sorry, I'll do my best to avoid this tomorrow." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.